Chapter 575. The sacred palace was shrouded in colorful lights. The multicolored light shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 88-point Jinyang Tower had already formed 2 floors. There was an endless stream of people entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan lightly closed the window. Ever since he refined Calamity Beckoning Goo and returned from Water Pavilion, half a month had already passed. During this period of time, He Lulan opened 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public without charging any fees, allowing people to enter and exit freely. 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun, Immortal's inheritance ground. To Goo Masters, its attraction was astonishing. Countless Goo Masters with Giant Sun's bloodline flocked in. Even if they could not pass the round, they would take pride in seeing it and broadening their horizons. Especially after 88-point Jinyang Tower mutated and formed 2 floors, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore it. As for outsiders, they could only enter and exit with guest tokens. The guest medallion was a one-time consumable, and it could only be obtained after clearing the checkpoint. Up until now, there were only 7 guest tokens in everyone's hands. Each one was sold at an astronomical price, but countless Goo Master experts without Giant Sun's bloodline were still scrambling for them. Fang Yuan already had the Glass Owner token. He could freely enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower. He could even enter the treasure room. But to deceive others, not long ago, he still spent a huge price to buy a guest token. Young lad, I advise you to prepare the Killer Move Inc. transformation I taught you. This way, after you enter the central control room, you will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yao's Will, who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned. He snorted in his heart. This killer move of yours is already outdated. Some of the goo worms among them are already extinct. Now that I want to collect them, I will need to spend some effort. How can I be in a hurry? Mo Yao's Will chuckled. Young man, you are quite fortunate to possess who immortal blessed land. We should make good use of jewel yellow skies and purchase these goo from there. It is not difficult. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He unlocked the cipher, inherited Di Chio's inheritance, and even successfully refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, but he attracted the trouble of Mo Yao's Will. Mo Yao's Will was currently residing in his mind, becoming a huge hidden danger. Once Fang Yuan thought about it, he would have an idea. Fairy Mo Yao's Will was able to see through these thoughts, and thus understand Fang Yuan's secret. In this half a month, she understood many of Fang Yuan's secrets, including who immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use the space thought goo to generate thoughts to think. With space thought goo as the main goo and other goo worms as support, the thoughts formed had the profoundness of emptiness. Even if Mo Yao's Will could capture it, he might not be able to read the contents of the thoughts. But this situation was only temporary. Wills were above thoughts. Mo Yao's Will was residing in Fang Yuan's mind. The more she interacted with these empty thoughts, she would gradually become familiar with them, and eventually Fang Yuan's defenses would not be able to stop her. Young man, you are so young, but you have so many secrets. This is really interesting. Mo Yao's Will floated in the air, sinking and floating. She covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were moving and her body was beautiful, as expected of the fairy of Spirit Affinity House of that era. After interacting with Fang Yuan for a long time, she gradually became more active, showing an extremely curious nature that liked to pry into other people's secrets. Spirit Affinity House's generation of fairies were all rare beauties. They had both looks and talent. They were ethereal and elegant, like hibiscus flowers emerging from the water. But Mo Yao was different. Her deep and beautiful eyes contained a natural craftiness. If placed in the demonic path, she would be a living demoness. She transformed into an enchanting long dress, wrapping her body in all the right places. Looking at the transparent bubble-like thoughts around her, she casually grabbed one of them. Next, with a soft pop sound, she exerted some strength and crushed this thought. But she did not gain anything. This thought's content was only the simple meaning of the word eat. She gasped, her plump lips curling up into a sexy arc. Young man, you are not cute at all. Every time you think about a problem, you will think of all sorts of random thoughts and cover up the main point. But don't you know, in this way, it has aroused my curiosity even more? Humph, you are so old. You still have the face to call yourself big sister? Feng Yuan sneered, threatening, You are already dead, you should stop. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you, just because you entered my mind. Who knows, at the next moment, I might destroy this will of yours. He, so scary. Mo Yao patted her towering chest, giggling without a care. But in this half a month, you attacked me 28 times, using 19 different methods. You not only cultivate enslavement and strength path, but also wisdom path. Humph! Killing intent surged in Feng Yuan's heart. Ayaya, young man, don't be like this. Sensing Feng Yuan's sharp killing intent, Mo Yao shook her finger. I am your benefactor. Didn't Calamity Beckoning Goo become your immortal goo now? You are still immortal, but you already have an immortal goo. This is an incredible achievement. Don't worry. As long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, my dying wish will be fulfilled, and this will have no reason to continue existing. Return the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion? This was already in his mouth. How could Feng Yuan spit it out? Feng Yuan was naturally unwilling, but he had no other choice. Not to mention the remnant of Mo Yao's will in his mind. There was another remnant of Mo Yao's will guarding the Riverside Pavilion. Speaking of which, this Mo Yao was really amazing. In the historical records, she was a refinement path grandmaster, but her attainment in soul path and wisdom path seemed to be even higher. Feng Yuan's dozens of thought encirclement were easily resolved by Mo Yao. Feng Yuan was having a headache now. He found that even though he inherited Dichio inheritance, he did not earn much. He took a huge risk and invested a lot to refine goo. Even though he refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, he could not use it. Mo Yao's will even entered his mind. In fear of harming him, it became a huge burden and hindrance. If I had known this, I would not have inherited this bullshit Dichio inheritance. Feng Yuan did not hide this thought from Mo Yao. Mo Yao easily learned of it. Young man, you are wrong to think like this. These days, just the refinement path killer move ink transformation that I taught you has immeasurable value. Didn't you want to take advantage of 88-point Shenyang Tower's loophole? You really have guts comparable to me back then. Don't worry, I will help you, as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao consoled with a smile. Humph, Calamity Beckoning Goo is mine, Water Pavilion is mine too, even 88-point Shenyang Tower will be mine. You are just a will. How can you stop a living person like me? Since they had already fought dozens of times, Feng Yuan directly rejected her. But this time, Mo Yao did not laugh. Her gaze shone as she recalled something. She had a lonely expression as she sighed, faintly. Sigh, are all you men like this? Even if you do something wrong, you are still so confident and righteous. In this world, what is right and wrong? Who is right and who is wrong? It is just that everyone's path is different. Mo Yao's expression changed as she laughed. Young man, your answer is quite interesting. However, I once heard another answer that was much more domineering than yours. I still remember what he said. In this world, as long as I think I do something, I am right. Those who are different from me are wrong. He he he, don't you think this is domineering? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said this? Unfortunately, he did not take that step in the end. These words made Mo Yao fall into silence. She had a sorrowful expression as she closed her eyes, as if her memories were surging out. Her long and thick eyelashes were trembling slightly. She concealed her figure and vanished from Fang Yuan's mind. Damn it, it's like this again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's concealed herself, it was as if she did not exist. No matter how Fang Yuan searched his mind, he could not find a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in Soul Path and Wisdom Path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. As a result, Fang Yuan's mind had instead become her base camp. But this search did not leave Fang Yuan empty-handed. In his mind, he found a thought from Mo Yao's will. The content of the thought shook Fang Yuan's mind. This was a killer move. It was called Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. In order to find a way to fuse enslavement and strength path, Fang Yuan had racked his brains and obtained an initial result. It was the strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move, during the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, he slaughtered everyone and sent Ma Tribe's army into the abyss of defeat. He pushed He Lulan into Imperial Court-blessed land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a hastily created killer move. It had many flaws. Fang Yuan modified it on the basis and created the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. Next, he exchanged for the crucial borrow strength goo in the treasure room of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This allowed the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to be further modified. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move, as well as the idea of modifying it. Amazing! Fang Yuan praised. With his foundation and Fairy Mo Yao's foundation, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was already close to perfection. It used borrow strength goo as the core, 6 flying zombie goo as support, as well as 36 other goo worms. The combination was ingenious, and the structure was strict. Even Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. But I know about the 5 great flying zombie goo. This killer move actually needs a 6th flying zombie goo. What goo is it? Chapter 576. In the dark secret room, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding an east window goo in his hand. This goo was an information path goo. It was rank 4 and looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice. It was used to store important information. This goo was something Fang Yuan had specially purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies at a great cost. The contents inside were all related to will. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan had been purchasing these relevant information, spending many immortal Yuan stones. This east window goo was not the first one. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as cold as a spring. With so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding of will. Thought, will, emotion, these 3 came from the same origin. The first 2 belonged to Wisdom Path, but they were also related to other paths. Wisdom Path, when it was first created, was a path for goo masters to pursue wisdom. When a person thinks, thoughts would appear in their mind. These thoughts would collide with each other, merge or cancel each other out, forming new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. These thoughts were divided into different categories. They were different from each other and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous was obsession. The obsession of a goo immortal before death would combine with the heavenly power of heaven and earth, forming a land spirit in the blessed land. According to these thoughts, goo masters would create countless related goo worms, like the star thought goo that Dongfeng Yuliang had once used, the empty thought goo that Fang Yuan was using now, and the divine thought goo that goo immortals often used. Some thoughts would gather together and form will. As the saying goes, can only be understood, cannot be expressed with words. Will could not be expressed with words. The rhythm of will had already surpassed the limits of words. It could only be experienced with one's heart, using one's own spirituality. Initially, Wisdom Path Gu masters created Providence Gu, using this to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth. They could further comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, thus advancing their own cultivation. Later, as it developed, there were killing intent Gu, free will Gu, wish Gu, complacency Gu, malicious intent Gu, painting intent Gu, and so on. Among them, the most famous was the legendary accidental Gu recorded in the legends of Renzu. Following the development of Wisdom Path, generations of Gu masters continued to explore it. They found, when several wills intertwined, they would turn into emotions. Aphrodisiac Gu, tender emotion Gu, emotion poem Gu, and others were all part of this path. The Tao of enchantment was derived from this. Among them, the most famous one also came from the legends of Renzu, love Gu. Nian, I Ching. Fang Yuan sighed. The more he understood one thing. With his current Wisdom Path foundation, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The gap between them was too big. For example, in terms of willpower, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's willpower was like a mountain. As for exactly how tall and majestic this mountain was, it was still shrouded in a thick layer of smoke, so it was hard to tell. Mo Yao's attainment had already surpassed Fang Yuan's level of understanding. In these days of contact and probing, she had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan, giving him a feeling of unfathomable and high respect. Facing such a problem, if he could not get rid of it, what could he do? Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he pondered for a while. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. He sent his consciousness into his own mind. With just a thought, Mo Yao's will could sense a seductive figure appearing in the pitch-black space of his consciousness. I accept your suggestion. I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. A strange light flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would choose to compromise so quickly, according to these days of fighting. She clearly understood that Fang Yuan was a person with astonishing willpower, an opinionated person, and a strong and courageous personality. A personality decided one's fate. Such a person was destined to be an outstanding person, regardless of whether he became a hero or a ruthless person. She threw out the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but concealed it. She did not give it all. Rather than saying it was a bait, it was better to say that it was a statement of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely understand what she wanted to express. She had originally estimated that Fang Yuan would only choose to negotiate after 7 to 8 days. But in fact, after just one day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to find her. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances. A great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Unfortunately, most people in the world are limited by their own abilities. They are too proud to lower their heads. Throughout history, countless heroes have known the principle of taking a step back, but it's easy to talk about it. But when it comes to themselves, how many of them have actually done it? Mo Yao's will heaved a forlorn sigh. Water Pavilion might be good, but to me, it is not of much help. You should know some of my situation. Right now, because of who immortal blessed land, Crane Gate has declared me to be a member of a sect. Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate are both part of Central Continent's 10 sects. It is not easy to return Water Pavilion there. Fang Yuan continued. He. Mo Yao's will covered her mouth and laughed. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry. You are my inheritor. Calamity Beckoning Gu is yours. I have no intention of harming you. Returning an immortal Gu house is an important matter. I am very clear about the risks involved. To complete this mission, you need at least the strength of a Gu immortal. And I will do my best to help you become a Gu immortal. I will also assist you in the process of obtaining 88-point Shinyang Tower. As for my refinement path insights, how much you can comprehend is up to you. After Mo Yao said this, she waved her hand, and a will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The content of the will was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan immediately asked in dissatisfaction, "Earth Chief Corpse, are you sure this is your so-called 6th flying zombie goo?" He already knew about Earth Chief Corpse goo. It was the main material obtained from killing an Earth Chief beast, extracting its tendons and skin, gathering dozens of goo worms, then using the Yin soil 900 li underground, as well as hundreds of years old mountain-sucking grass and dark tide flowers to refine it. Although its power was extraordinary, and it was rank 5 like Azura corpses, heavenly demon corpses, blood-white corpses, nightmare corpses, and plague corpses, it did not have the ability to fly. Without the ability to fly, how could it be considered a flying zombie goo? Facing Fang Yuan's doubt, Mo Yao smiled proudly. Ordinary Earth Chief Corpse goo? Of course not. But who am I? I have already modified the goo recipe and refined a new Earth Chief Corpse goo. When used by goo masters, they can transform into an Earth Chief Corpse goo. Although they still have no wings, they can use the Earth's magnetic energy to fly into the sky and change directions as they wish. Saying this, another will was transmitted. It was the modified Earth Chief Corpse goo recipe. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he took a look. This goo recipe had several materials added by Mo Yao boldly and ingeniously. Especially the magnetic essence was the main material. It was the most important factor in the modification of Earth Chief Corpse goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew this goo recipe was very feasible and could not help but praise it. Mo Yao's will in his mind laughed proudly. "Young lad, you are quite knowledgeable. Not bad. You have some talent in refinement path. But you need to be careful. This killer move is only a rough creation based on the foundation you provided. I advise you to find a few people to test it out first, then verify it yourself." Fang Yuan nodded. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move, had peerless power, almost 10 times that of 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Its power was huge, and if it failed, the backlash would naturally be very fierce and powerful. Fang Yuan could test 4-arm Earth King earlier because the risk was not high and he could bear it. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a different matter. Third floor. The third floor is formed. Everywhere in the sacred palace, cheers resounded in the sky. The multicolored light was still very dense. As time passed, the speed of 88-point Shinyang Tower's condensation became faster and faster, especially the newly formed third floor. It stimulated everyone's desire to explore even more. Every floor of 88-point Shinyang Tower had 100 rounds. The rounds at the front were relatively simple. The further they went, the harder the rounds were, and the greater the rewards. To most goo masters, they were unable to overcome the rounds at the back, while the rewards at the front were things that everyone fought over. A group of goo masters, more than 10 of them, were rushing out of the palace. When they were passing through the eastern gate of the sacred palace, the commotion at the third floor of 88-point Shinyang Tower made this group of goo masters stop. Jiang Dong looked back at the top of the sacred palace at the 88-point Shinyang Tower, snorting coldly, and saying to Ma Hongyun in the group, "You Huangjin tribe goo masters are in luck. The rewards of any round in 88-point Shinyang Tower will allow you to soar to the top." Ma Hongyun laughed foolishly. "Leader is right, he. It is a pity that my bloodline concentration is not high. I cannot enter 88-point Shinyang Tower. Otherwise, I can go in and broaden my horizons. Even the Huangjin tribe, the descendants of Giant Sun Immortal, might not be able to enter 88-point Shinyang Tower." If the ancestors had too much mixed bloodline, causing the bloodline to thin and not reach the standard, they would not be able to enter the tower. When Jiang Dong heard this, the bitterness and jealousy in her heart lessened by a lot. The other Gu masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun with gentler gazes. One of them even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder, consoling him. "Kid, you are quite unlucky, but don't worry. You can follow us to kill the Earth Chief Beast. You will earn a lot." "Yes, yes, yes." Ma Hongyun nodded, bowing and smiling apologetically. He had a fortuitous encounter and saved Ma Ingjia. After He Tribe recruited Ma Tribe, he had a fortuitous encounter and changed his name to Ma Hongyun, which allowed him to cultivate better. Right now, he was only a rank 1 Gu master. His aptitude was neither low nor high. He could enter 88-point Xinyang Tower, of course, but with his strength, it was useless even if he went in. These days in the Sacred Palace, he had been mingling with wild teams, going out to hunt, paying for daily expenses, and accumulating Yuan stone to aid his cultivation. Chapter 577. Rumble. The ground shook. A flood of wolf groups appeared in the sky. They were endless, like a vast river, surging forward. 10,000 wolves sprinted. Wolf groups mixed together. There were wind wolves, sprinting like they were flying. There were water wolves, pure white as snow. There were night wolves, pitch black and strong. There were turtleback wolves, sturdy and steady. Vermilion flame wolves, blazing with flames. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, myriad Wolf King led the pack. There were mutated wolves. They were very eye-catching. For example, blood forest wolves. They carried a bone forest on their back. They were tall like mountains. Shark fin wolves. They were armored like elephants. They could move on land and water. There was also frenzied wolves, silver gray, 3 eyes. They were battle maniacs. Imperial court blessed land in the faint golden sky. Azure wolf groups were galloping in the sky, howling. They were extraordinary. Fang Yuan sat steadily on the back of an azure myriad wolf king. The wild winds could not move his determined face. His eyes were dark and deep. He was looking down at his feet, his thoughts unfathomable. Even though the wolf groups were scattered when they first entered Imperial Court blessed land, they were scattered all over the blessed land. But Fang Yuan had already issued a mission ever since he entered the blessed land. Other than recalling the old wolf groups, he had also recruited countless new wolves. Right now, the wolf group below him was like a sea, the scale reaching 500,000. At this stage, he was truly at the peak of the mortal world. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, he, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun, and the rest were called the 5 Great Beast Kings. After the Imperial Court contest ended, not to mention the world's recognition, he was already the number 1 enslavement path master of the current generation in Northern Plains. Other than his enslavement path attainment, he also had shocking strength path methods, and the strength of a flying master. He was truly awe-inspiring. Who did not respect Wolf King Changshan Yin? Who did not fear him? In the entire Northern Plains, how many people could be his match? But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was a voice attacking him. He, young lad, you actually want to combine enslavement and strength path. You have quite the ambition. But I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. Mo Yao's will smiled. Enslavement and strength path are clearly separated. The combination of enslavement and power had been a difficult problem for thousands of years. It's already very difficult for you to dual cultivate. Why don't you change as soon as possible and retreat in the face of difficulties? Why do you keep doing things that are strenuous and unrewarding? Sai, sister, is an experienced person. You have to know that there are countless paths and sections. The strength of a Gu master does not lie in how many paths they walk, but in who walks further. Mo Yao tried to persuade him, but Fang Yuan snorted coldly and rejected him coldly. When there's a will, there's a way. What's there to be afraid of? The reason why the confluence of enslavement and strength has been a problem for thousands of years is because there has never been a person like me, Feng Yuan. Sooner or later, I will dominate the world and leave my name in the annals of history. I will be comparable to the likes of Xingqiu, Red Lotus, and Paradise. Star constellation, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth were all rank 9 Gu venerables. In the long history of the human race, after countless years, there were less than 10 of them. Feng Yuan was still immortal, yet he dreamed of becoming such a figure. It was like an ant dreaming of becoming an elephant. Such ambition and tone left Mo Yao's will dumbfounded for a moment. Roar! Kill all these earth chief beasts. Where are the healing Gu masters? Someone is injured. Come and help. Beast groups roared and Gu masters shouted. The small-scale battle had already reached its most crucial moment. On the small battlefield, there were pits everywhere and severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu masters surrounded the Earth Chief Beast King and engaged in a fierce battle. Around them, there were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses. These Earth Chief Beasts had human bodies and snake tails, their faces were like bats, their noses were pointed upwards, and their ears were large. Their bodies were black, and they had flesh armor. There were 5 to 6 flesh whips on their chest. The shortest were 10 feet long, while the longest were over 20 feet long. The flesh whips were like hands and agile like snakes. They could be swung with great force and could be used for both offense and defense. Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they were not deep underground. They often built their nests in shallow layers. They had high value, be it their eyeballs, fur, or tails. They were all rare Gu refinement materials. What was even rarer was the length of the flesh whips on their bodies. The longer the better. Flesh whips over 20 feet were hard to find. They were priceless. Earth Chief Beasts were now rare in northern plains. But in Imperial Court-blessed land, there were many of them. For example, this area had an area of 10,000 li. It was filled with Earth Chief Beast groups. Wealth moved people's hearts, and because this place was not far from the sacred palace, many Gu masters often came here in groups to hunt. This team that was engaged in a fierce battle was one of them. Most of the Gu masters in the group had hunted Earth Chief Beast groups 3 or 4 times. They had rich experience. But this time, they met with trouble. Although they only attracted 100 Earth Chief Beast group, it was under their control. But to think that this Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, it was an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this Beast King could not fight and was old and sickly, the wild Gu parasite on its body was a genuine rank 3 Gu. Among mortal Gu masters, rank 1 was an apprentice. They had just started and had weak battle strength. They were the most common. Rank 2 was the backbone, the cornerstone. They were very common. Rank 3 was called elders, clan elders. They were the core of a force. Their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Rank 4 was the leader of a force, the leader of tens of thousands. Rank 5 was called the peak of mortals. They were even rarer. The Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King itself was not a threat, but it had several rank 3 wild Gu. Such battle strength was beyond the ability of this group. If not for the leader Jiang Dong's resolute and experienced nature at the start of the battle, he would have decisively led some experts to charge into the beast group and stall the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the Gu Master group would have been defeated already. Everyone, let's work harder. This old beast is almost at its limit. We can win if we persevere. Jiang Dong moved and shouted loudly, raising the morale of the group. Everyone's replies were mixed. They barely raised their spirits. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. The Goo Master's primeval essence was almost exhausted, but fortunately, northern plains was a common custom. Most of these Goo Masters cultivated the strength path. The Goo Masters fought with all their strength. They mainly used close combat. They would only use their primeval essence to save themselves and others as a last resort. Roar! Right at this time, the old beast king suddenly swung its snake tail, causing the air to explode. The snake tail ruthlessly struck a Goo Master, sending him flying. When he landed on the ground, this Goo Master's ribs were all shattered. He could not be more dead. Humans had intelligence, but wild beasts also had craftiness. The old beast king was indeed weak, but a broken ship still had 3 pounds of nails. At this moment, it suddenly exploded and killed one person. The Goo Masters were stunned, their morale plummeting. Oh no, it was a stalemate to begin with. Now that we have lost one person, I have less than 20% primeval essence in my aperture. What should I do? Jiang Dong's eyes turned. He immediately thought of escaping. This hunting group was only formed at the last minute. Escaping at the last moment might harm his reputation. But compared to his life, what was his reputation? Northern Plains people loved to kill. They were brave by nature, but they were not fools. In the past, it was difficult and difficult. I could only fight to survive. Now that I have entered imperial court-blessed land, there are resources everywhere. It is time for me to accumulate my strength. How can I sacrifice my life here? I have old and young at home. Although my hunting results are good these days, the yuan stones I obtained are only enough to support my cultivation. That lad at home is about to step on the path of cultivation in half a year. So, sorry everyone. Jiang Dong's gaze flickered. He suddenly retreated and instilled his remaining primeval essence into his movement Goo worm. His sleeves tore through the air. With a soft swoosh, he left in a cloud of dust. The remaining Goo Masters were stunned. Their leader had already escaped. What was the point of fighting? Immediately, everyone scattered, their morale falling to rock bottom. The Earth Chief Beast King roared and chased relentlessly. Fuck! Jiang Dong turned around and cursed, his soul almost flying out of his body. This old Earth Chief Beast King did not chase anyone. It only chased after him. Jiang Dong's methods were ruthless and fierce. It bore a grudge against him. Oh no, if this goes on, I will die. As time passed, primeval essence was expended rapidly. Jiang Dong fell into despair. Lord Jiang Dong, run! Right at this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Jiang Dong heard this and turned around, seeing a young man standing in front of him. He recognized him as Ma Hongyun. He had joined the group not long ago and only had rank 1 cultivation. He was a logistics Goo Master with low battle strength. When the battle started, he was sent out as a scouting pawn. What a foolish lad! Jiang Dong was overjoyed. He immediately changed his direction and ran towards Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, seeing the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing. He could not help but want to warn Jiang Dong. But he hadn't expected that Jiang Dong would lead the old Earth Chief Beast King directly towards him. Ma Hongyun immediately ran, but Jiang Dong was extremely fast. In a few breaths of time, he caught up to him. Jiang Dong laughed heartily. Lad, you saved my life today. It is a worthy death. As soon as he said that, he activated his Goo worm and knocked Ma Hongyun unconscious. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Ma Hongyun's collar, throwing him backwards. But the old Earth Chief Beast King did not want the meat that was right in front of him. It still chased relentlessly. Jiang Dong's laughter stopped abruptly. He felt like his mood had fallen from heaven to hell. Just as the old Earth Chief Beast King was about to catch up, a rumbling sound entered his ears. The vast earth started to shake. Soon after, a gray line surged up from the horizon. Gradually, the line became thicker and clearer. Wolves! Why are there so many wolves? The wolf tide surged from the horizon with a grand aura. It was like a surging flood that engulfed the world. Thousand Beast King paused for a moment. His body shuddered as he turned around and ran. Vermilion flame wolves, turtleback wolves, such a wolf group, right? There was an announcement earlier. The Wolf King is going to hunt here. Ah, heaven has not forsaken me. I am saved. Jiangdong was dazed for a moment before shouting excitedly. He sat on the ground, his body trembling in excitement. Tears of joy flowed out of his eyes after surviving a desperate situation. But at the next moment, the wolf group surged over without slowing down. Like a tidal wave, they tore and devoured Jiangdong in the blink of an eye. In the golden sky, above the green wolf, Mo Yao's will let out a pitiful sigh in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan, you let the wolf group roam freely. Wherever they go, be it friend or foe, as long as they are alive, they slaughter them. Their killing nature is too heavy. Even if you are not afraid of destroying heaven's harmony, are you not afraid of other Gu Master's thoughts? Chapter 578. Wherever the wolf group went, it was like a huge wave that washed the blessed land with blood. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, ignoring the merciless slaughter below him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a righteous path person. She naturally did not feel any joy at seeing Fang Yuan killed so easily. This young man can disguise his identity and sneak into imperial court-blessed land under the noses of Northern Plains Gu immortals. He is a valiant and cunning person. He can also decipher my inheritance clues and refine immortal Gu. He has great fortuitous encounters and extraordinary methods. He is also flexible when he knows he cannot win. He immediately compromises. He is extremely shrewd. What is his background? Mo Yao's will could not help but make guesses. She had just come out of Water Pavilion and was residing in Fang Yuan's mind, although she had deciphered many of Fang Yuan's thoughts and knew many secrets. But Fang Yuan reacted quickly and immediately took measures, causing her to make little progress. Thus, Mo Yao's will did not know many of Fang Yuan's secrets. Among them, there were also the secrets that Fang Yuan exposed to her. She did not know that Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. She did not know that Fang Yuan was a transmigrator's greatest secret. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had died long ago. Only a Wu was left behind. Without being able to activate Gu worms, Mo Yao's will could only bully Fang Yuan's low wisdom path attainment. I have just arrived. I do not know his background. This young man has a firm will and is a very opinionated person. I should wait for now and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect. As long as I return to Spirit Affinity House, it will not be too late to persuade him. Mo Yao's will had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. Seeing that her persuasion was useless, she kept quiet. There was no resistance on the ground. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he slowly retracted his disdainful gaze. He sat on the wolf's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was not a person who killed innocents. There must be a reason for him to allow the wolves to sweep through the banquet and slaughter everyone along the way. The first was to lure the earth fiends underground. The earth chief beast was a wild beast. It would be attracted by the thick smell of blood, which would stimulate its ferocious nature and proactively emerge from the ground. Secondly, massacring a large number of people would bring in a large number of souls. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan had been using the soul burial toad to collect them. He had Dang Hun Mountain. As long as Dang Hun Mountain wasn't completely destroyed, the more souls he had, the better. Thirdly, it could also test Mo Yao's will in his mind. As for the vile repercussions of wantonly killing Gu Masters, Fang Yuan was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had already made an announcement before and had already laid the groundwork. Even if the public opinion was boiling and the people were resentful and hateful, so what? He was at the peak of the mortal realm, the famous wolf King Chang Shanin. He was no longer the small fry who was treading on thin ice a few years ago. In this imperial court-blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his roar would cause all the Gu masters to tremble. With a stomp of his feet, the sacred palace would tremble. With just a thought, the wolf group would howl and blood would dye thousands of li in blood. There was a famous saying on earth, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Strength was power, and power was the truth. But on earth, it was about gathering people. Apart from violence and fists, one had to use righteousness to conceal it, and use the people's hearts to mediate. But here, the strength of an individual could override the collective. The people's hearts and righteousness were weak. Not to mention others. Just take Fang Yuan's current situation, for example. Who cares about your bullshit resentment? I will destroy whoever comes. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, I will slaughter them all, looking down on all living beings, trampling on the people's hearts, free and unbridled, like the wind. But Fang Yuan was determined to pursue the great Tao and had no interest in slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was only a small step towards his grand goal. Thinking of this goal, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Roar. A beast's roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a hill rose up from the ground, and with a boom, soil and rocks flew everywhere as a 50-zhang-tall earth chief myriad beast king jumped out. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered, "It's you?" He immediately commanded the wolf group to attack. For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind like bubbles and drizzles, endlessly. Looking down from the sky, 10,000 wolves were galloping like an endless tide. The scene was extremely spectacular. When approaching the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolf group suddenly split into several groups, each group like ants climbing an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled down, circling around the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like a flock of birds circling a tree. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped into the wolf group, sweeping left and right. Wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses littered the ground. Its large feet left behind sinister bloody pits. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, sitting upright in the clouds. Under his command, the wolf group advanced and retreated in a well-defined manner, rushing forward in waves, forming a battle of ants devouring an elephant. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, charging left and right, causing large amounts of damage to the wolf group. It was truly brave. In his mind, Mo Yao gasped, slightly surprised at Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment. TSK, to think this kid has so much talent at such a young age, he can control the myriad of wolves as if he was breathing, commanding them calmly like his own arm, fighting strong enemies with a battle of attrition. He has deep mastery of enslavement path. This is the mastery of a master level, but he was only slightly surprised. Mo Yao was experienced and knowledgeable. She was not an ordinary Gu immortal. She was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her vision was very high, and in her memory, there were many young masters like Fang Yuan. The battle lasted for a while. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again. Exhausted by the wolf group, it was no longer ferocious. Large numbers of Earth Chief Myriad Beast Kings emerged from underground, joining the battle. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected this and commanded calmly. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. How could a myriad beast-sized Earth Chief Myriad Beast King group be his match? The huge battlefield had a radius of 1,000 li, but Fang Yuan cleverly divided it into dozens of pieces, using the weak wolf group to surround them, and then using the strong mutated beasts to form the vanguard, clashing back and forth. First, one area was destroyed and devoured by the wolf group. then the second and third area. As the advantages accumulated, the scales of victory were tilting more and more towards Fang Yuan. Eventually, the wolf group's devouring speed became faster and faster, until the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was killed on the spot. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not bad. Although his commands are meticulous and bold, sharp and gentle, he is still far from Grandmaster level. Mo Yao thought, Gu Masters nurture, use and refinement, no matter which aspect, they were all profound. They clearly used the same Gu worms, but some Gu Masters used them extremely brilliantly, even reaching the level of art. People called such a person master. Masters could only be discovered and not sought. They could not be nurtured by just relying on resources. Not only did they need talent, they also needed talent. But above masters, there were still grandmasters. Comparing a master to a grandmaster was like comparing grass to a tree. Apart from talent, and resources, one must also have opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached grandmaster, they would be able to comprehend any path, understand yin and yang, the universe, and understand the profundities of the universe, transcending the mortal world. They were immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Although he had died, his vision was still there. She had seen countless masters when she was alive, and felt that Fang Yuan's attainments were not bad, mainly because of his young age. Not long after, the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell to the ground, dying from heavy injuries. Bright red blood gurgled out, and quickly formed a pool of blood around it. Fang Yuan flew down and personally skinned it. After cleaning it, he immediately refined the goo in the pool of blood, surrounded by the wolf group. Mo Yao's improved Earth Chief zombie goo required the freshest flesh and blood, and the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was the best, followed by the 1,000 Beast King and 100 Beast King. Thus, Fang Yuan personally took action and killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The goo refinement lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it succeeded. After Fang Yuan achieved his goal, he dispersed most of the wolf group and released them into the wild. He only brought the elite mutated beasts and returned to the sacred palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. From the small mountain of blood forest wolf corpses, a bloody man suddenly crawled out. The bloody man staggered and staggered. After a few steps, he could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief as he murmured, "I'm still alive." He stretched out his hand and fiercely wiped his face, finally revealing his true appearance. It was none other than Ma Hongyun. It turned out that after he was knocked unconscious by Jiang Dong, he had fallen to the ground unconscious. That Earth Chief Myriad Beast King did not care about him and chased after Jiang Dong. But soon after, the wolf group swept through and slaughtered all living beings. Ma Hongyun was bitten by the wolves. If it were an ordinary wild wolf like turtleback wolf, water wolf, or wind wolf, Ma Hongyun would have already been torn into pieces, torn into countless pieces, and stored in the wolf's stomach. Luckily, it was a blood forest wolf that was the size of a small mountain that ate him. This wolf opened its huge mouth and licked with its tongue, directly licking away all the grass within 100 steps. Ma Hongyun mixed with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and became food in the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued, Ma Hongyun would have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later, turning into a pile of wolf dung. But after the battle with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, this blood forest wolf was besieged and died on the battlefield. Its stomach split open and air leaked in. Ma Hongyun dizzily woke up and hurriedly crawled out. The battle had already ended. The battlefield was littered with beast corpses. Occasionally, There were heavily injured wild beasts that had yet to die, howling and panting, making the surroundings even more deathly silent. Ma Hongyun's panting was enough. His stamina gradually recovered, and the thick smell of blood filled his nose. He knew something was wrong. I have to leave this place quickly. Not long later, many wild beasts will be attracted by the smell of blood. Ma Hongyun grew up in northern plains. This bit of survival knowledge was already ingrained in his bones. He quickly stood up and looked towards the direction of the sacred palace, immediately setting off. But after a few steps, he stopped. His gaze was attracted by a goo worm. This was a wild goo from the Earth Chief Myriad Beast's corpse. When the Earth Chief Myriad Beast died, the wild goo would either be destroyed or fly away. But this wild goo was caught by the broken bones and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2. That's something goo. Although Ma Hongyun could not remember clearly, it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this goo worm. Good goo, good goo. Even if I can't use it, I can sell it for a lot of yuan stone. Chapter 5, 79. In the garden, silver light shone brightly as plants swayed in the wind. Sitting in the pavilion, Fang Yuan played with the Earth Chief corpse goo in his hand. This goo was shaped like an earthworm, with a yellow body and the length of an infant's forearm. Right now, it was coiled around Fang Yuan's fingers, moving like a snake. It was refined using the improved goo recipe provided by Mo Yao, using Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and flesh as the foundation. However, Fang Yuan did not test it. He was a cautious person. This Earth Chief corpse goo was refined using an improved goo recipe. What if there was a problem? Although he had reached a compromise with Mo Yao's will in his mind, the other party was a fairy of the Righteous Path's Spirit Affinity House, as well as a Refinement Path Grandmaster. He had to guard against her. But a Grandmaster is a Grandmaster. My Refinement Path attainment is already at Master Realm. But compared to Mo Yao, he seems as childish as a child. Thinking back to the process of refining Earth Chief corpse goo, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In the entire goo refinement process, Mo Yao had only mentioned 3 sentences, but they were the main points and the finishing touches. Fang Yuan benefited greatly, becoming enlightened, but he did not know that Mo Yao's will was also sighing inwardly in his mind. Double Master, to think this kid is not only an enslavement path master, but also a refinement path master. He's so young, yet he's already a double master. Even in my memory, there aren't many people with such talent. No wonder he is so ambitious, wanting to become a venerable comparable to thieving heaven, paradise earth, and giant Sunday. It is natural for a young man to be arrogant and conceited. Mo Yao still scoffed at Fang Yuan's ambition of being comparable to venerables, but it was understandable. But to become a master, talent alone is not enough. There needs to be sufficient resources, or even the guidance of a great teacher. It seems this kid has a deep background. Previously, Mo Yao already knew the secret of Fang Yuan possessing who a mortal blessed land. Now, combined with the double master information, she felt even more strongly that Fang Yuan had a great background. Wolf Wangda's men, the Gu family, and Chang family's patriarchs have come to seek an audience. A servant came to report. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. He was the one who summoned these 2 people. He said indifferently, "Announce." "Yes." Outside the door, the servant respectfully withdrew. Not long after, the 2 of them came over and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in an extremely respectful and fearful manner. After going through the baptism of the imperial court contest and having a high position with no lack of resources, under the Wolf King Gu Guang and Chang Ji, you were already rank 4 Gu Masters. Fang Yuan glanced at the 2 of them. He didn't ask them to get up. Instead, he asked, "How is the matter that I asked you to do a few days ago?" After Fang Yuan won and returned to the sacred palace, he ordered the two tribe leaders to mobilize the Gu masters of the two tribes, clean up the battlefield for him. Replying to Wolf Wangda's men, the battlefield has been cleaned up a total of... Gu Guang wanted to report his gains, but was interrupted by Fang Yuan. He didn't really care about these spoils of war, and only asked, "How many Gu masters did you capture?" Gu Guang didn't answer this time. He knelt on the ground and signaled Chang Jiyu with his eyes. Everyone knew that Chang Jiyu was Chang Shanyin's biological son. After Fang Yuan took control of Chang tribe, he appointed Chang Jiyu as the tribe leader. When Fang Yuan asked, Gu Guang let Chang Jiyu answer because he saw this relationship and was purposely expressing goodwill to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu's expression was respectful, but his gaze revealed fanatical worship. He said, "Clearly, the human heart is unfathomable, greed is hard to satisfy. Even with Lord Father's announcement, there are still many Gu masters sneaking into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild Gu. These days, tribe leader Gu Guang and I have worked together to capture over 180 Gu masters. They are all locked up in the underground prison. But there are still many crafty ones who sneak in and out when we are unprepared, reaping without sowing. I have already obtained a lot of information through interrogations. As long as Father gives the order, I will definitely do my best to capture these fish that escaped the net and bring them to justice." Although Chang Ji was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was straight. His nose was straight, his eyebrows were black, his back was broad, and his waist was thin. He spoke in an upright tone, giving off a heroic aura. Fang Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing the fish that escaped the net, saying, "The battlefield is vast, there are no gates or passes to guard. It is already not bad to capture so many Gu masters. You two have done well. As for the others, it is their ability to make them steal. There is no need to pursue this matter. Step down and bring these captives to me." "Yes, subordinate. Son obeys." Not long later, the two escorted close to 200 captives over. According to Fang Yuan's orders, a large hall was specially set aside to imprison these Gu masters. "All of you go out and close the door, guard the surroundings. No outsiders are allowed to enter within 100 steps. If there are experts, inform me in advance." Fang Yuan dismissed all the other members, leaving only him and the captives behind. The door was closed, and there were no lights. The hall was plunged into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. "Lang Wangda, what is your intention in capturing us? Do you know I am a He tribe member? In terms of relationship, Lord He Lulan is my cousin." A young Gu master among the captives shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, activating his Gu worm and flicking his finger. Bam! With a soft sound, his head exploded like a watermelon with white brain matter flowing out. Everyone erupted into an uproar. They were frightened, immediately panicking. Soon after, with one person taking the lead, countless people responded and knelt on the ground. "Lang Wangda, this lowly one deserves to die. Of all the things I shouldn't have done, to steal Lord's spoils of war, this lowly one was blinded by lard. I beg Lord to spare us. Please spare us, Lord." Fang Yuan was a fierce person, but now, without saying a word, he killed people at every turn. It was truly cruel. These Gu masters were not experts. Most of them were rank 1 or 2. They did not have good backgrounds and could not enter 88-point Shenyang Tower. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fang Yuan, trying to resist was courting death. They could only beg for mercy. "Noisy!" Fang Yuan lightly shouted, his voice resounding in the hall. With a wave of his hand, he killed the person who was begging for mercy the most. "Whoever dares to make noise, I will kill them." Fang Yuan lightly spoke, His voice was not loud, but it lingered in everyone's ears. The entire hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. It was so silent that even a needle dropping could be heard. Fang Yuan was satisfied. He asked Mo Yao's will in his mind, "What should I do next?" Mo Yao lightly laughed. "This is easy. Little brother, just listen to my instructions and place the goo worms." She directly called Fang Yuan little brother. Her tone revealed a sense of intimacy. Fang Yuan coldly snorted in his heart, but did not refute, instead following Mo Yao's instructions. Every time Mo Yao instructed, a goo worm would fly out from Fang Yuan. These goo worms were the goo worms that formed the Killer Move 6 arm, Heavenly Zombie King, Earth Chief Zombie Goo, Azura Zombie Goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie Goo, and so on. They were either thrown onto the main beam or placed in a corner, one after another. Goo worms streaked across the sky, leaving behind colorful shadows in the eyes of the captives. These people were terrified, but did not dare to ask anything. They stood on the spot, not daring to move. Like little chicks, the headless corpses of the 2 people killed by Fang Yuan were still lying at their feet. Blood gushed out from their broken necks, and the smell of blood gradually spread in the hall. After arranging these goo worms, Fang Yuan followed Mo Yao's instructions and poured his primeval essence. The order of the infusion was very particular, suddenly choosing the goo worms in the southeast corner, suddenly going straight to the northwest corner, and suddenly moving to the left and right sides. Sometimes it was the main goo, sometimes it was the supplementary goo. Even Fang Yuan was confused. He was inwardly vigilant. When all the goo worms were activated, the lumps of light gradually linked together, quickly forming a yellow light that covered the interior of the hall, forming a lighthouse that enveloped all the captives in the hall. Fang Yuan's heart shook. His pupils dilated. In his mind, Mo Yao's will laughed lightly, explaining, "This is a goo house." Fang Yuan could not help but blurt out, "This 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is its essence a goo house." Mo Yao chuckled. "Foolish kid, don't you know the essence of a goo house is a killer move? 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a killer move. Goo houses are also killer moves. Their essence is the same. Naturally, they can be converted." Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with brilliance. He sensed Mo Yao's hidden meaning and immediately asked, "According to what you said, doesn't that mean all killer moves can be converted into goo houses?" "Of course." Mo Yao replied resolutely, "Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. A goo worm has a single effect. What is a killer move? It is to combine different goo worms and stack their effects together, either making one side of the effect peerless or making the effect complex, taking into account many aspects." Mo Yao did not go overboard, whether he could comprehend it or not. That was up to Fang Yuan himself. Fang Yuan was dazed. Inspiration flashed in his mind continuously. Mo Yao's words seemed to have pierced through that layer of window paper, raising his vision to a whole new level. That's right. The essence of a goo house is a killer move. It is just that the form is fixed. For example, 88-point Xinyang Tower or Water Pavilion. The former covers the imperial court, alludes to northern plains, plundering resources and storing inheritances. The latter is faintly discernible and can be used for defense and storage. These functions cannot be provided by a single goo worm. It is the combination of these goo worms by goo masters. Looking at it from another angle, a goo house is only a form of a killer move. Since 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King can only be used on me, why can't it form a goo house and affect many people at the same time? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked in front of him again. In the goo house, the bodies of those goo master captives had already started to change. What happened to me? Everyone screamed in fear. They found that their skin was rapidly growing golden scales. Ah, So painful, so painful. Itchy, too itchy. I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Soon, they fell to the ground one after another, some scratching their skin and tearing their clothes into shreds. Some arched their backs like prawns, clutching their chests as blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. What is this thing? Why are there monstrous arms growing out of my back? Not long after, the screams of the people reached their peak, shaking the roof tiles. Arms grew out one after another. Each arm was different. Some were dark green, some were dark purple, some were yellow, and they were of different thicknesses, looking deformed and ugly. But Fang Yuan did not care about such minor details. He squinted his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura of the Gu Masters. He felt joy in his heart, but also fear. Chapter 580. In the deep and serene hall, only Fang Yuan stood there. It was deathly silent. The faint yellow light connected together, forming the shape of a Gu house. In the lighthouse, there were corpses all over the ground. Close to 200 Gu Masters had died tragically. Some of these corpses were covered in scales. Their bodies were stiff like iron. Some had monstrous arms and had sinister expressions. Some even self-detonated, their broken limbs falling everywhere. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he questioned Mo Yao in his mind. "This is the killer move you thought of?" Mo Yao said confidently. "These Gu Masters were definitely going to die. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements on the Gu Master's body. Now it seems that even with your strength path foundation, you cannot endure this intensity." Fang Yuan snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. "This is the explanation you are giving me? You think I can't see it? This killer move has many flaws. 50 to 60 people died at the start, close to 100 died in the middle, and at the end, only 6 to 7 Gu Masters could still hold on. There are at least 17 flaws. Don't forget, we have an agreement." He. Mo Yao giggled. She did not mind being threatened, replying, "Little brother, don't be impatient. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is just an initial creation. It is normal for it to have some flaws. As long as we continue to repair it, it will slowly reach the ideal state." She replied to Fang Yuan while thinking, "This lad is not simple. He can actually sense 17 flaws with his refinement path master attainment. He can only see 11. It seems his strength path attainment has already reached the edge of master level." Mo Yao did not know that Fang Yuan was actually playing a trick. "I only saw 7 flaws. I added 10 on purpose. I wanted to trick her. It seems this killer move has more than 17 flaws." Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Mo Yao was trying to estimate his depth, while Fang Yuan was also trying to estimate Mo Yao's foundation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. There were many flaws the Gu Masters used for testing were all dead, but Fang Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. Logically speaking, Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Even if it was a hastily created killer move, it would not have so many flaws. It is true that Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, but what is here now is only a fragment of her will. Fang Yuan's compromise was a lie. He wanted to eliminate Mo Yao's will. Actually, nothing had changed. His probing had allowed him to discover a weakness in Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I paid a huge price earlier. Purchasing a lot of expensive information from Jewel Yellow Skies is also valuable. Wisdom Path is the path of seeking wisdom. It is divided into thought, will, and emotion. Mind is the foundation, but when mortals think, thoughts would arise one after another. Many thoughts gathered will be formed. When different wills are entangled endlessly, love will form. Thoughts are like weeds, unable to be extinguished, they grow again. Will is ever-changing. It can be as hard as steel, as vast as the sky, or as blazing as fire. While emotion is like water when it is shallow, it is like a small stream. It cannot be cut off or sorted out. When it is deep, it is like an ocean. Heaven and earth shaking, its power is unparalleled. Of these three, love is the hardest to eradicate. Will is second. Thoughts are the easiest to destroy, but they are also the easiest to form. I should rejoice that what is left in my mind now is only Mo Yao's will and not her emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created, thoughts collide with each other, they can be destroyed or fused, and finally, a new thought is produced. This is the result of the thought. Then what about a will? He. Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed coldly in his mind. Willpower wasn't something that could be formed just by gathering all sorts of random thoughts together. But wills were indeed the combination of countless thoughts. Once a will thinks of a problem, it would use its own thoughts to collide with each other, creating new thoughts and obtaining the result of the thought. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited the attainment level of a refinement grandmaster. But she created a flawed six-armed heavenly zombie king. Not because her abilities were limited, but because she was worried about her own safety. She did not dare to think deeply. At this point, Fang Yuan had already found the weakness of Mo Yao's will. A living person thinking endlessly would harm their body, not to mention a remnant will. The more the will thinks, the more it would consume itself, and the weaker it would become. If Mo Yao was still alive, the thoughts consumed by her would be replenished in her mind. But the current situation was, Mo Yao was already dead. Why was her will sleeping in water pavilion, only waking up when Fang Yuan came in? Because her will could not be awake at all times. When she was awake, her thoughts were agile. That meant she could think. The more she thought, the weaker her will would become, and eventually it would die. Looking at 88-point Jinyang Tower, this grand and majestic rank 8 immortal goo house contained giant sun immortals' will. But even someone as strong as giant sun immortals' will was slumbering now. Be it giant sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were rootless without any replenishment. They would only become weaker. Although my wisdom path attainment is very shallow, I have a huge advantage. That is, I am still alive. Currently, even though I cannot match Mo Yao's will, as long as I have enough time to maintain this stalemate, the result will be my victory. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this. After all, he had a portion of Mo Yao's will in his mind. Thinking too much leads to more thoughts. Even though he was using space thought goo now, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would find a flaw. Sigh. In the hall, Fang Yuan sighed faintly. Mo Yao's will was a huge burden. When Fang Yuan thought about problems, he had to be wary. Originally, sneaking into imperial court, blessed land, and seizing landscape as before immortal goo had already caused him to rack his brains. Now, with such a huge enemy lurking in his mind, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in other thoughts. If it was in the past, he would be able to do this by just calming his mind and concentration. But when Fang Yuan did it now, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted, with a feeling of mental exhaustion. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh, but misunderstood Fang Yuan. He consoled. He, little brother, you are still young. You should work hard. Why are you sighing? Don't worry. I have already modified the killer move. I need to change 6 of the goo worms and add 3 more. Oh. Fang Yuan's brows rose. He said calmly, I'd like to hear the details. Mo Yao explained in detail. Fang Yuan had who immortal blessed land, communicating with jewel yellow skies, and exchanging for mortal goo was not a problem. At the same time, Fang Yuan ordered Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu. They were to secretly capture goo masters and bring them to the hall. 3 days later, there was another human experiment. The result was much better than the previous one. But there was still a flaw. Mo Yao combined the results. He suggested another modification. Fang Yuan did as he was told. He did this over and over again, not getting tired of it. He knew clearly Mo Yao's will had Grandmaster attainment level, but he did not want to think deeply and weaken himself. Thus, he continued to experiment, using realistic results to reduce his own thinking. But even so, Mo Yao's will still needed to think. How to modify the killer move? He wanted to know the answer to this question. Thinking was unavoidable. The more he thought, the weaker Mo Yao's will became. Fang Yuan did not want to alert the enemy. He was prepared to fight a long battle. Half a month passed like this, the 15th experiment. In the hall, corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan stored the dozen or so goo worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He looked at the ground and nodded in satisfaction. The test takers had low cultivation level. They could not withstand the powerful killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. They would die for sure. But how they died and what they looked like after death, that was the crucial point. Right now, the corpses on the ground had all turned into zombies. Their bodies were covered in yellow scales, and there were 6 arms on their backs, all of which were covered in sharp scales. The arms were of the same thickness, the muscles bulged, and the hands were pitch black. The nails were sharp and sinister. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses borrow strength goo as the core, the 6 flying zombie goo as the foundation, and the other 18 goo as support. Strictly speaking, it is a transformation path killer move, condensing corpse energy and turning people into flying zombies. This way, the Goo Master's body would be strengthened by more than 10 times and can withstand even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, summarizing his experiences over the last few days. But precisely because of this, the corpse energy is dense, causing this killer move's repercussions to be extremely severe. Even among the support goo, there are 3 life force goo, but they can only maintain the killer move for 7 to 8 minutes. Is that the gist of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother's words are clear and logical. It makes sense. Using borrow strength goo, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth's weather, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using the zombie body. The zombie body is stronger than living, and its recovery is outstanding. It complements the borrow strength goo. But goo masters are living people, while corpse energy is death energy. The longer you transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the more corpse energy there will be in your body. When the corpse energy devours your life force, you will completely turn into a zombie, unable to transform again. This is the repercussions of this killer move. Life force and death energy are clearly separated. They are like mortal enemies. The fusion of life and death is an eternal problem. It is already beyond my ability. I have placed 3 life force goo worms among the support goo. This is already my limit. If there are too many of them, they will interfere with the corpse energy. At best, the killer move's power will fall. At worst, the killer move will collapse. If there are too few of them, the duration of the battle will decrease sharply, and its practicality will fall greatly. Fang Yuan listened, nodding on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he scoffed inwardly. Mo Yao's words were like changing the topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an eternal problem. From start to finish, no one had ever heard of someone dying and living at the same time. Life and death could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Could he not think of other killer moves? Why must he use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? It was just that she had modified the killer move 4-arm Wind King that Fang Yuan provided to save time and effort in thinking. Fang Yuan was sure that with her grandmaster attainment level, Mo Yao could completely start from scratch and think of a completely new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, an Inkman. If he is not of our race, his heart is definitely different. Thus, these last days, she has used over 1,000 Gu masters to experiment, but as a righteous path person, a fairy of Spirit Affinity House, she has been indifferent. Her lover is the famous sword Immortal Bo Qing. I think that within this love, there is probably more admiration for the strong. Bo Qing was known as the pseudo-venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he no different from a dead test subject? Thus, in this world, one has to rely on oneself. Only oneself is the most reliable. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not expose her, instead asking Mo Yao, "So, is the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King completed?" Mo Yao shook his head. "Not enough. The test subjects are only low-rank Gu masters. We still need high-rank Gu masters. Rank 5 Gu masters are the best. If it is rank 5 strength path, that would be perfect." Rank 5 strength path. Fang Yuan frowned. As far as he knew, there were no other candidates besides him. Chapter 581. Fang Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the central area of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The secret room was circular, with walls shining with starlight and a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model on the table. It was similar to a sand table. It was the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center. Even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. "I am here again." In his mind, Mo Yao's will sighed. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to her. He only looked at the white jade round table. Since entering 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had first used the guest token to reach high grade and enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steal and found the glass owner token. Next, he used the glass owner token to enter the central control room. But because of Dichio inheritance, he chose to temporarily stop attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. All in all, Dichio inheritance had its pros and cons. Although Fang Yuan obtained the Immortal Gu, its effect was special. It benefited others at the expense of himself. Furthermore, Mo Yao's will had infiltrated his mind. He could not get rid of it and had many internal problems. But undeniably, Mo Yao's will had given Fang Yuan many pointers these days. He had gained a lot. Not just the refinement path insights, just the killer moves like 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and Ink Transformation, as well as the modified Earth Chief Zombie Gu's recipe, were very valuable. Besides this, there was another huge benefit. That was, it was very useful for Fang Yuan's plans for 88-point Jinyang Tower. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. He had deep research on 88-point Jinyang Tower. Back then, he had infiltrated Imperial Court Blessed Land and created a loophole, creating Dichio inheritance, a legendary character. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He also had the video of Central Continent Gu immortals attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower. He also had the precious first-hand information from Land Spirit Langya, and now he even had the help of Mo Yao. This time, he was very confident, but right after that, his gaze froze slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table was covered in a layer of sticky black liquid. The black liquid formed a loophole vortex and slowly poured into a hole in the sand table. The hole was none other than the location of the Dichio succession. But now, there was no trace of the ink on the sand table, and the spot that was covering Dichio was completely restored, without a single hole. Such a scene was like a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's confidence. His heart skipped a beat, just as he was about to make a guess. Mo Yao's will in his mind knew what he was thinking and chuckled. There are gains and losses. Little brother, you've already obtained the inheritance of Di Qiu with the power of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The previous hole must have been restored. The hole on Di Qiu is no longer there, and the small tower should have been rebuilt. Without the hole, how do I refine the glass owner token into an edge owner token? Fang Yuan asked. If there is no hole, you can create a new hole. Mo Yao smiled proudly. Why did I teach you the refinement path killer move ink transformation? You should have guessed it already. That's right. The ink you saw covering the sand table was caused by the killer move ink transformation. If there is no hole, create a hole. Mo Yao's words displayed the bearing of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fang Yuan's brows to raise slightly. Even though it was easy to say how to create a hole, Fang Yuan, who was at least a refinement path grandmaster, did not have this ability. Mo Yao continued, loopholes can't be casually made. Choosing randomly will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. Once the will wakes up, we will all die without a proper burial ground. Fortunately, the 88-point Jinyang Tower has been through the vicissitudes of time. It is no longer perfect. Time has carved out all sorts of flaws. Back then, I chose Di Qiu because it had the biggest flaw. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling happy in his heart. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source. If she wanted to find a flaw, she would need to think a lot. This was a huge drain on her. But Mo Yao did not follow Fang Yuan's wishes. She said, little brother, follow my instructions and use your mind to look into the sand table. I will tell you the mysteries of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's operations. This will help you find a flaw. All right. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Mo Yao's actions were not out of his expectations. She cherished herself. It was fine if she did not think for herself. Fang Yuan used this chance to secretly learn from her and increase his understanding of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely profound. Fang Yuan's mind entered the sand table. It was like a small boat in a vast ocean. It felt boundless and unfathomable. One corner or one side, they were both worth studying. At this moment, he felt insignificant and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's instructions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 flaws. 13 of them were bigger and formed a flaw comparable to the one in Di Qiu. This result made Mo Yao sigh. Time flies, so many years have passed. Even the 88 True Yang building could not escape the erosion of the river of time. Back then, I only found 38 flaws and only 6 flaws. After pausing for a while, she continued to instruct Fang Yuan. Little brother, next, you can use the killer move ink transformation to refine these flaws. Fang Yuan followed her instructions. He willed, and over 800 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. They were related to metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood, and other paths, with dark path as the main path. Although these were mortal goo, over 10 of them had already gone extinct during the medieval antiquity era, while some could even be traced back to the remote antiquity era. Thus they were extremely rare, completely extinct in the 5 regions now. Only a few goo immortals had collected them. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to gather these goo worms. He had spent at least 1.5 immortal yuan stone. Immortal yuan stone had extremely high value. It could directly replenish a goo immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate. It was also the currency used by goo immortals for transactions. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life at his peak, he had only accumulated over 60 immortal yuan stone. In this life, he had risked his life to obtain who immortal blessed land, and the highest record he had was 12 immortal yuan stones. Right now, he only had 2 left. There was no helping it. There were too many places that required immortal yuan stone. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering wisdom path information, purchasing goo worms, and so on, they all required immortal yuan stone. Close to 1,000 goo worms flew in the air, like a swarm of bees, or a rain of flowers. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He commanded the goo worms. When the time was finally ripe, he shouted, "Ink transformation!" The goo worms turned into a lump of dark cloud. Raindrops fell from the cloud, landing on the sand table and turning into drops of ink. The drops of ink accumulated, gradually covering the surface of the sand table. Fang Yuan's mind was highly concentrated on a certain flaw. He controlled the ink liquid to rush towards it. In his rank 5 peak stage aperture, his primeval essence rapidly decreased. More than half of the ink liquid was used up before it could barely break through a layer of obstruction, forming a whirlpool of holes and slowly entering the hole in the sand table. Seeing this, Mo Yao said, "Put in the glass owner token in your hand." Fang Yuan obeyed, putting in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the whirlpool of ink, vanishing without a trace. The ink liquid consumption suddenly increased. About an hour later, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. 4 hours later, the ink liquid was completely gone, and a brand new owner token flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed it. The owner token's appearance had already changed. On the previous foundation, there was a sharp protrusion at the edge, like a horn. One edge owner token. This is indeed the image. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, after a descendant of Giant Sun, immortal passes through a floor, the owner token will be promoted to a one-edge owner token, gaining control over that floor. At the same time, they can enter the treasure room and take away one of the treasures without exchanging. If they can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will be promoted to a 10-edge owner token, and they will be able to take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced, "Giant Sun's true inheritance." Fang Yuan's heart palpitated. Mo Yao continued, "That's right. Giant Sun immortal plan for his descendants. He set up the rules of the Imperial Court contest. He built the 88-point Jinyang Tower and left behind 88 true inheritances in the tower. An immortal venerable's true inheritance is no small matter. But among the victors of the Imperial Court, there are very few who can pass through 10 floors. When I was alive, of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left behind. I wonder how many are left now. He. Speaking of which, I am envious of your luck. We found a total of 13 flaws. Each flaw, after ink transformation, can be promoted to one corner. If you make use of all of them, you will be able to obtain the 13-edge owner token, and you can take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances. Sigh. It will not be like me back then. I only had 6 flaws. Fang Yuan heard this, and his burning heart felt like it was doused with a bucket of cold water. He smiled bitterly. Make use of all the flaws? I won't hide it from you. I only have 2 immortal yuan stone left. I can only use ink transformation one more time. Is that so? Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fang Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fang Yuan. Immortal yuan stone was one of the most important standards to measure a gu immortal. Although Fang Yuan was still immortal, he had hu immortal blessed land. In Mo Yao's mind, he was already half a gu immortal. So this kid only has 2 immortal yuan stone. Is he speaking the truth? It should be. The allure of Giant Sun's true inheritance is not something ordinary people can resist. He is a refinement path master. He naturally knows that the more flaws he refines, the higher the owner token, and the easier it is to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower. Most importantly, I am lurking in his mind. Even if he wants to secretly refine it behind my back, it is impossible. Next, he should be asking for help from the force behind him. Humph! No matter how well this brat hides at that time, he will have to reveal himself and let me see a thing or two. While thinking of this, Mo Yao gave an idea to Fang Yuan with a pleasant expression. Don't worry. Owner tokens can be annexed. As long as you annex the owner token in the hands of the current alliance leader, He Lulan, you might be able to gather 10 edges. As expected of Mo Yao, he really knew a lot of secrets. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He raised his tone and intentionally said, "You want me to attack He Lulan? Are you trying to push me to my death?" Although He Lulan is easy to deal with, behind him is He Tribe, a super force with several Gu immortals protecting him. Ha! You are really daring. Since you can disguise your identity and infiltrate the imperial court, why would you be afraid of a mere He Lulan? Moreover, I am not asking you to kill him. I only want the owner token in his hands. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted. I cannot kill He Lulan. Killing him would be like poking a hornet's nest. I cannot afford to offend He Tribe now. But that owner token is in his hands. He will definitely treasure it like his life. Tell me, what should I do? Cannot afford to offend now. Does this mean that it will not be certain in the future? This kid's ambition is really not small. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key words in his words. Chapter 582. Kill. Damn it, another myriad beast king. In the huge desert, the hot air distorted one's vision. On the golden sea of sand, sandworms were emerging from the sand. As for the Gu Masters, they occupied a sand dune and defended it with difficulty. This was 88 Point Jinyang Tower's 7th floor, the 89th round. Every checkpoint was a brand new world with all kinds of tests. A sandworm myriad beast king entered the battlefield, immediately causing the Gu Master's defensive line to fluctuate. Hold on for another 45 minutes, and we will pass this round. Soul Blade General Pan Ping shouted loudly, boosting the morale. He was from the demonic path, and had now officially joined He Tribe, becoming an external elder of He Tribe. His personal battle strength was outstanding, but this round was a test of defense. It required the challengers to hold on to a specific sand dune for 12 hours, facing the tide of sandworms. Unless they were Gu immortals, the strength of mortals was minuscule. Thus, the more people there were, the better. But Pan Ping's words did not have much effect. Up until now, the Gu Masters had suffered heavy casualties. They were exhausted and were about to reach their limits. Damn it, another myriad beast king appeared. How can we survive? Big Beard wiped the blood and sweat on his face, shouting strangely. His real name was unknown because of his thick beard. People called him Big Beard. In the previous round, he passed the 18th round of the 6th floor, thus making a name for himself. From being unknown to having a little bit of fame today, he was originally a rank 2 Gu Master, a small fry that could not be found in the sacred palace. But because of the reward for clearing the round, he advanced to rank 3 Realm. When a Gu Master reached rank 3, it was not the same. Rank 2 were common, but rank 3 were rare. Most of them were clan elders or elders. When Big Beard reached rank 3, his situation immediately improved. High-quality primeval essence raised his battle strength. His battle strength increased, along with the abundant battle spoils. Not only this, many middle-sized tribes extended olive branches to him. Small-sized tribes could not afford to raise an external elder, while large-sized tribes looked down on him. This is the 89th round. If we pass it, the reward will be incredible. It's impossible for people like us to get it. It is enough for me to exchange for 2 rank 3 Gu. The bearded man thought, his heart burning. As he fought, he took the time to glance at the big shots at the top of the sand dune. They were the ones who issued the mission and gathered close to 1,000 Gu Masters to challenge this obstacle. The sandworm myriad beast king charged into the defensive line. A fierce battle broke out immediately. Golden light, arrow rain, fire, all sorts of attacks rained down on the myriad beast king. the myriad beast king's carapace suddenly turned golden. Its defense greatly increased, blocking all the attacks. It roared again and again, charging into the crowd and stirring up a bloody storm. Chang Biao stood on the sand dune and frowned. "The situation is rather grim," he said. "This myriad beast king actually has a rank 5 golden armor goo. If we let it continue to wreak havoc, the defensive line will be completely destroyed sooner or later." Up to this point, this was already the 9th myriad beast king. The battle strength of the myriad beast kings also differed according to the wild goo parasitized on them. This myriad beast king was rather troublesome because it had an outstanding defensive goo. Its group attack was not very effective. In such a situation, goo master experts would normally have to personally make a move to have an effect. As the saying goes, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Chang Biao's unspoken meaning. And it was precisely because of this. Ma Yingjie was standing beside him. At this moment, he stepped out of the crowd and said, "Then let me do it." No one objected. Once the myriad beast king appeared, everyone took turns to attack. This was agreed upon earlier, according to the order, and it just happened to be Ma Yingjie's turn. As expected of Ma Yingjie, he personally led the Pegasus group and easily obstructed the Sandworm Myriad Beast King, immediately stabilizing the situation. Little Ma Zun is truly extraordinary. On the sand dune, everyone praised. "Brother Chang, what do you think of Ma Yingjie?" Pan Ping secretly transmitted his voice. Ma Yingjie was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader. His teacher was Ma Zun, but Ma tribe failed and was forced to submit by He Lulan. Now, Ma tribe was on the decline and was only a mid-sized force. Chang Biao knew what Pan Ping meant. He wanted to rope in Ma Yingjie and make him a member of the Wolf-Killing Alliance. The so-called Wolf-Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Fang Yuan. Pan Ping's inheritance was stolen by Fang Yuan on Xingjiu Peak. Thus he was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Chang Biao and Chang Shan Yin had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. Fang Yuan's influence was unparalleled. He could contend with He Lulan. Pan Ping and Chang Biao had many gains, obtaining many benefits from 88-point Xinyang Tower, and were already ranked 4-peak stage. But to deal with Fang Yuan, they knew the chances of success were low, thus they needed more powerful helpers. Seeing Chang Biao remain silent, Pan Ping continued. Ma tribe suffered a crushing defeat, mainly because of Chang Shanin. Ma Yingjie's master Ma Zun died in his hands. He and Chang Shan Yin have a deep grudge. But Chang Biao shook his head, transmitting, "No, Ma Yingjie is a man of perseverance. He is a hero of his generation. From what I see, he is only thinking about the tribe now. He wants to revive Ma tribe. Since he wants to revive the tribe, he will not go against the Wolf King. Instead, he will try to befriend him. The Wolf King is powerful, and our wolf-killing alliance is in the dark. This is our biggest advantage. We cannot recruit outsiders recklessly, one wrong move, and we will expose ourselves." Pan Ping was not willing to give up. He persisted. "Brother Chang, how can we be overcautious when doing big things? Chang Shanin is a petty person. He has myriad wolf guards. When we fight in the future, our strength will be greatly reduced by the wolf group. Don't forget that this person has an extremely high-strength path cultivation. Ma Yingjie commands the horse group. People call him Little Ma Zun. He has the bearing of a great master. We need such an expert to deal with the wolf group." Chang Biao glanced at Pan Ping, feeling dissatisfied. Pan Ping was a demonic path goo master, known as the Lone Blade General. He did things without restraint. He was bold and ruthless. From Chang Biao's point of view, he was rash and unwise, unable to achieve big things. Actually, Pan Ping was also dissatisfied. From his point of view, Chang Biao acted cautiously. overcautious and overcautious. Thinking too much, this was not a hero. This was the difference in their personalities. Chang Biao was a sinister person. Back then when he schemed against Chang Shan-yin, he used someone else to do his dirty work. He also cherished his reputation. After so many years, he did not dare to acknowledge Chang Jiyu as his son. As for Pan Ping, his nature could be seen from how he rampaged through the army during the imperial court contest, charging forward. But despite the difference, be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they tolerated each other. They were clear in their hearts that the Wolf King was not someone they could deal with alone. Pan Ping is from the demonic path. How would he know the thoughts of us righteous path people? He wants to recruit Ma Yingjie. Humph, wishful thinking. I told him about the wolf-killing alliance a moment ago. Who knows? Ma Yingjie would betray him and express his goodwill to the Wolf King. Sigh, how should I persuade him? Chang Biao sighed in his heart. He was intelligent and immediately came up with a plan. He transmitted, Brother Pan, it is true that Chang Shan-yin killed Ma Zun, but don't forget who killed Ma Yingjie's father, Ma Shangfeng. Pan Ping was stunned. His expression was blank. Ma Shangfeng was killed by Pan Ping in the chaos of the army. Pan Ping had also made great contributions and obtained many rewards. His contributions back then had now become a stumbling block to his revenge. This was something Pan Ping did not expect. But Pan Ping was a stubborn person. He mentioned, it is true that I killed his father, but that was a battle between two armies. We were fighting for our own masters. Since Brother Chang thinks that Ma Yingjie prioritizes the tribe, then I believe your judgment. Since that is the case, we will design in this aspect. As long as Ma Yingjie believed that the existence of the Wolf King is the biggest obstacle to his revitalization of the tribe. Isn't that better? When he said this, it was Chang Biao's turn to be stunned. He cast another glance at Pan Ping, thinking, sure enough, even a wise man with 1,000 considerations might make a mistake. Even a fool with 1,000 considerations might make a correct decision. He didn't expect Pan Ping to be like this. There are also times when he's smart. At that moment, his mind raced, and he began to plan. That's right, there is indeed a possibility of success. Ma Yingjie's weakness was the Ma tribe. But how can we make Ma Yingjie willingly join the Wolf-Killing League? As Chang Biao thought of this, he suddenly thought of a small piece of information. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the left defensive line. There was a young rank 2 Gu master. He is Ma Hongyun. He was the head servant of Ma Yingjie before, but now he is one of Ma Yingjie's most trusted aides. Not long ago, the Wolf King hunted the Earth Chief Beast Group, and Ma Hongyun escaped with great gains. After offering it to Ma tribe, Ma Yingjie immediately rewarded him with 3 green copper relic goo as a reward for his loyalty. He also didn't take any of the goo worms he offered and returned them to him. This kid's luck is really good. He managed to leave before Chang tribe, and Gu tribe's Gu masters entered the battlefield. Green copper relic goo's value is not low. Ma tribe is declining. There are many things to do, and the people's hearts are in chaos. Ma Yingjie could not use the green copper relic goo himself, so he spent a lot of money to buy horse bones and set an example. Ma Hongyun obtained the green copper relic goo he needed the most, and in one night he advanced to rank 2. His speed is so fast that even I cannot compare to him. Chang Biao thought of this and sighed at the mysteries of fate. Compared to Ma Hongyun, Chang Biao's background was much more noble, and he had large amounts of resources. But even so, Chang Biao reached rank 2 dozens of times faster than Ma Hongyun. This was because green copper relic goo grew naturally and were extremely rare and had different origins. It was also thanks to the 88-point Xinyang Tower that Ma Yingjie got as a reward for passing the round. This kid Ma Hong Yun got rich by taking advantage of Chang Shanin. Earlier, Chang Shanin even ordered Chang and Gu tribe's Gu masters to arrest many Gu masters who took advantage of him. What if I report this to the authorities? Chang Biao pondered. No, just one Ma Hong Yun, a mere rank 2. He is not even an ant in Chang Shan Yin's eyes. His status is still too low, even if I report him. Ma Yingjie will not deal with Chang Shanin for a mere Ma Hong Yun. This matter, I need to continue planning and waiting. 45 minutes later, the cheers on the sand dune were deafening. Victory, victory! It was not easy. I finally passed this round. I wonder what the reward for this round is. Many curious gazes gathered on Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie, and the rest. After this round, many Gu worms appeared in Chang Biao and the rest's apertures. One of the east window Gu contained information. 6-arm heavenly zombie king, Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie, and the rest looked at each other after inspecting it. They had different expressions. Chapter 583. Boom. A figure dashed out like a bolt of lightning. His 6 arms pounded like heavy cannons and blew up an enormous helmeted crab. At once, in this secret room, blood splattered everywhere. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Ha ha ha. Pan Ping's hair was disheveled. Ignoring the blood and broken limbs on his body, he raised his head and laughed. Exhilarating, exhilarating. This 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move is really powerful. Using the corpse, I can avoid the lack of strength path foundation. Thus, even if I only cultivate strength path slightly, I can still use it. Pan Ping's eyes shined brightly as he muttered to himself, savoring it. He was from the demonic path. He lacked resources and talent. Thus, he had never grasped any killer moves. But even if he had not eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. After roaming in northern plains for so many years, Pan Ping's horizons had been broadened. He knew that this 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move was as described in the records. It was extremely powerful. As long as I have it, my chances of winning against Wolf King will increase by 10%. Wolf King has a strength path killer move. Now I have one too. Wolf King, don't be arrogant. One day I will return the humiliation I suffered to you. Pan Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, Chang Biao was also testing this killer move. As expected of the reward from 88-point Jinyang Tower, this killer move is too powerful. The power of the killer move also shocked Chang Biao. If there is anything lacking, it would be that my appearance is slightly ugly. Chang Biao looked at the mirror in front of him with a deep gaze. The Chang Biao in the mirror had green-gray skin. Fangs protruded from his mouth. His eyes were dim yellow, and his hair was a mess of red and green. It was very horrifying, especially the 6 monstrous arms on his back. They were all different in thickness, each looking ferocious, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Pan Ping was from the demonic path. He usually lacked resources and lived a tough life. With survival as his goal, he did not care about this image. But Chang Biao was different. He came from Chang tribe. He was noble. He was a reputable person in the righteous path. He cherished his feathers and cared about his reputation. If he appeared in front of people with this appearance, he would feel uncomfortable. However, although he is ugly, this is the only way to deal with Chang Shanin. Thinking of Feng Yuan, Chang Biao made up his mind. Speaking of which, this move is quite similar to his strength path killer move. His killer move was to grow 4 arms on his back together with his own arms, a total of 6 arms. My killer move is to grow 6 arms on my back, a total of 8 arms. This was the difference in appearance. In terms of power, my killer move is also more powerful. Chang Biao compared inwardly. His impression of Fang Yuan's killer move was still at the imperial court contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chang Biao's mind, and a guess appeared in his mind. But it is also strange. The two killer moves were so similar. Maybe this killer move of mine is the original version, while Chang Shanyan's killer move is an incomplete version that he obtained by chance. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chang Shanyin is already an enslavement master with talent in enslavement path. How can he also have talent in strength path? When I kill him in the future, I wonder what expression Chang Shanyin will have when I use this killer move. I am really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Chang Biao's lips curled into a small smile. Right at this time, a servant came to report. It said that Pan Ping was here. Chang Biao thought about it and roughly understood Pan Ping's intention. He ordered, "Bring him to my study room and serve him with good tea. I will be there in a while." Because he was testing the killer move. Chang Biao's clothes were already tattered. After changing his clothes, he came to the study room and saw Pan Ping drinking tea on the guest seat. What a pity for my good tea. Chang Biao sneered in his mind, cupping his fists. Brother Pan, looking at your joyful expression, it must be that the killer move you tested is effective. Ha ha ha. Brother Chang guessed correctly. It is indeed so. This killer move is extremely ingenious and powerful. Pan Ping laughed heartily before changing the topic. But there are some problems. I tried it 3 times, and every time I stopped the killer move, I felt an unbearable pain in my stomach, and it got heavier each time. Is this the side effect of the killer move? Oh, Chang Biao heard this, and his gaze focused. My symptoms are different from yours. You have pain in your stomach, but I feel dizzy and even temporarily lose my hearing. Even if you did not come, I would have gone to discuss this with you. The two discussed for a while, but could not come up with anything. Firstly, they did not cultivate strength path. Secondly, they did not have refinement path attainment. The so-called discussion was just a trial and error experience. They could not go deep into it. Pan Ping suggested, besides us, there are 3 others who passed the round. Why don't we invite them over and discuss it together? Friendship is formed through interaction. When we are close enough, we can invite them to join the wolf-killing alliance. Pan Ping did not forget to recruit people. Chang Biao smiled and said vaguely, I have already made arrangements for this. I believe we will see results in a few days. Imperial Court, Blessed Land, 1,000 li away from the sacred palace. In the lush green forest, a group of Gu masters were carefully moving forward. Crack! With a crisp sound, Ma Hongyan accidentally stepped on a piece of dead wood. Everyone stopped, their shocked and furious gazes gathered on him. You idiot! How many times have I told you? Pay attention to your steps. Pay attention to your steps. The group leader suppressed his voice and scolded with his eyes wide open. Sorry, I did not do it on purpose. Ma Hongyan quickly apologized. Shut up. Shoo, lower your voice, you idiot. The Gu masters beside Ma Hongyan were anxious. The person beside him even covered Ma Hongyan's mouth in a moment of desperation. The leader's expression was solemn with slight killing intent. He was also anxious. All of you, quiet down. If we disturb the Iron Beak bird group, we will be doomed. This time, we are only here to steal the bird eggs. We will leave after stealing them. Whoever dares to mess this up, I will kill them first. The leader was the only rank 3 Gu master in this group. He was strong and naturally had prestige. Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly nodded their heads, including Ma Hongyan. The leader looked around, his gaze stopping on Ma Hongyan. He gave him a ruthless stare. He had already made up his mind. When we return, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. After this, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. So what if he is rank 2? Sigh, I was really blind back then. Seeing that his rank 2 goo worms are so exquisite and comprehensive, I agreed to let him join us. Goo masters are stupid to this extent. What use are the goo worms? Swoosh! Right at this time, there was a loud sound like a wave in the forest. Large numbers of iron-beak birds. They flapped their wings, flying from the branches into the sky. Seeing this, the goo masters felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? Oh no, the birds are startled. Let's run. Ma Hongyun, it's all your fault. If I don't die this time, I will definitely settle the score with you. Everyone was anxious and fearful. Some were furious. No, the birds are flying towards the south. We did not startle them. It seems that there are others who accepted this mission from Chang tribe. The leader saw the situation and was overjoyed. He could not help but shout. Everyone turned to look at him. As expected, their mood immediately changed. Save us! Save us! A group of goo masters quickly retreated, running towards them. Looking at the flock of birds that were attracted over, the goo masters' eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Don't come over. The leader shouted. If you come over, I will kill you first. Leader, look at their clothing. They should be Chang tribe members. Ma Hongyun said hesitantly. The leader stared, almost beating him up. He scolded, You idiot! Do you still want to live? If not, go and save them. Ma Hongyun thought of the Earth Chief Beast Group earlier. He only wanted to warn Jiangdong, but he was framed. If not for my luck. Ma Hongyun thought of this and shuddered, asking the leader, Then what do we do? The leader gritted his teeth, seeing that Chang tribe goo masters did not listen to his warning and were running towards them. He stomped his foot. What else can we do? Split up and run. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Ma Hongyun was stunned. He quickly chose a direction and ran with all his might. Lord, that is Ma Hongyun, Ma Ingjia's trusted aide. The escaping Chang tribe goo masters looked flustered, but they were actually calm and fearless. Chang tribe's leader was Chang Biao's trusted aide. He looked at Ma Hongyun's back and was stunned. Is this person an idiot? He has a movement goo and isn't using it? Chang tribe wanted to scheme. They naturally had information on Ma Hongyun. They knew that his goo worms were all rank 2 and were of excellent quality. They are going to catch up. Damn it, why are they running so fast? It is because they used a movement goo. Ah, right, I have a movement goo. While running, Ma Hongyun patted his forehead, quickly activating his goo worm and increasing his speed. I finally remembered. Why is he running towards the left? The leader was stunned again. He did not know that Ma Hongyun had no sense of direction. His sense of direction was extremely poor. Earlier, during Fei tribe's coup, his father sacrificed himself to let him escape. In the end, he took a big detour and turned back. Ma Hongyun's escape caused the situation to become grim. The leader quickly commanded, You quickly follow Ma Hongyun and protect him. Also, tell Lady Chang, Li to go ahead and prepare. Yes, Lord. Even though Chang tribe's goo masters were elites, Ma Hongyun ran around randomly and often fell into dangerous situations. Chang tribe's goo masters attracted the birds while protecting him in the dark without being seen through. It was extremely difficult. The plan that was supposed to succeed had instead sacrificed many experts. Save me. Chang Li lay on the ground, weak, looking pitiful. She tore her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and disheveled hair, looking delicate and pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over, only looking ahead and running for his life. He did not notice Chang Li. Chang Li was dazed, but she had an idea in the midst of the crisis, tripping Ma Hongyun when he was about to run over. Plop! Ma Hongyun fell flat on his face. Turning around to look, he was stunned. What a beautiful girl! He was usually simple-minded, but he was also at the age of a young man. "Gongzi, please save me," Chang Li said. Chang Li's voice made Ma Hongyun's heart itch. Chapter 584. One day later, at the banquet, this time, the noble son saved my daughter. I am extremely grateful. The first cup of wine is to clan leader Ma. Chang Biao raised the cup in his hand, smiling. Ma Yingjie hurriedly raised his cup, saying humbly, "This was just a coincidence. I did not expect to save Lord Chang Biao's beloved daughter. This is Hongyun's honor." Ha ha ha. Chang Biao laughed loudly, draining his cup. Ma Yingjie also drained his cup. Ma Hongyun sat beside him. Becoming the main character of the banquet, dozens of gazes were focused on him. Feeling the probing, curious, and doubtful gazes, Ma Hongyun was somewhat uneasy. Chang Biao gently put down his cup, using his gaze to indicate Pan Ping, who was sitting beside him. They had already discussed this before. Pan Ping understood, looking at Ma Hongyun. "Nephew, tell us how you saved the beauty." Ma Hongyun mumbled, unable to say a word. In truth, he also did not know how he saved her. At that time, he only cared about escaping. With the sky full of iron-beaked birds behind him, the situation was so urgent. Even if he saved Chang Li, he did not think twice. Pan Ping's eyes widened, unable to wait for Ma Hongyun to speak. Luckily, Chang Biao had already calculated. Understanding Ma Hongyun's personality, his gaze turned, looking at someone in the banquet. This person immediately stood up, came to the center, cupped his fists, and asked, "Elder Chang Biao, lords, I was one of the people involved. I was fortunate enough to witness the entire situation. Lord Ma Hongyun is magnanimous and humble, not arrogant, but I cannot bear to see a hero be buried. Thus I have the courage to take advantage of the wine to tell the lords." Hearing this, he knew that this person was eloquent. Chang Biao nodded. "Then speak." This person opened his mouth. His words were filled with sincerity. His emotions were vivid, with ups and downs, vivid. Ma Hongyun was portrayed as a lone hero who acted decisively, was brave and astute, and was not afraid of hardships and dangers. Hearing this, everyone cheered from time to time, praising him, looking at Ma Hongyun's gaze. They all changed, becoming respectful, gentle, and appreciative. Ma Hongyun's eyes widened as he listened. It was as if he was listening to a heavenly book. He couldn't believe it. Is this person talking about me? When did I become so powerful? Could it be that he was mistaken? There was another person who couldn't believe it, and that was Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie was the head of the Ma family. He was a hero of his generation, and he was familiar with Ma Hongyun's temperament. How could he be coaxed by these flowery words? On the surface, he had a faint smile on his face. When he heard the ingenuity of Ma Hongyun's words, he kept nodding his head, casting a look of approval towards Ma Hongyun. He had saved Chang Li. There was nothing strange about that. But why did Elder Chang Biao send someone to help Ma Hongyun explain things in such a manner? What was Chang Biao plotting? Although there are dozens of guests at tonight's banquet, there are only two main characters, and that is Chang Biao and Pan Ping. Ma Yingjie was secretly on his guard. Ma family lost in the battle for the imperial court and went from prosperity to decline. Ma Yingjie's master and father were not on the battlefield. Hardships and setbacks made Ma Yingjie mature quickly and become a hero. He secretly guessed Chang Biao's intentions, but he didn't show it on the surface. Ma family had declined, and Chang family was like the sun in the sky because of Feng Yuan. Pan Ping left the demonic path and joined He family. His current identity was an external elder of He family. No matter who it was, they were not people that the current Ma family and Ma Yingjie could afford to offend. Good. After that person finished narrating Ma Hongyun's heroic deeds, Chang Biao said good 3 times in a row. As expected of a young hero, Chang Biao looked at Ma Hongyun and praised him. After a pause, he continued, "Since ancient times, heroes love beauties, and beauties are paired with heroes. I won't hide it from everyone. Ever since my daughter was saved, she has been very quiet and unwilling to leave. I asked for the reason and found out that my daughter's heart belongs to someone else. She is worried about that heroic young man who saved her in danger. I held this banquet to express my gratitude, and also because of this reason." Once he said this, the hall was in an uproar. Countless gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, shock, and disbelief as they looked at Ma Hongyun. What kind of dog shit luck does this kid have to be able to gain the favor of Chang family's young miss? Chang Li is pretty and lovely. Who would have thought that she would fall in love with such a silly kid? Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone to the forest where the iron-beak birds live. Although this Chang Li is not Chang Biao's biological daughter, she was adopted since young and has always been loved by Chang Biao. She is the apple of elder Chang Biao's eye. If Ma Hongyun marries Chang Li, his father-in-law will be Chang Biao. At once, everyone's emotions were boiling. Ma Yingjie quickly recovered from his shock. He quickly thought, and still had doubts. Could this be the reason why Chang Biao invited us to a banquet? Although there is the matter of Su Xian's night elopement. Isn't this too good? Even better things were yet to come. In front of everyone, Chang Biao took out 2 white silver relic gu. The new generation excels the old. Nephew is a young hero of our northern plains. I have to reward you. These 2 white silver relic gu are my thanks for saving my life. Nephew, please accept them." The commotion in the hall became even louder. Ma Hongyun looked at Ma Yingjie in a hurry. Ma Yingjie nodded and smiled. "I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. Hongyun, why are you kneeling and thanking him?" Ma Hongyun quickly left his seat and walked forward, kneeling. "Thank you, Lord Chang Biao, for the gift." Chang Biao laughed heartily and also left his seat, personally handing the 2 white silver relic gu to Ma Hongyun. Under everyone's gaze, he intimately patted Ma Hongyun's hand and asked, "I wonder what nephew's opinion of my daughter?" Ma Hongyun raised his head with a flushed face, not knowing how to reply. After pondering for a while, he finally squeezed out a few words. "Lady Chang Li is beautiful, very beautiful." "Ha ha ha." Chang Biao raised his head and laughed. "That's good, that's good. Nephew, please return to your seat." They returned to their seats and continued with the banquet. The banquet lasted from evening until late at night before the host and guests left after enjoying themselves. As the crowd dispersed, the matter of Chang tribe marrying off their daughter and the lucky lad Ma Hongyun spread far and wide. On the second day, Chang Biao invited Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun to a banquet again. But this time, the scale was smaller and not as big as before. Only a few people were invited. Ma Yingjie looked at the invitation card in his hand, his gaze solemn. After returning, he did not sleep for the whole night, pondering over this matter. The small invitation made him feel exceptionally heavy in his hands. He placed the invitation card on the table and called for a servant. "Go, summon Ma Hongyun to have an audience." The servant quickly received the order, and when he arrived at Ma Hongyun's residence, Zhao Lianyan was instructing Ma Hongyun face to face. "You idiot, what kind of dog shit did you step on to actually have such luck? But this matter is too good. It makes people feel guilty instead. I think tribe leader Ma Yingjie will definitely summon you to inquire about this matter. At that time, you just need to tell him everything clearly. You cannot hide anything." Oh, Ma Hongyun immediately agreed. Also, Zhao Lianyun's eyeballs turned. "Didn't Chang Biao reward you with 2 white silver relic gu?" When the tribe leader summons you, offer these 2 gu to him. What? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, shouting, I risked my life to obtain these with great difficulty. Lord Chang Biao rewarded me with gu worms. If I use them, I can immediately advance to rank 2 upper stage. This is such a good thing. You idiot! Zhao Lianyun angrily kicked Ma Hongyun's calf. Ma Hongyun immediately hugged his calf, crying out in pain, Why did you kick me again? Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes, unhappily reprimanding, What do you know? Even if you advance to rank 2 upper stage with your skills, what use is it? What is the foundation of our existence? It was not because of his cultivation at the second transition, but because of his friendship with leader Ma Yingjie. How did you advance to rank 2? It is the 3 green bronze relic gu that tribe leader Ma Yingjie rewarded you. You offered the white silver relic shares. That is showing your loyalty. Do you think the tribe leader will embezzle your 2 white silver relic gu? Humph, he has no use for them. He will definitely accept them and return them to you. Since he accepted the gu worms, why would he return them to me? Ma Hongyun asked in puzzlement. Idiot! Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes again. Ma tribe is declining now. There are few tribesmen, and many things are waiting to be done. In the whole tribe, there is only 1 rank 3 old Ma Yuliang, and he is crippled. Ma Yingjie has just ascended to the position, and does not have anyone he can use. He also wants to revitalize the tribe. It is time to promote talents and nurture trusted aides. Although your surname was Fei, your surname is Ma now, and you were once Ma Yingjie's head servant. Ma Yingjie knows you very well. He is more assured in using you than others. If you offer your gu worms and express your loyalty, he will definitely be happy and accept your gu worms. This is acknowledging your loyalty. But Ma Yingjie is not a petty and stingy mediocre lord. Accepting the gu worms is just a gesture. He will definitely return them to you. Why? It is to set an example, to encourage the tribesmen to learn from your loyalty. I am certain that he will not only return the white silver relic gu to you, he will even reward you. Although you lack ability, you have loyalty. This is called buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins. Ma Hongyun was confused. What is buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins? Sai, you won't understand even if I explain. Just do as I say. There will definitely be benefits for you. Oh. Ma Hongyun scratched his head and agreed. The 2 had just come to an agreement when Ma Yingjie's servant ran over to send a message. Ma Hongyun followed his words and offered 2 white silver relic gu. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, after Ma Yingjie accepted them, he did not return them to Ma Hongyun. This caused Ma Hongyun to complain to Zhao Lianyun when he returned. Chapter 585. At night, Ma Yingjie brought Ma Hongyun to Chang tribe's banquet. After the banquet ended, Chang Biao asked Ma Hongyun to stay for a private discussion in the study room. Ma Hongyun was personally entertained by Chang Li. I wonder if Ma tribe leader has any insights on 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move. After talking for a while, Chang Biao changed the topic to killer moves. Ma Yingjie, however, did not test the killer move. He said frankly, I am an enslavement path gu master. Strength path is not my specialty. The 89th round rewarded me with this killer move. I am honestly disappointed. I plan to sell this killer move, so I have not tested it yet. Why? Chang Biao was taken aback and exchanged glances with Pan Ping beside him. The 2 did not expect this situation, but it was reasonable. Ma Yingjie was different from them. He had a comprehensive enslavement path inheritance. His master Ma Zun relied on this inheritance to move unhindered in the world, dominating an area. This inheritance contained a killer move. Besides this, Ma Yingjie also had a powerful killer move from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's Gu immortal Dragon Horse Spirit. He could not even practice these killer moves, so why did he have to cultivate other path killer moves? He had cultivated enslavement path since he was young. As long as he cultivated it well, he would be able to dominate an area and revitalize his tribe. Cultivating other paths would instead divert his attention. Since ancient times, Gu masters mainly cultivated one path. There were very few who cultivated two paths at the same time. If one's attention was diverted, they would not be able to accomplish anything. Fang Yuan cultivated two paths at the same time. That was because of his previous life's experience. Ma Yingjie also had to manage the tribe's affairs. He did not have any spare energy to cultivate strength path killer moves at the same time. I won't hide it from you, Brother Pan, and I tested this killer move. Its power was astonishing and shocking. In front of Ma tribe leader, we might as well speak the truth. Saying so, Chang Biao paused, choosing his words with a hesitant expression. He looked at Ma Yingjie with a sincere gaze, saying with some awe, I hope Ma tribe leader can keep this killer move a secret and not spread it. Spread the word that the reward is something else. Chang Biao purposely evaded his words, but Ma Yingjie was a smart person. His gaze flashed as he suddenly understood. I see. Chang Biao was once Chang tribe leader. Now he was the first elder. The tribe leader was his godson Chang Jiyu, while the true decision-maker was Wolf King Chang Shan-in. Chang Biao obtained this killer move and wanted to keep it a secret. This was a Gu master's custom. But there is a problem. If Chang Shan-in hears of it and asks him for it, he will have to hand it over. Ma Yingjie looked at Pan and Chang's expressions and tone. He knew that six-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move was not ordinary. It was definitely not ordinary. Everyone was selfish. After obtaining such a precious treasure, no one would be willing to hand it over for nothing. Ma Yingjie understood this very well. Seeing Ma Yingjie's eyes flicker, Chang Biao continued, I've already informed the others. Ma clan leader could rest assured about this. We still need Chief Ma's strength for the next checkpoint. He. Ma Yingjie's expression turned solemn. Lord Chang Biao is exaggerating. My ability is limited. I am fortunate to be able to cooperate with all the experts here. It is a win-win situation. Let's do as Lord Chang Biao says. I have no objections. Seeing Ma Yingjie agree, Chang Biao and Pan Ping smiled. Sigh, what lord? Ma tribe leader can just call me by my name. Pan Ping saw the chance and immediately tried to get closer. Pan and Chang wanted to pull Ma Yingjie onto the pirate ship. Ma Yingjie wanted to develop his tribe. He also wanted to rely on Chang tribe and He tribe's help. The three tried to curry favor and immediately changed the way they addressed each other, calling each other brothers. The three chatted in the study until late at night. They were very happy. When it was almost midnight, the three separated after deciding on Ma Hongyun and Chang Li's marriage. Brother Chang's plan is brilliant. With this marriage, Ma Yingjie will be tied together with Brother Chang. In the future, when we deal with that Wolf King, would Ma Yingjie not be afraid? Closing the door, Pan Ping laughed. But Chang Biao shook his head. Ma Yingjie is not easy to fool. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. In times of danger, he will definitely have the determination to cut his losses. Now is not the time to recruit him, but as long as we are on good terms with him and let the world know of our close relationship, we can increase our resources and support that Ma Hongyun to increase our control over Ma tribe. In the future, when we declare war with Chang Shan-in, as long as the enraged Chang Shan-in sees Ma tribe as an enemy, Ma Yingjie will not be able to get off our ship to protect the tribe. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was filled with silver light. It was bright and warm. Inside the carriage, Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun sat opposite each other. Hongyun, you are really lucky. You actually obtained Lady Changli's favor. He. I have already decided with Lord Changbiao. The first day of next month will be your and Changli's wedding day. Ma Yingjie smiled. Ah. This news was out of Ma Hongyun's expectations. He could not react in time. I can see your loyalty. Very good. This is your reward. Ma Yingjie sighed, patting Ma Hongyun's shoulder and summoning 3 red steel relic goo from his aperture. This. Ma Hongyun was flabbergasted. He blankly received these 3 red steel relic goo. Marrying Lady Changli without strength and status, wouldn't that weaken our Ma tribe's reputation? Take these 3 red steel relic goo and use them to advance to rank 2 peak stage. With your aptitude, advancing to rank 3 is not a problem. I will now appoint you as the acting elder. You will be in charge of the tribe's miscellaneous affairs. Ma Yingjie announced. Ah. Ma Hongyun's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the Ma tribe leader in front of him. To him, this surprise was too big and too sudden. Ma Yingjie purposely had a dark expression. Why aren't you kneeling down and thanking me? Ma Hongyun's mind was a mess, but his body subconsciously kneeled on the ground. Thank you, Lord, for promoting me. Do well. Ma Yingjie encouraged him, but his thoughts drifted far away. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move seems to have astonishing power, since it can obtain Pan and Changli's attention, and it doesn't require too much strength path cultivation. Why don't I give it a try? 88-point Xinyang Tower, Central Control Room. Ink Transformation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a bright light as he shouted and pressed his hands down. Immediately, all kinds of goo worms fell down like rain, quickly fusing with each other as they fell. When they landed on the sand table, they had already turned into drops of ink. The ink quickly accumulated and covered the entire surface of the sand table again. Next, it found a flaw and formed a whirlpool, gathering towards it. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's saw this and evaluated in satisfaction. Very good. You are already familiar with the refinement path method. I taught you burst rain. Using this method, you can speed up the goo refinement process by at least 30% and even raise the effect by 20%. I have nothing left to teach you about this method. You only need to remember the essence of burst rain lies in the word burst. But you cannot just focus on speed. The entire process requires your full concentration. Thus, you cannot use this method too frequently. If you use it too much, you might become dazed and dizzy, causing the goo refinement to fail. If you use it too much, your soul will be injured and you will lose your memories, becoming demented. Goo refinement was dangerous. It was not much safer than fighting. Fang Yuan already knew this. He listened to Mo Yao's guidance while methodically throwing the owner token into the ink whirlpool. A moment later, the ink was used up, and the owner token slowly flew up, landing in Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan looked at the owner token. It already had 5 edges. This meant the ink transformation had already been carried out 5 times. It was strange. Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan Stone was scarce. He could only carry out 1 more ink transformation. Why did he use it 3 more times? It turned out that ever since Fang Yuan obtained the One-Edge Owner token, his authority had been raised. He could use the One-Edge Owner token to obtain the rewards of any floor in 88-point Xinyang Tower. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he did not hesitate and immediately chose a floor. This floor was the 7th floor. One-Edge Owner token could allow a Goo Master to control a floor in 88-point Xinyang Tower. The Goo Masters had already worked together to get to the 89th round in the 7th floor. Why did Fang Yuan choose this floor out of all the others? Because the reward for this 89th round was 5 Immortal Yuan Stone. Fang Yuan sneaked in and used the Owner token to control this floor. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie, and the rest passed this round, and were taken over by Fang Yuan. He secretly kept 5 immortal Yuan stones and sent the reduced version of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King into their apertures as a reward. The original 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King used Borrow Strength goo as the core, 6 Flying Zombie goo as the pillars, and other goo worms as support. After being modified by Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's wills, the killer move handed to them had Overlord goo replaced as the core, greatly reducing its power. Although the Flying Zombie goo were complete, the Earth Chief Zombie goo was an old version goo worm and not Mo Yao's modified goo recipe. Most importantly, the other support goo worms were also modified, adding in goo and others to secretly collect the experience of Chang Biao, Pan Ping, and the rest. This way, not only would the other party not suspect that the rewards were secretly tampered with, they could also test the killer move for Fang Yuan and find out the inadequacies. Looking at the time, it has already been half a month since the killer move rewards were distributed. It is time to reel in the fish. What do you think? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind with a negotiating tone. Mo Yao muttered, "It is not a long time. We can take 2 sets and see the results." Fang Yuan held the pentagonal owner token, and with a shift of his mind, he found 2 familiar figures in the 90th round of the 7th floor. They were none other than Chang Biao and Pan Ping. The 2 of them were running at full speed. Pan Ping ran as he shouted to Chang Biao, "We have been here for 7 days. Even though the time flow here is faster than Imperial Court blessed land, but with our speed, we will cross hundreds of thousands of leagues sooner or later, but all we see are city walls and more city walls." The sprinting Chang Biao nodded, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "We cannot fly or burrow into the ground here. We can only walk along these city walls. The tunnels here extend in all directions. We have walked for so long and have not met a single monster. Evidently, this round is testing the Goo Master's investigative and movement abilities. This round is a huge maze." The 2 were right. This 90th round was a maze. Just like Chang Biao guessed, it was testing the Goo Master's investigative and movement abilities. But after Fang Yuan controlled this 7th floor and found these 2, everything was different. Chapter 586. Howl. Wolf howls suddenly resounded. A large group of turtleback wolves appeared in front of them. Wolves? Why did a wolf group appear? Pan Ping's movements paused, his expression astonished. Chang Biao's expression sank because of Fang Yuan. He hated wolves the most now. But he had never expected Fang Yuan to control this round's situation. He said solemnly, "Our main goal this time is to probe. Now that the situation has changed, let's first kill these wolves and see what happens next." "Okay." Pan Ping nodded. The 2 joined hands and charged into the wolf group. At first, the 2 had the upper hand and slaughtered. How could ordinary turtleback wolves be their match? But soon, the wolf group was endless. Other breeds appeared, like vermilion flame wolf, water wolf, wind wolf, and so on. Mutated wolf groups also appeared, like frenzied wolves, white eyes wolves, and so on. The 2 gradually could not take it anymore. How can there be so many wolf groups? Could it be that this round is testing the Goo Master's fighting ability? Large numbers of 1,000 wolf kings and myriad wolf kings entered the battlefield. Pan Ping and Chang Biao's expressions gradually turned unsightly. "This round is so difficult." Pan Ping sighed, 88-point Jinyang Tower. "The rounds get harder the further you go, especially from 90th round to the final 100th round. They are the most difficult." Chang Biao replied. After fighting for a while, the 2 could not hold on anymore. "The situation has been investigated. The 90th round not only has a maze, there is also a wolf group." Chang Biao concluded. "There are walls on both sides. The terrain is narrow. It is too restrictive for us to use human wave tactics. What do we do?" Pan Ping frowned. "Let's retreat first and discuss later." Chang Biao sighed. He and Pan Ping did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. They used guest tokens to enter 88-point Xinyang Tower. Guest tokens were precious. Thus, every time they entered, they would have to spend a lot of money. All right. Pan Ping had long planned to retreat. He glared hatefully at the wolf pack in front of him. These damned wolf pups, sooner or later, I'll trample on your wolf king and humiliate him. Ha ha ha. He swore in a curse. The wolf king he mentioned was naturally referring to Fang Yuan. Ugh. In the next moment, Pan Ping's laughter stopped abruptly. A look of shock and fear appeared on his face. What's going on? We can't get out. Beside him, Chang Biao also discovered this serious problem. Originally, when the two of them used the guest token to enter the building, they could leave with just a thought. The two of them went in and out many times. He was already very familiar with this. But now, Fang Yuan was in control of this floor. The pentagonal owner's token was much bigger than the guest's token, so the two of them were like birds in a cage, trapped in a hopeless situation. Damn it, what should we do now? I only have 30% of my true essence left. Pan Ping shouted, his voice filled with panic. Chang Biao's face was grim as he shouted, "Calm down." His situation was slightly better than Pan Ping. He still had half of his primeval essence left in his aperture. However, even if his quintessential essence was in a perfect state, the pack of wolves in front of him was endless. It would run out sooner or later. This situation is very rare. Why can't we get out of 88-point Xinyang Tower? This checkpoint was quite strange. It is likely testing the Gu Master's courage. We cannot be cowardly. Chang Biao thought for a while before shouting. Hearing his words, Pan Ping's panic eased a little. He remembered that in the past there were indeed some strange checkpoints that tested nothing else but the Gu Master's mental state. In these checkpoints, the more cowardly the Gu Master was, the stronger the monsters they faced. Pan Ping and Chang forcefully calmed down, attempting to break out of the wolf group's encirclement. But Fang Yuan was in control of this round. The so-called maze was clear in his heart. He knew every corner. He could easily mobilize the wolf group. No matter how Pan Ping and Chang charged, there would always be wolf groups chasing and obstructing them. No, I cannot die here. Damned wolf brat, watch my killer move. Pan Ping's primeval essence was almost exhausted. He had no choice but to activate the killer move, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-arm zombie. His battle strength rose sharply, and everywhere he went, he set off huge waves. The wolves suffered heavy losses and were unable to resist. Chang Biao used his primeval essence and followed behind Pan Ping, saving a lot of energy. Good times did not last long. Pan Ping's primeval essence was soon completely exhausted. Chang Biao quickly saved him. At this critical moment, we can only work together to have a chance of escaping. Rest, use Yuan stones to recover your primeval essence. I will protect you. Chang Biao also used 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move, firmly protecting Pan Ping. Like this, the two helped each other and stabilized the situation. Like this, 7 to 8 days passed. Chang Biao and Pan Ping's primeval essence was completely exhausted. They could not hold on any longer. Am I going to die here? Pan Ping roared towards the sky. Damn it, there must be a way out. There must be a way out. Chang Biao lost his usual demeanor, shouting loudly. Just when the two were in despair, they suddenly saw a large pile of Yuan stones at the corner ahead. Yuan stone! Yuan stone like a small hill. So many, I didn't see wrongly, right? The two were overjoyed at having found life in this desperate situation. They quickly gathered their remaining courage and rushed over, using Yuan stone to absorb their primeval essence and stabilize the situation. I get it. I get it. This round is testing the Gu Master's endurance. Chang Biao shouted in joy. So that's it. Pan Ping heard this and realized The two were overjoyed, but did not notice the abnormality in their bodies. As they activated six-arm Heavenly Zombie King more and more times, unrecoverable livor mortis appeared on their bodies. This Yuan Stone Hill is enough for us to hold on for another 2 to 3 months. Pan Ping threw himself on the Yuan Stone Hill, crying tears of joy. Hurry up and recover your primeval essence. We cannot just sit here and do nothing. There should be other Yuan Stone Hills. When we are thirsty, we drink wolf blood. When we are hungry, we eat wolf meat. If we persevere like this, we might be able to pass this round. Chang Biao's eyes shone with brilliance. Brother Chang, you are right. Pan Ping suddenly sat up. Chang Biao's description made his face flush with happiness. This round is so difficult, there is a slim chance of survival. I wonder what kind of generous rewards there will be for passing this round. Chang Biao resisted the wolf group's attacks. He heaved a long sigh and said, I finally know why this round can only be entered and not exited. If we can easily retreat, how can this round test the Gu Masters who are trying to pass it? The pitiful two still did not know that this Yuan Stone Hill was intentionally left here by their great enemy, Fang Yuan. His goal was to continue experimenting and make them use their killer moves more times. The situation was all within Fang Yuan's grasp. Even if the two did not want to use their killer moves, if they used their original methods, Fang Yuan could still manipulate the wolf group to charge and create a dangerous situation. Thus, the two had no choice but to use their killer moves. Fang Yuan's worries were unnecessary. The more the two used their killer moves, the more smoothly they used them, and subconsciously they started to rely on it. In the following battles, they rarely used their original methods. When the livor mortis on their bodies thickened, it was already the time when their bodies were in grave danger. Only then did the two realize, right now, it was already too late. I am not resigned. I am not resigned. I am actually going to die here. Wolf King, I will not let you off even as a ghost. Pan Ping Xian died. Before dying, he cursed Fang Yuan. A few days later, Chang Biao also died from exhaustion in the intense battle. He died with everlasting regret and on the verge of death. When he was on the verge of death, he muttered, Exit, where is the exit? He had too many things on his mind, too many things that he could not put down. The wolf-killing alliance was still in its infancy, and the plan to kidnap Ma Yingjie had just begun. What he was most worried about was his own son, Chang Jiyu. Actually, Chang Biao was also a pitiful person. For his reputation, he did not dare to acknowledge this son of his from start to finish. He could only hear Chang Jiyu calling him Godfather, Godfather. Even so, he felt it was not safe. To conceal it, he even adopted a few orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. One of them was Chang Li. He had painstakingly hidden his entire life, planning so much, but he could not see anything at the moment of his death. He was not resigned, he was remorseful, he was vexed, but what could he do? I really want to hear him call me father. This strong thought before his death finally transformed into a belly full of grief, indignation, and regret. Along with the extinguishing of the candle of his life, he passed away unwillingly, activating the killer move for the 2,311th time. Although he died from exhaustion, the corpse energy accumulated in his body was the main cause of his death. Fang Yuan flashed and appeared beside Chang Biao's corpse. He smiled lightly. The experiment had achieved the desired goal, and he found a problem. Even if the killer move could not be used for more than the time limit, using it too frequently would cause the body to have livor mortis, and if it accumulated too much, the Gu Master would die. Be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao's death, it was because of this problem. Fang Yuan stored the Gu worms on the two people's bodies. This round was under his control. Even if Pan Ping and Chang Biao wanted to detonate their Gu worms, it was impossible. Chang Biao had a set of wind path goo worms. They were of excellent quality. Pan Ping's goo worms were also extraordinary, but with Fang Yuan's current knowledge and capital, it was better than nothing. Only Pan Ping's soul blade, goo, had some collectible value, and Fang Yuan took a few more glances at it. A few days later, in the study room, Fang Yuan held an east window goo, meditating with his eyes closed. Hostility goo can condense hostile intent. Hostility goo has strong and fierce attacks, invading like fire, but lacks flexibility and does not have the ability to sustain. Determination goo can condense determination. Determination goo is sharp and unstoppable like a blade or a spear, but it is hard to recover and replenish. Unrestrained will goo can condense unrestrained intent. Unrestrained intent has no restraints. It is the most powerful, but it is hard to control, easily harming others and oneself. This east window goo contained a relatively complete wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan had bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies, paying the little remaining immortal yuan stone he had. But it was worth it. Fang Yuan had benefited greatly after reading it. Fang Yuan pondered. In this inheritance, there are 14 wisdom path goo worms, among which there are 6 that involve wills. They are hostility goo, determination goo, unrestrained will goo, change will goo, cold will goo, and chaos will goo. The first 3 are used to condense wills, and each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Wisdom path was the most mysterious goo master path. It was broad and profound, originating from star constellation Immortal Venerable. It existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Although the number of people who cultivated it was extremely few, it was still passed down to this day, never declining and lasting for 10,000 years. Then, is Mo Yao's will hostile, determination, or unrestrained? The reason why Fang Yuan researched these was to guard against and deal with this huge threat in his mind. Her hostility is ferocious like fire, her determination is sharp like a spear, and it's unbridled and uncontrollable. But Mo Yao's will is mysterious like the ocean, hidden and ethereal. When I fought her earlier, I only felt that it was difficult to exert my strength, as if I raised my fist and punched onto cotton. Fang Yuan analyzed and felt that Mo Yao's will did not belong to any of them. This inheritance he had collected was only a corner of wisdom path. There were definitely large numbers of other wisdom path goo worms. It seems I need to continue collecting information on wisdom path. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Mo Yao's will was not easy to deal with because Fang Yuan was not familiar with wisdom path. He did not know her details and could not use his methods. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I will endure it for now. On one hand, I will let her think and weaken herself. On the other hand, I will use her to explore true yang building. Just as he was thinking, the vague figure of Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It's done. This time, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is truly perfected. There are no more flaws. Mo Yao said. Her tone was weak and her expression was tired. Chapter 587. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He had always thought that no one in the world could be relied on. The only one he could truly rely on was himself. Thus, when he obtained the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, he started to research it. This killer move was originally modified from his foundation. Moreover, these days, under Mo Yao's guidance, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment had deepened and his horizons had changed. Therefore, he understood the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King like the back of his hand clearly and thoroughly. Right now, when he saw this perfected killer move, he did not need to experiment to know that this move was extremely perfected. Mo Yao had removed many supplementary goo worms from the original foundation. The core and 6-pillar goo worms were not changed, but he added several supplementary goo worms. Fang Yuan exclaimed in admiration as he sensed the ingenuity in it. In his mind, Mo Yao's will explained, "This is all thanks to the Wulgu in Pan and Chang. With their experience and knowledge, I was able to modify it to this extent. This killer move is already perfected to the extreme. As long as it does not exceed 30 minutes, no matter how many times it is used, it will not accumulate corpse energy in the body and cause livor mortis." Fang Yuan nodded, knowing that Mo Yao was speaking the truth. This killer move was indeed perfected to the extreme. According to this train of thought, it was already the best, unless immortal goo were added in the future, or the core goo worms were changed. But if immortal goo were added, the original system would be broken and would need to be reconstructed. It would be completely different, like the saying, "Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected." If the core goo worms were changed, it would be like changing the entire train of thought. Changing the train of thought. The entire killer move would be completely different. After reconstruction, rather than calling it Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, it would be more accurate to call it a new killer move. All in all, this killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, be it the core goo, the pillar goo, or the supplementary goo worms, they were all perfected to the extreme. There was no longer anything that could be modified. Even though there were still repercussions, after 30 minutes, the corpse energy would cause damage to the goo master's body. If the time was exceeded, the goo master might even turn into a zombie. But this was caused by the goo master's improper use. It could be avoided, because no matter how many times it was used, it would not accumulate livor mortis. Goo masters could activate it frequently and obtain the effect of activating the killer move for a long time. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with such a great achievement. He was still somewhat dissatisfied. "If you have any other ideas to perfect the killer move, I'm all ears." Mo Yao sneered. "Reaching this step, the Six-Armed Heavenly Zombie King, is already the limit. There is no room for improvement. But there is one thing that I am not satisfied with. That is the after-effects of this killer move." Fang Yuan said, "It has been perfected. The current Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King's power had doubled again, and it could last for as long as an incense stick's time. It is enough for you to deal with all the challenges in the mortal world. What else are you dissatisfied with? You have to know, any killer move is a combination of goo worms. It is the use of goo worms. There must be some drawbacks. The after effects of killer moves were unavoidable, but they were severe. Some were weak. Such a strength path killer move is among the top 5 in my memory. Brat, don't be greedy." Mo Yao lectured. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His imaginary enemies were goo immortals, existences that had transcended the mortal world. With Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, even if Fang Yuan gave up enslavement path, he could move unhindered in the mortal world. But against goo immortals, it was far from enough. Fighting an immortal as a mortal, this goal was too arrogant. It was too sensational. Fang Yuan felt disdain, and it was not convenient for him to tell Mo Yao. Immediately, he continued, "Preparedness leads to success. Unpreparedness leads to failure. What if one day, due to special circumstances, I use the killer move too much and turn into a zombie? I am also clear that the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King cannot be improved anymore. Next, I need to get rid of this after effect." Mo Yao understood Fang Yuan's meaning. She fell into silence. Fang Yuan was young and successful. Mo Yao did not expect him to have such a cautious side. In truth, this made Mo Yao look at Fang Yuan in a different light. This lad has talent, resources, fortuitous encounters. He has perseverance and knows when to yield or when to stand tall. On one hand, he strives forward bravely. On the other hand, he is steady and cautious, taking everything into consideration. Sooner or later, this lad's name will shake the world. The silence was short. Soon, Mo Yao said, To get rid of this aftereffect, it is somewhat troublesome. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King is not an ordinary zombie. The zombie energy is extremely dense. Once a goo master transforms, they cannot even use yin-yang rotation goo. You are a grand refinement grandmaster. Even you have no way. Fang Yuan did not believe it. Mo Yao was not affected by Fang Yuan's provocation. Her tone was still calm. I need a rank 5 goo master to completely transform into six-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and then experiment on their body. I need this experimenter's full cooperation. I need to grasp their state at all times. Physical aspect, mental state, perception, these are all important information for reference. Mo Yao did not want to think too deeply and exhaust herself. She used the same trick again, using a living person as an experiment to replace the process of her deep thinking and difficult deductions. Fang Yuan frowned. Rank 5 goo master? And they need to cooperate fully? That's right. It is best if they are willing, because when I use slavery goo and so on to control them, it will interfere with the proper expression of their emotions and also destroy the experience and feeling of transforming into a zombie. This was difficult. If Fang Yuan wanted to resolve the problem of six-arm Heavenly Zombie King's aftereffect, he would need to find a rank 5 goo master, and he or she would need to be willing to listen to Fang Yuan's words and take the risk of dying to fully cooperate with the experiment. Where could Fang Yuan find such a person? 3 days later, Central Control Room. From the ink whirlpool, the owner token rose up and slowly flew into Fang Yuan's hands. Activating the refinement path killer, move ink transformation once again, the pentagonal owner token turned into a hexagon. Fang Yuan was half happy and half worried. He was happy because he now had a hexagon owner token. Once He Lolan's owner token reached 4 corners, he would be able to snatch it and refine it into a 10-edge owner token. With the 10-edge owner token, he would be able to inherit a true inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. An immortal venerable's true inheritance was a huge temptation to anyone. He was worried because for this 6th ink transformation, Fang Yuan had really emptied his savings. To raise funds, he sold the immortal goo remnant recipes again, causing these remnant recipes to lose their value. At the same time, he sold large numbers of rockmen, fox groups, wolf groups, goo worms, and even precious hairy men, as well as a few air bubble fish. For example, the rank 4 emotion poem goo, golden dragon goo, golden wind goo, several rank 5 spring egg goo, Vajra angry gaze goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow 7 goo, and clues goo were all sold. Right now, I only have the enslavement and strength path goo worms in my aperture. In who immortal blessed land, there is one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances, rank 4 blood skull goo, rank 3 bone flesh unity goo, as well as yin-yang rotation goo, which has already used up its yin goo. There are also some Stargate goo, whole earth goo, connecting heaven goo, divine sense goo, burial soul toad, and other supplementary goo worms. Some of these goo worms were extremely important and could not be sold easily. Some were absolutely necessary and needed to be used. Who immortal blessed land has almost been squeezed dry by me, I need to recuperate for a period of time. But I have the 6-edge owner token. I can control any 6 floors of 88-point Xinyang Tower. I can take away the rewards from each of the 6 levels at will. This amount of wealth is extremely abundant. If I take it all, my wealth will increase by over 60 times. Fang Yuan had his own plans. But now, he could not touch these riches. He Lulan had gathered a large number of experts and was already at the final round of the 5th floor. Not long in the future, he would have a 1-edge owner token. With this token, he could check the rewards of any floor in 88-point Xinyang Tower. If Fang Yuan took away the rewards, wouldn't he be exposed? At the final stage, when Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to close and everyone is sent out, I will take away the rewards. At that time, no one will know. Boom. The bare paw slammed heavily. The ground shook and rocks flew everywhere like cannonballs. As the dust settled, 5 to 6 horse-cart-sized bear paws slowly rose up, leaving behind a huge crater on the ground. The rank 4 goo master, who was unlucky enough to be hit by the bear paw, turned into a pile of red meat paste mixed with bone fragments and brain matter. It is too fast. No one could react in time. The final round is truly harder than ascending to heaven. This is only a flying bear phantom. It only has half the strength of the real body. If it was a real desolate beast flying bear, we would not even be able to escape. The goo masters on the battlefield were all injured. They were in a sorry state and had lingering fear. The one guarding the 100th round of the 5th floor was the phantom of a desolate beast flying bear. It was huge, like a small mountain. Its body was covered in white fur, white as snow. It had all sorts of excellent wild goo on its body. Its attacks were fierce, but its movements were light and quick like lightning. It did not match its fat body. The battle had not even lasted 30 minutes, but the goo masters had already suffered disastrous losses. Lord Tribe Leader, let's retreat. This time, we were mainly probing it. We have already investigated the goo worms on the flying bear. We have already achieved our goal. Our goal has already been achieved. Sun Shur Han stood beside He Lulan, advising. He Lulan frowned, looking around the battlefield. He was a person who knew his soldiers well. He immediately understood that his side's morale was low. Ever since I entered 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strongest opponent I have met is this flying bear phantom. To destroy it, we are far from enough. We need to gather more helpers. He Lulan made up his mind. He snorted and said, "Retreat." Sun Shur Han let out a sigh of relief. Not only him, the other goo masters had thoughts of retreating, but because of Black Tyrant's reputation, they did not dare to say it. Chapter 588. Everyone left 88-point Jinyang Tower. He Lulan sent out an order that night to recruit experts. He was this alliance leader. According to the rules, the entire army was under his command. Everyone knew of the Black Tyrant's ferocious name. Adding on the time when he opened 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public without asking for compensation, he was even more benevolent. With both benevolence and authority, He Lulan's influence reached its peak. Thus, as soon as the order was given, it immediately stirred up a storm. Almost everyone who was summoned showed up. Wolf King Changshan In, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Demonic Path Twin Demons Gao Yang, and Zhu Zai, Little Pony Venerable Ma Ingjia, Fox Marshal Tang Miaoming, White Fairy Shi Shui, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Lu Shuang, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong, Do Yi Niaching, Yi Lui Sang. On the day of the alliance meeting, the hall was filled with shining generals and heroes, causing the wind and clouds to rumble. Old sir, with you here, you are like a huge pillar supporting the sky. I do not have to worry about morale dropping. Ha ha ha. He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking around with great ambition. He laughed loudly. Among those present, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the most famous. He practiced medicine and saved countless people. Even He Lulan and Changshan In could not compare to him. But the one to the right of He Lulan was not Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was Wolf King Changshan In. Fame was one thing, but combat strength was another. After the imperial court battle, everyone recognized Fang Yuan as the most powerful. Dual cultivator, flying master, enslavement master. These halos stacked on top of one's head. It was extremely glorious. Thus Fang Yuan was ranked first. No one had any objections. Thus, after He Lulan greeted Tai Bai Yunsheng, he said to Fang Yuan, "Brother Shanin, in this battle, let's see how powerful you are. If you pass, I will reward you with 50%. He understood Fang Yuan's character. He wouldn't do anything without benefits. Thus, he tried to entice him with benefits. The reward for the final checkpoint was no small matter. As soon as He Lulan opened her mouth, she gave half of the profits to Fang Yuan. This meant that he and the others could only split the remaining half. It was a matter of vital interests. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the hall. Many people were dissatisfied with such a division, but no one had the guts to openly question the Black Tyrant's division and offend the mighty Wolf King in public. All right, let's divide it like this. Fang Yuan nodded his head. His cold and arrogant gaze swept across the hall, and the buzzing sound stopped. "What's wrong, Elder Pan Ping?" He Lulan asked around. Pan Ping came from the demonic path, and now he had joined He tribe, becoming an external elder. As the current leader of the He family, He Lulan couldn't summon Pan Ping. This made He Lulan a little dissatisfied. Actually, he didn't know that it was Pan Ping or the Chong clan's #1 elder, Chong Biao. He also didn't come, but Chong Biao's surname was Chong, and he was a Chong tribe member. He Lulan was hindered by Fang Yuan, so she closed one eye. Fang Yuan did not bat an eyelid. The news of Pan and Chang's deaths had not spread yet. That was because clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower would normally take several days, or even half a month. The harder the checkpoint, the longer it would take, especially people like Pan and Chong. They did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and every time they entered or left Truyang Tower, they would need a guest token. Because of this, these outsiders treasured every chance they had. If possible, they would often live and eat in Truyang Tower. He Lulan had just finished speaking when his trusted aide He Shu stood up and reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Elder Pan Ping, and Lord Chong Biao went to the 7th floor not long ago. I sent people to inform them, but found that the 7th floor's checkpoint has a complicated terrain. It is a huge maze. Letter Gu are forbidden in the maze, and there are wild wolf groups roaming in the depths. Our subordinates searched for many days, but only found some traces of battle, and did not find Lord Pan and Chong. He Lulan snorted coldly, waving his hand. "Forget it. Let's not wait for them. The guest token has been prepared. We will set off tomorrow morning." On the second day, everyone majestically charged into the 5th floor. This was the largest scale of Gu masters working together since the opening of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It attracted the gazes of countless people in the sacred palace. The 5th floor's final checkpoint was a barren mountain range. The brown mountain soil was as hard as iron and stone. There was no vegetation. The moment everyone arrived, the flying bear phantom sensed them. It raised its head and roared, exploding the air and echoing like thunder. Swoosh! But in the dusky yellow sky, a white whirlwind swept past, pressing down. The experts scattered in all directions. The flying bear phantom heavily smashed on the ground. With a loud sound, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Intense winds blew, causing many people to be unable to stand still. It is truly ferocious. Pei Yen Fei's expression was solemn. If he had taken it head-on, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he did not die. It is all thanks to tribe leader He Lulan's reminder. Otherwise, we would have been ambushed by this bear the moment we entered. Gu Guolong said with lingering fear as he looked at the huge pit, at the reckless roar of the flying bear. This is called learning from experience. The last time we entered, we were ambushed by the flying bear. 5 experts died on the spot. He Xiu gritted his teeth, replying hatefully, "Brother Shanin, it's up to you." He Lulan urged. According to the battle plan, the first wave of attacks would be launched by the enslavement path Gu masters to exhaust the flying bear phantom's battle strength. Needless to say, large groups of wolves charged towards the flying bear phantom from all directions, from the sky to the ground. In the sky, there was the Azure Wolf group. On the ground, there were White Eyes wolves, Frenzy wolves, Blood Forest wolves, and so on. Fang Yuan had brought 400,000 ordinary wolves with him. At once, the wolf group covered the sky. Like a huge wave in the sea, They flooded towards the island-like flying bear phantom. Howl. The flying bear's roar shook heaven and earth. Howl. The wolf group howled, not willing to show weakness. An intense battle erupted, creating a rain of blood. The flying bear phantom's forepaws slammed, each attack killing dozens of wolves. The wolves could only cause harassment. Only the mutated wolf group could slightly injure the flying bear phantom. But the essence of enslavement path was to drive down the enemy at the same time. The main point was to exhaust the enemy as much as possible. Fang Yuan commanded the wolf group, suddenly fluttering like the wind. Suddenly, like a pile of snow pressing down, the flying bear phantom seemed to have fallen into a swamp. It slaughtered and attacked, but could not break out of the encirclement. So, this is the mastery of a master. Wild beasts are wild beasts. They do not have human intelligence. Chang Shanin is toying with them. The beast group is like a work of art under the Wolf King's command. Everyone was dazzled. Enslavement Path Gu Masters Tang Miaoming and He Qi Sheng. They could see the intricacies behind this. They could not help but feel admiration and admiration. But good times did not last. The flying bear phantom suddenly stopped moving, its mouth bulged, and it spat out. With this spit, heaven and earth changed color. Starlight shined brightly. It was like a galaxy. Rank 5, Galaxy Goo. The galaxy roared down like a dragon or a python, sweeping away the wolf group wherever it went. Be it the frenzy wolves, blood forest wolves, and so on, they were swept away by the galaxy and whittled away. Some used defensive goo and struggled to hold on. Some did not. They quickly turned into specks of starlight. At once, the wolf group suffered heavy casualties. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. He ignored it. He persisted for a while longer. Only when there were less than half of the wolves left did he call off the wolf group. Tang Miaoming and He Qi Sheng immediately mobilized their beast groups. They took over. Of these two, the former was called Little Fox General. He was a quasi-master. In terms of enslavement path attainment, he was only below Fang Yuan in the sacred palace. The latter was an enslavement path Gu master nurtured by the superforce He tribe. Although he did not have the talent to become a master, he had a solid foundation and great strength. Tang Miaoming controlled the fox group, while He Qi Sheng controlled the eagle group. One heaven and one earth, they worked together. But the flying bear phantom became even more ferocious. The galaxy encircled it and subdued it. With another loud roar, intense winds blew and white clouds appeared in the sky. In an instant, the winds condensed into the shape of a tiger, turning into a wind tiger. The white clouds condensed into the shape of a dragon, turning into a cloud dragon. Rank 5, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Goo. Thousands of wind tigers and cloud dragons charged, clashing with the fox group and the eagle group. At once, the battlefield became noisy. It was a scene of carnage. Oh no, if this goes on. Tang Miao Ming's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She had a splitting headache as she gritted her teeth. The battle was too intense. She wanted to preserve the fox group. Thus her meticulous control caused her soul to be consumed to the limit. As for He Qi Sheng, his situation was even worse than hers. The fox group was still resisting, but He Qi Sheng's eagle group had already been slaughtered by the wind tiger cloud dragon. They could not attend to one thing. The other Gu masters retreated again and again, but there was no surprise on their faces. Star River Gu and Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu were found in the previous probing. Everyone was mentally prepared. Did you find it? He Lulan asked the investigative Gu master beside her. The investigative Gu master was very nervous. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on activating his Gu worm. His brows were tightly furrowed. He replied with a trembling voice, I found the location of the Star River Gu. It is in the Flying Bear's Mouth, residing on the longest fang on the left side. As for the other Gu worms, we need to continue investigating. Dealing with fierce beasts was different from dealing with goo masters. The goo worms on fierce beasts were wild goo, they could be captured. And the goo worms on the goo masters were basically all refined. This was the reason why He Lulan ordered people to investigate the location of the wild goo worms. As long as they could capture the wild goo on the flying bear, it would be much easier to destroy the flying bear phantom. Even if they could not capture it, they could just destroy it. Goo worms were very fragile, like the rank 6 spring autumn cicada. Fang Yuan only needed to pinch it lightly to kill it. While beasts did not have apertures, wild goo lived on their bodies. This was a huge weakness. He Lulan snorted, shouting, "Continue investigating." He was not satisfied with this result. The Star River goo was residing in the flying bear's mouth. It was too difficult to capture it. While they were talking, the situation became even worse. Tang Miaoming and He Qisheng are unable to hold on. Pei Yanfei's expression was grim. Chapter 589. Wild goo could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air and could be activated at will without any worry of primeval essence depletion. But in an intense battle, the more it progressed, the fewer times the wild goo would be able to activate. When the battle situation turned bad, these wild goo would rely on their instinctive reaction to danger to leave their host and escape on the spot. Thus, when attacking ferocious beasts, especially beast kings or desolate beasts, their firepower would usually be fierce in the early stages of the battle. After the battle continued for some time, their attacks would gradually lose their ferocity. Even so, we cannot let the fox group and eagle group suffer losses like this. Lord Chang Shanin, please make a move. He Xiao, he said from the side. Make a move, make a move. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, standing proudly at one side, and sneered, "According to the previous battle plan, I will make a move first, then the two of them will take over. This will repeat over and over again, with each round lasting 15 minutes. But right now, they have not even lasted 15 minutes. It is not my turn to make a move. If they went on stage now, the wolf group would only suffer the cruel slaughter of the flying bear phantom. Although they would achieve the goal of exhausting the flying bear's battle strength, if they could reduce their losses, Fang Yuan would be happy to do so. As for how severe the other people's losses were, what did that have to do with Fang Yuan? He Xiao Yi was furious, but due to Fang Yuan's status, he could only suppress his anger. Wolf Wangda's people, everyone has to give it their all in this battle. Right now, Tang Miaoming and He Qisheng are fighting a bloody battle, but Lord is just watching from the sidelines. Isn't this too much? You dare to lecture me? Fang Yuan raised his brows, his killing intent surging. He crossed his arms. But a monstrous arm suddenly shot out from his back. The monstrous arm was heavy and powerful, but moved like lightning, smashing towards He Xiao Yi. He Xiao Yi had never thought that Fang Yuan would dare to do this in public. He dared to try to kill him in such a crucial battle. Before the fist even reached him, he felt a strong gust of wind blowing towards him, causing his face to feel pain. An incomparable sense of fear and danger instantly filled his heart. At the crucial moment, the awareness that he had developed from many years of battle finally saved his life. He didn't even think about it. Almost at the first moment, he mobilized his defensive goo worms and barely put up 3 layers of defense. He was a defensive goo master, precisely because he specialized in defense. During the struggle for the throne, He Lulan had sent him to Fang Yuan's side to protect Fang Yuan. But in the great battle that followed, He Xiaoyi was concerned about his own safety and threw this mission to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was left alone on the battlefield. The strange punches were as easy as breaking dry weeds. In a short period of time, his 3 defenses were shattered and finally smashed into his chest. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. He Xiaoyi's sternum was completely shattered. A huge force surged forth, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew in the air, spitting out a trail of blood. Then, with a loud bang, it smashed into a small mound several hundred steps away. With a loud bang, the smoke and dust dispersed. Half of his body was embedded in the mound, unconscious. He instantly lost the ability to fight. Wolf Wangda's people. What's going on? What's going on? Why did they attack all of a sudden? He Xiui persuaded Wolf Wangda's people to immediately join the battle, but in the end, both sides had a disagreement, and Wolf King suddenly attacked, sending He Xiui flying. Everyone was in an uproar at this shocking change. The internal conflict came so suddenly and was so serious. He Xiui's identity was not simple. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army, and was also an important person in He tribe's higher-ups. Fang Yuan hit him with such a heavy blow. This was no different from openly provoking He Lulan. Once it caused a conflict between He Lulan and Chang Shanin, not only would this battle be ruined, it might even cause a political storm in the entire sacred palace. Wolf King, what is going on? I want to hear your explanation. He Lulan's expression was heavy as water as he walked over and questioned. He usually called Fang Yuan Brother Shan Yin to show his closeness. But now he directly called him Wolf King, which meant he was very angry. But no matter how angry he was, why would Fang Yuan be afraid of him? Immediately, Fang Yuan looked at him without fear, his killing intent dissipating as he sneered. Tribe leader He Lulan, you came at the right time. Your subordinate is so insensible. He actually dares to lecture me? So impudent and disrespectful. I taught him a lesson for you. Don't thank me. What kind of friendship do we have? Putting the blame on him. Impudent, disrespectful. These 2 labels were directly thrown over. The last sentence, what kind of friendship do we have, was even more profound. It seemed like he was saying that they had a deep friendship, but at the same time, it seemed like he was saying that they did not have any bullshit friendship. He Lulan stared angrily at him. This Chang Shanin is really too arrogant. He actually dares to hit my people. Look at your lawless attitude. You really think I can't deal with you just because you have the highest battle strength? Black Tyrant roared in his heart. On the surface, he was a dark path cultivator, but because of the great strength, true martial physique, he cultivated the strength path. His battle strength was strong, but he could not casually use strength path methods because it would accelerate the calamity of the 10 extreme physiques. I'll endure it. Right now is the crucial moment of attacking the flying bear phantom. If I have an internal conflict now, all my previous efforts will be wasted. The most important thing for me now is to find a strength path immortal goo and advance to immortal. As long as they successfully killed the flying bear phantom, He Lulan would be able to pass through this floor, and the owner token in his hand would immediately become a one-edge owner token. With the one-edge owner token, he could check the rewards of any round in every floor. If he knew which floor rewarded a strength path immortal goo, he would have a target to attack in the future. Thus, killing the flying bear phantom was an extremely important matter. Even with He Lulan's violent temper, he had to endure it. Today, I will let you be arrogant, for once. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel at my feet and lick my toes. When I tell you to shut up, you don't dare to make a sound. When I tell you to bark twice, you start barking like a dog. He Lulan was extremely furious. Veins bulged on his forehead as he stared at Fang Yuan with a fierce gaze. Just as everyone was feeling stifled and uneasy because of this tense atmosphere, He Lulan suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. Good. Brother Shanin, you did well. This disrespectful person needs to be taught a lesson. This was like He Lulan taking the initiative to admit defeat. Everyone who was familiar with his temper was shocked. His own people were beaten until they were half dead. He Lulan actually agreed. Wolf King is too domineering. He did not care about a superforce like Hey Tribe. Now, even Hey Lulon has to admit defeat. Bullshit. This is Hey Lulon tribe leader looking at the big picture. He is not willing to lower himself to Chang Shan-yin's level. Chang Shan-yin beat our Hey tribe people. He will suffer sooner or later. Everyone criticized silently, while some secretly transmitted their voices. Roar. The roar of the flying bear attracted everyone's attention again. The flock of eagles and foxes were being routed. Sirs, this subordinate has failed you. He Chi Sheng's mouth and nose were bleeding, his face full of shame. Tang Miao Ming's face was pale, and her delicate body swayed. Protect the two lords, Tai Bai Yinsheng shouted. The two of you have worked hard and made great contributions. He had a sincere heart. After this battle, there will be a great reward for you. He Lulon took the initiative to console him. Without any obstruction, the flying bear charged towards them. Logically speaking, it should be a pack of wolves surrounding and attacking. The consumption continued. But when He Lulon glanced at Fang Yuan behind her, she saw Fang Yuan standing proudly with his arms crossed. He did not say a word, but the wolves on the battlefield retreated faster than anyone else. I'll endure it. One day, I will teach you a lesson. He Lulon gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not mobilize Fang Yuan. If he forcefully requested, and Fang Yuan rejected him on the spot, he would be embarrassed instead. His reputation would be damaged. Thus, He Lulon shouted, "Move, execute the second step of the plan." Go. Immediately, two figures shot out like lightning. The first figure had a graceful figure, wearing a fluttering blue dress. It was White Fairy Shi Shui. The second figure had a sturdy build, wearing a yellow robe. It was Gu tribe leader Gu Gua, Long White Fairy. Shi Shui flew in the air. Her sleeves fluttered as she shouted. Snow started to fall from the sky. It was her signature rank 5 Gu worm, Flying Snow Gu. Gu Guolong was running on the ground. His legs were moving like windmills. Everywhere he went, dust and sand flew. It was also a rank 5 Gu. It was called Flying Sand and Moving Rocks. At once, the sky was filled with white snow, while the ground was filled with yellow dust and brown soil. The mountain-like flying bear phantom was in the middle of the snow and dust. Its speed fell by several times, and its vision was greatly affected. It roared and waved its paws in the snow and dust, creating fierce air currents that caused the snow and dust to fly even more, blurring one's vision. Seeing this, He Lulon laughed sinisterly, ordering, "Third step." This time, close to 10 figures rushed out. Each of them was a famous expert. There was Bian Si Xian, Hao Ji Lu, Pei Yan Fei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Dou Yi, Nie Qing, Tao Yu, Lu Shuang. These Gu masters were either rank 4 peak stage or rank 5 experts. Together with Gu Guolong and Shi Shui, the lineup was extremely powerful. They entered the snow and dust, attacking the flying bear phantom from all sides. The flying bear roared and showed its berserk nature, retaliating randomly, but the effect was not good. In contrast, the group of Gu masters used their prepared investigative Gu worms. Their vision was clear as they dodged and attacked the flying bear phantom indiscriminately. Pei Yan Fei had wings on his back. The swallow wings were like scissors cutting through the air. Swallow wings Gu, golden coat Gu, rainbow transformation Gu, killer move, golden rainbow strike. He turned into a golden flash of lightning, and with a cracking sound, he slashed down rapidly. The flying bear roared in pain, blood splattered, and a huge wound appeared on its chest from its left shoulder to the right waist. Nie Yiqing followed closely behind. He was a rank 5 Gu master, activating Iron Hook Silver Slash Gu. His palm turned into an eagle's claw, aiming at the flying bear phantom and hissing fiercely. Immediately, several bright lights appeared in the air, Some were black like iron, some were silver like dazzling. His claws continued to tear the air. Countless bright lights landed on the flying bear's eyes, nose, and mouth. Nye Yiqing attacked its weakness, beating the flying bear until it could not even raise its head. Overlapping shadow. Bian Xixien shouted, lightly waving the shadow sword in her hand. A dark shadow sword light flew hundreds of steps and soundlessly hit the flying bear's right leg, leaving behind a 10-meter-long wound. "Protect me!" Yi Lui Sang gave a loud roar and raised both of his palms up high. A fireball appeared above his head and quickly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fireball became bigger and bigger, turning the battlefield red. The blazing light could not be concealed by the snow and dust in the air. The flying bear also felt danger, struggling and charging towards Yi Lui Sang, who was in the air. But at the next moment, it was attacked by Do Yi, Gu Guolong, Tao Yu, and the others. Do Yi was a transformation path Gu master. He turned into a giant crocodile and stood up, fighting and retreating at the same time. He opened his huge mouth, shooting out his teeth one by one. These teeth landed on the flying bear's body, embedding deeply into it, and in 2 to 3 breaths of time, they exploded, turning the flying bear's body into a bloody mess. Gu Guolong waved his sleeves. Dozens of goo worms flew out. These dozens of goo worms landed on the ground, causing the ground to bulge like a mound of earth. The mound of earth cracked, and huge stone statues resembling rockmen stood up, attacking the flying bear phantom. Tao Yu was also an earth path Gu master, but his method was different from Gu Guolong. He continuously extracted earth qi and gathered it around him. Next, he punched continuously, each punch sending out a lump of earth qi, flying in the air and turning into meteors, smashing on the flying bear. Bam, bam, bam. The intense meteors greatly slowed down the flying bear's attack on Yi Lui Sang. Finally, Yi Lui Sang finished gathering. He pressed his palms down. The huge fireball was like a mountain, hitting the flying bear phantom without any suspense. Boom! The intense explosion was deafening to the ears. A frenzied wind started to blow, quickly spreading in all directions, blowing away the snow and dust that filled the sky. The expressions of the Gu masters at the side changed. The intense winds blew, causing their clothes and hair to shake intensely. After the dust dispersed, a huge crater appeared at the center of the battlefield. The ground around the crater was burnt to a glass-like state by the intense flames. The flying bear phantom shrunk its head and crossed its arms, curling into a ball, not making a sound. The bear skin on its body shone with alternating black, white, red, green, and yellow lights. Rank 5, 5-element bear skin goo. Although this goo could greatly reduce the effects of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path goo worms, under the fierce attacks of the experts, the flying bear was covered in injuries, blood was flowing out, some wounds were deep to the bone. The goo masters stood at the periphery, staring at the flying bear with full concentration. The flying bear phantom was strong, but after 2 rounds of battle, it had achieved such results. Be careful. Don't forget that it has grand chaotic dance goo. Sun Shirhan reminded. The goo masters had solemn expressions, while some nodded. Grand chaotic dance goo was a rank 5 goo. It could cause the flying bear to enter a berserk state, increasing its speed and strength by several times, and its limbs could twist at will. Once this wild goo was activated, the flying bear's danger level would rise sharply. If it was careless and got caught by the flying bear, it could not last for a few breaths before being smashed into meat paste. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we have old Sir Tai by here. Whoever charges first will be heavily rewarded. He Lulan shouted. The rewards made the goo master's eyes brighten. With great rewards, there would be brave people. Let me... How Ji Lu shouted, raising a huge wave as he charged towards the flying bear. Under everyone's gaze, he rapidly charged towards the flying bear. 1,000 steps, 500 steps, 300 steps. The flying bear suddenly raised its head. Its eyes were blood red. It opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a transparent air bubble. The air bubble expanded at lightning speed, enveloping Hao Ji-lu and the flying bear before shrinking and vanishing. Chapter 590. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. What's going on? Where did they go? They actually disappeared. Don't tell me this round has other mysteries. Everyone made guesses and discussed. Hey Lulon frowned, feeling puzzled. Sun Shirhan's expression was gloomy, as if he thought of something. He said hesitantly, "Is this battle space goo?" Battle space goo? At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Sun Shirhan. Hey Lolon's eyes shined, saying, "This is indeed a space path goo, but if it is battle space goo, then Elder Hao Ji-lu is in danger. Battle space goo has disappeared for so many years, to think it would reappear here." Tai by Yunsheng sighed, as if he had confirmed it. He had obtained an immortal inheritance from the old beggar. His knowledge was not ordinary. What is battle space goo? Everyone asked. Yi Lui Sang's gaze was solemn. He was also the current tribe leader of a superforce. Yi Lui tribe, but because he lost, he had no choice but to join He tribe. He had a mysterious fire path immortal goo, and was extremely knowledgeable. He explained, the so-called battle space goo is a rank 5 space path goo. Once it was activated, it could pull both the enemy and himself into another space. Both sides will engage in a battle to the death. Only after the victor is decided, or when the time is up, can we leave the space. Sigh, to think that the flying bear had such a goo worm. Hey Lulon sighed at the sky, saying in a regretful tone. Everyone's expression turned grim, expressing their worry, for Hao Ji-lu, the flying bear phantom, was so strong. Even with everyone's strength, they could not kill it. Just Hao Ji-lu alone. How could he be its match? The result of this battle, anyone could easily guess. The flying bear would win, and Hao Ji-lu would lose. Although Hao Ji-lu had water image goo and other escape methods, Yi Lui Sang had already said that the space created by the battle space goo would only close when the victor was decided between the enemy and himself. Hao Ji-lu had used all his escape methods, but he would be caught by the flying bear phantom sooner or later. Kill, unless he had a space path goo worm to counter it. But Hao Ji-lu was a water path goo master. Everyone knew this. Even the experts present did not have a space path. Thus, they were helpless against battle space goo. Perhaps there is still hope. Patriarch Yelu had just said, decide the winner or wait for the time to run out. What does this end of time mean? Tang Miao Ming asked. Yi Lui Sang let out a long sigh. AI, this time is over. It was directed at the goo master. To maintain the battle space goo, primeval essence needed to be consumed continuously. If a goo master keeps using it, when their primeval essence is exhausted, the battle space will naturally disappear. This time, everyone completely lost hope. The flying bear phantom's battle space goo was a wild goo. Wild goo absorbed the primeval chi in the air, but the primeval chi here was endless. It was impossible to count on the end of time. If we could completely absorb the vitality in the air, wouldn't that be possible? Bian Si Xian put forward a very good idea, which made everyone's eyes light up. But it was useless. Everyone discussed for a moment, and found that they had to deal with the invisible and intangible primordial chi. He had to use chi path methods. However, chi path was an ancient path. It had once flourished for a time, but was later replaced by strength path. By now, strength path was already so weak, not to mention chi path. Chi path could be said to have gone extinct long ago. It was very rare to see a chi path goo master. Tai Bai Yunsheng had roamed northern plains for so many years, but he had only seen 3 chi path goo masters. Among them, The closest one was also the strongest. It was one of Lu Wenwu's sworn brothers, variant human Mo Shirkwang. But this person had already followed Lu Wenwu and pledged allegiance to Lu tribe. How could he work under He Lulan? Even if he could help, he was a Gu master who specialized in attacking. He might not have the ability to deal with primeval Qi. Even if he had the ability, outsiders could not enter imperial court-blessed land now. Even without Qi path, it is important. The crucial thing is to cut off the connection between primeval Qi and battle space Gu. It is not necessary to empty the primeval Qi here. Tai Bai Yunsheng stroked his beard and said, but no one could do anything about this. Cutting off the connection between primeval Qi and wild Gu was the specialty of Restriction Path. Restriction Path was also an unorthodox path. There were very few Restriction Path Gu masters. None of the people here were Restriction Path Gu masters. I passed the high-grade round earlier. In the treasure room of 88-point Xinyang Tower, I found the Restriction Path Gu Worm Break Element Gu. It can be used here. Unfortunately, how could I have thought of this? I changed it for something else. Lu Shuang patted her thigh, feeling very regretful. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, standing at the side expressionlessly, not speaking. Think of a way. There must be a way. He Lulan had just said that when the air shook, the huge figure of the flying bear phantom appeared. It opened its mouth and roared, showing its arrogance. Everyone's heart sank, quickly looking for Hao Ji Lu's traces. They wanted to see him alive or dead, but there was no corpse of Hao Ji Lu. Quickly look at the corner of the flying bear's mouth. Sun Shirhan was an investigative Gu master. He was the first to find some clues. Everyone followed the voice and saw there was blood on the corner of the flying bear's mouth. When it roared, there was a piece of cloth between its sharp teeth. This cloth looked familiar. Everyone quickly connected the dots. Wasn't this what Hao Ji Lu was wearing? They realized at once. Hao Ji Lu was chewed and eaten by the flying bear. The pitiful Hao Ji Lu, a famous demonic path expert, known as Water Demon, he had shown in the Imperial Court contest, but died here. Fate was unpredictable. Reality was cruel. Everyone could not help but feel a sense of sadness. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also helpless now. Although he had man, as before Gu, he needed a target to use it on. Right now, Hao Ji Lu's corpse was chewed into pieces by the flying bear and swallowed. How could he save him? The morale of the Gu masters fell. The flying bear phantom is too fierce. How can we fight it? The battle space is small. The flying bear had 5 elements: bearskin Gu, wind, tiger cloud, dragon Gu, star river Gu, grand chaotic dance Gu, and 5 elements bearskin Gu. If it was one-on-one, who could be its match? Who would have thought that the final hurdle would be so difficult? The rounds of 88-point Xinyang Tower got harder as they progressed. The final round, the 100th round, was the most difficult. Right now, 88-point Xinyang Tower had already condensed over 10 floors. The Gu masters were working hard to get through the rounds, but most of them were stuck at the final 90th round. This final round was the first time the Gu masters had tried it. Damn it! Morale is at rock bottom. It is hard to fight anymore. Are we going to return in failure? He Lulan's expression was ashen. This time, he made a big fuss and lost an expert, but in the end, he got nothing. This was a huge blow to his reputation. Not only that, He Lulan wanted a strength path immortal Gu. He wanted a corner owner token. If he could not get through this floor, he would only have an ordinary corner owner token. If he gave up on this floor and chose another one, he would waste a lot of time. Time waits for no man. He Lulan could not wait. Just as the morale of the troops was wavering, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke slowly. How hard is it to kill a flying bear? These words caused dozens of gazes to shift towards him. But soon, these gazes lowered. The Wolf King was not the Wolf King of the past. The previous wolf King Changshan was a famous hero of northern plains, a legend of exterminating two goose bandits alone. The current wolf king, he was a flying master and enslavement pathmaster, the publicly recognized #1 general of this imperial court contest. During the decisive battle, he easily defeated the enemy's general in the midst of thousands of troops, turning the tides. He had a proud and aloof nature, even ruthless and cruel, attacking whenever he wanted to. He Xiuyi, who was almost killed by him, was a good example. Looking further back, there was another example. It was Sun Shihan. He had once been publicly slapped by Changshan. His entire face was stepped on in front of everyone. His dignity and face were all thrown away. Only He Lulan's gaze was fixed on him. Only Black Tyrant was not afraid of the ruthless and aloof Changshan, who acted without restraint. Brother Shanin, I am willing to listen to your brilliant plan. He Lulan cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. It is not a brilliant plan. It is not worth mentioning. He paused for a moment before continuing. This battle space goo might be mystical, but it is only a rank 5 goo. It has a limited range. In my opinion, we only need to fight from afar and avoid the battle space goo's attack range. He Lulan was dazed. This was like a wake-up call. Everyone's eyes shined. Someone patted his head and said excitedly, I was scared by the battle space goo's reputation. Indeed, as long as it was a goo worm, it would have a range of effect. The battle space goo's range should not be wide. Otherwise, why would the battle space goo only activate after Hao Ji Lu got close? Of course, battle space goo was a wild goo. Its range needed to be measured further. Next, I will control the wolf group to surround the flying bear. You guys stay at the periphery and fight from afar. Fang Yuan commanded. He Lulan was overjoyed. He could not command Fang Yuan, but now that Fang Yuan took the initiative to join the battle, he quickly said, let's follow Wolf King's plan. The battle started again. The wolf group was inside, surrounding the flying bear, and the goo masters were at the periphery, attacking from afar, like raindrops. This way, it formed a situation like ants devouring an elephant. The flying bear roared unceasingly, activating Star River goo, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon goo, Grand Chaotic Dance goo, and so on, causing the wolf group to suffer heavy casualties. As for the goo masters, they were safe and sound. There were no more casualties. He Lulan was initially worried that Fang Yuan would retreat due to the huge casualties of the wolf group. But Fang Yuan was unyielding, not retreating even to the death, and even turning a blind eye to the wolf corpses on the ground. He Lulan was naturally puzzled, but after thinking about it, he attributed Fang Yuan's refusal to retreat to his previous promise. Once they pass, Wolf King would get 50% of the reward. But he did not know that Fang Yuan was truly concerned about the owner token in He Lulan's hands. He Lulan wanted to raise the owner token in his hands. This was exactly what Fang Yuan wanted. When his owner token reaches 4 edges, Fang Yuan would snatch it and form a 10 edges owner token, obtaining a giant Sun True inheritance. Because of Fang Yuan's actions, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the goo master's side. The flying bear's injuries became more and more severe. Blood flowed out like a waterfall. Howl! Suddenly, the flying bear roared again and spat out a transparent bubble. Rank 5 battle space goo was activated again. The goo masters were already prepared and quickly retreated, but the transparent bubble was only aimed at one blood forest wolf. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flying bear and blood forest wolf disappeared. What's the use of using the same trick again? Someone saw this and laughed loudly. As long as we don't get close to it, why would we be afraid of the battle space goo? Ha ha ha! All of you shut up! He Lulan shouted angrily, but his expression was one of annoyance. Chapter 5, 91. This time, The duration of the battle space goo was much longer than before. After half a day, the battle space goo disappeared, and the mountain-like flying bear phantom appeared in front of everyone again. Oh no, it was like we guessed. Sun Shirhan cried out. Humph. Hey Lolan's expression was extremely ugly. The flying bear phantom had no injuries on its body. Its snow-white fur was flowing with a dazzling light. Its gaze was spirited, its battle intent high, but it seemed to have recovered completely. There was a rank 5 healing goo on the flying bear. This was already clear information. As for its opponent, the blood forest wolf that was pulled into the battle space, only a pile of white bones remained. How can we fight this? Even the fierce General Pei Yen Fei, whose battle intent was like a raging fire, was at a loss. At the side, Tai Bai Yunxing stroked his beard, muttering, no matter how serious the flying bear phantom's injuries are, as long as we activate the battle space goo and pull it into the battle space, it will recover to its original state after resting for half a day. During this period of time, we can only watch. That's right, although the battle space goo is a wild goo and is not controlled by the flying bear, it is very sensitive to danger. But wild goo is very sensitive to danger. When it senses danger, to protect its host, it will randomly choose a target and pull them into battle space. Doesn't this mean we can't use the wolf group? The wolf group is close combat. If they surround the flying bear, isn't this the best target to pull into the battle space? It seems we goo masters have to do it ourselves. Someone said this, and the entire place quietened down, pulling back the wolf group and letting the goo masters attack. That might not work. The flying bear was extremely fast, pulling the goo master into the battle space. The goo master would struggle intensely, struggling at death's door, trying to find a way to survive. To break the battle space goo and prevent the flying bear from having time to heal itself, there was a simple method. That was to make the goo master who was trapped in the battle space commit suicide. But nobody would want to commit suicide. It was human nature to survive. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng could not save them. Water demon Hao Jilu was a bloody example. It was right in front of them. This is the final hurdle. It is too difficult. Our batch is full of talents and heroes. Yet we can't do anything to this flying bear virtual image, even with our combined strength. The flying bear quietly lay on the ground, vigilantly watching everyone. For the time being, it didn't attack and only let out a low growl. You can't say that either. The crucial point was that the battle space goo could not be restrained. We don't have restriction path, chi path, and other methods. Hey, family patriarch, I suggest we change the strategy. Yi Lui Sang was also a patriarch of a superforce. Others didn't dare to advise him, but he could. He Lulan snorted coldly and did not reply. His thoughts raced like lightning. The current situation. It was almost impossible to solve the problem of the battle space goo. It seemed like there was only one way, and that was for me to take the initiative and have the flying bear pull me into the battle void. In the air, I used strength path killer moves. Kill the flying bear. His strength path killer move was not to be underestimated. Its power was vast and mighty. It was He Tribe's secret technique. He Lolan's dark Dao cultivation was not enough to deal with the flying bear. But if he used his strength path methods, along with the amplification of his great strength, true martial physique, killing the flying bear would not be difficult. But this way, he would have to break the concealment effect of dark, limit, immortal goo and hasten the arrival of the 10 extreme calamities. I did not have enough time to begin with. If I use my strength path killer move now and kill the flying bear, the time will be even shorter. I still need to attack the next floor in such a short time and get through 100 rounds to obtain the strength path immortal goo. The difficulty of this is too high. But if I don't get through this round without the one edge owner token, how can I know the location of the strength path immortal goo? Whether I change the strategy of the next floor or ask for reinforcements from the tribe, I need time. The worst situation is that even if I use my Strength Path Killer move to kill this flying bear and obtain the one-edge owner token, this 88-point Jinyang Tower might not have any Strength Path Immortal Goo. He Lulon was hesitant. This was a matter of life and death, and the path ahead was dark. He was at a loss. It is not difficult to break the battle space goo. His words were shocking. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was none other than Wolf King. Brother Shaning, you have another brilliant plan? He Lulon quickly asked. Fang Yuan chuckled. For the matter of the 50% reward, I have to do my best, right? This plan has 3 steps. First, we will fight from afar and exhaust the flying bear. Second, we will send death warriors to engage in close combat. Once they are dragged into the battle space, they will immediately commit suicide. Third, the flying bear will not have any time to rest. We will continue to fight from afar and persevere. We will definitely be able to kill this beast. Brilliant plan. Why didn't I think of it? Immediately, someone shouted, some slapped their thighs in joy, while some sighed inwardly at the ruthlessness of this plan. But no matter what, everyone knew this was a way to solve the problem. In northern plains where wars were frequent, every tribe had death warriors. It was just that there were more or less of them, elites or not. He tribe was a superforce. Not only did they nurture many death warriors, they were all elites. This way, Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly. He could not bear to do this. Sun Shurhan's eyes flashed with sharp light. He only looked at He Lulon, not saying a word. Dying on the battlefield and sending oneself to die were 2 completely different concepts. The former was the glory of a warrior. The latter was a person in power harming the lives of others for their own benefit. If this was really done, He Lolon's reputation as the leader of He tribe would be ruined. This went against the values of the righteous path. The most important thing to do in the righteous path was to have a good reputation. If one's reputation was bad, their achievements in the righteous path would be limited. Demonic path was different. Regardless of reputation, the most important thing was strength. Thus, in the complex demonic path, there was Hao Jilu who brought disaster, and also Tai Bai Yunsheng who saved the dying and healed the injured. Because of this, Sun Shurhan did not persuade him. He was an astute person. He knew that no matter what he said, it would not be appropriate. He had already thought of this method, but he did not suggest it. He did not dare. Right now, Sun Shurhan had already become an external elder of He tribe. Once he suggested it, his reputation would be ruined. Would he still be able to stay in He tribe? I'm afraid only the vicious and cruel Wolf King can say it without any scruples. Sun Shurhan sneaked a glance at Fang Yuan. He was filled with hatred and fear. His face was still aching. But what Sun Shurhan did not know was, to He Lulon, his life was about to be forfeit. What use was reputation? When He Lulon heard Fang Yuan's suggestion, he immediately decided to adopt it. But he still frowned and thought for a long time, hesitating and sighing. He played out his benevolent side to the fullest. Finally, he heaved a long sigh and spouted a bunch of genteel words without stopping. The gist of it was, he had no choice but to adopt this method. The dead tribesmen, he would bury them as his brothers. Their relatives, he would take care of them personally. Everyone knew this, but did not point it out. This was the rule of the righteous path. After going through this process, He Lulon immediately gave the order. He summoned He tribe's death warriors. These He tribe death warriors had rank 2 cultivation level. They had been nurtured by He tribe since young, instilled in them day and night. They were extremely loyal. As for rank 3 death warriors, they were not non-existent. But normally, when they reached rank 3, then they would be very valuable. Almost all of them would leave their status as death warriors. But among the super forces, there were a few death warriors with rank 3 or even rank 4 cultivation level. They would not be used easily. He Lulan was the current leader of He tribe to let these death warriors die. They would not say anything. If the ruler wanted his subjects to die, the subjects had to die. Even if they did not want to die, they had to die. This was the system. There were no more surprises in the following battles. After a dozen or so death warriors died, the flying bear virtual image fell to the ground, on the verge of death. Just as everyone wanted to deal a fatal blow, they suddenly found they could not move. How can this be? It is the power of 88-point Xinyang Tower. We are unable to move. This is too shameless. We were so close to killing this flying bear. Everyone shouted and shouted, dumbfounded. Only Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He hid the 6-edge owner token. He knew that this round had been cleared. He Lulan also sensed it. He quickly took out the owner token and stared at it, only to see a corner slowly growing out of the originally round owner token. At the same time, the feeling of fortune was transmitted to his heart, letting him know that he had completely controlled this floor. So this final round does not require us to kill the flying bear. We only need to beat it until it is on the verge of death. He Lulan was overjoyed inwardly, but he showed a sorrowful expression. He sighed. Everyone, don't be impatient. The battle is over. The mission is complete. This round has been cleared. Sigh. It is a pity for my He tribe's good men. If not for the battle space, isolating the inside from the outside, I would have used puppets or wild beasts to replace them. Cleared? Everyone was surprised and happy. He Lulan tribe leader, I wonder what the reward for this round is. Can you let me broaden my horizons? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked. His goal in clearing 88-point Xinyang Tower was to find lifespan goo. However, lifespan goo were rare and precious. They could only be used as rewards after passing the 90th round. He Lulan heard this and had a strange expression. He pointed at the dying flying bear phantom. This is the reward for this round. What? It is this flying bear phantom. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Only Fang Yuan knew what was going on. He had the 6-edge owner token. He knew all the rewards of the rounds in 88-point Xinyang Tower like the back of his hand. Before challenging the round, he knew that the reward for this round was a rank 6 Phantom Path Immortal Goo. Its name was easy to understand, Flying Bear Phantom Goo. As expected at the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the dying flying bear gradually turned into a lump of white light the size of a mountain. The white light shrunk and turned into a dot, flying towards He Lulan. He Lulan quickly received it and observed it carefully. He was the owner of the owner token. After passing this round, the reward was his. He had just touched this flying bear phantom goo, but because of the power of 88-point Xinyang Tower, he easily refined it. Fang Yuan's 6-edge owner token was different. It was a product of cheating. Only by controlling a certain floor could he take the floor's reward. Of course, it was not that he could not compete for He Lulan's owner token, but if he did, he would awaken Giant Sun's will, the losses would outweigh the gains, and he would die a terrible death. This risk could not be taken. It was best not to. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was dispirited and on the verge of death. Its aura was weak and its condition was not good. But He Lulan's gaze was fixed on it. What was this? This is an immortal goo. He had just sighed inwardly when he heard someone speak. This immortal goo, give it to me. The tone was plain, but there was an unquestionable determination. He Lulan frowned. He did not need to turn around to know who this person was. Chapter 592. When Fang Yuan publicly asked for Flying Bear Phantom Goo, He Lulan's first reaction was to reject it. This was an immortal goo. Even ordinary goo immortals could not obtain one even if they begged for it. No matter how powerful the Wolf King was, he was only a mortal. He dared to make such an excessive request. Moreover, this flying bear phantom goo was very convenient to use. With just a thought and a casual toss, the goo worm could instantly turn into a flying bear phantom and fight. The battle strength of the flying bear phantom, although not as terrifying as the true, desolate beast flying bear, was absolutely at half immortal battle strength. With one could look down on the mortal world. If He Lulan had such an immortal goo during the imperial court contest, how could it be Fang Yuan's turn to perform? Fang Yuan was openly asking for it. It was extremely rude. But He Lulan was furious, but also felt that it was reasonable. Perhaps only a person like Changshan Yin would have the guts to ask for it in public. Looking at the flying bear phantom goo in her hands, He Lulan gradually calmed down. Not good. The flying bear phantom was almost killed by us. This immortal goo's condition is extremely bad. It cannot be used again. It needs to rest for a period of time. An immortal goo is injured. It needs to be healed. Other than that, I can only let it recover on its own. During this period, it needs to be fed. It cannot be interrupted. If I remember correctly, this flying bear phantom goo's food is the desolate beast flying bear's flesh and blood. This is difficult. How can I have such a thing? I can only ask for help from the tribe. The more He Lulan thought, the less anger he felt. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength, true martial physique. He needed a strength path immortal goo to advance, to go immortal and escape from the threat of death. Flying bear phantom goo was not what he needed. What he truly desired was a strength path immortal goo. My urgent matter now is to find a strength path immortal goo. Immortal goo are usually only at the final round of a certain layer. I need to rely on everyone's strength to pass the round. Even though He Lulan was not afraid of Changshan Yin, but if he forcefully held onto flying bear phantom goo, he would definitely fall out with the Wolf King and become estranged, making it even harder for him to mobilize the Wolf King's strength. Instead, she might as well give this immortal goo to him in exchange for his strength to truly help He Lulan. In this way, he could also take care of He Lulan's reputation, so that others wouldn't say that he didn't keep his word. He Lulan had only thought about it for a moment. Humph. Sun Shirhan sneered. Wolf Wang Das man, this is an immortal goo. You want to take it away with just one sentence? Previously, my patriarch promised you 50% of the reward. But that does not mean we have to give you the immortal goo. Looks like the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's eyebrows twitched. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent was not concealed at all as he rushed towards Sun Shirhan. Sun Shirhan's expression changed. He could not help but move a few steps closer to He Lulan. No one doubted him. Whether Fang Yuan had the guts to kill him. The Wolf King's ferocious might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Ha ha ha. He Lulan raised his head and laughed, taking a step towards Fang Yuan and patting his chest. A man's words carry enormous weight. Earlier, we promised Wolf King 50%. So it is 50%. Past this round, we are also relying on Brother Shan Yin's brilliant plan. Thus, another 10% is not too much to ask. But immortal goo are unique. Their value is immeasurable. You can take 60% at most. As for the remaining 40%, how are you going to compensate us? That's right, we also put in a lot of effort. Even though I was heavily injured, I did not retreat. Everyone saw it. Lord Water Demon, how Ji Lu even died because of it. I believe Wolf Wang Das men will definitely give us an explanation. Everyone agreed, targeting Fang Yuan. Even if Fang Yuan had the strength, but wealth moved people's hearts. Seeing that an immortal goo was about to fall into his hands, the surrounding people were envious and jealous. Thus they focused all their attention on Fang Yuan. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper until they shrunk into a knot. He Lulan laughed inwardly. Wolf King, oh Wolf King, no matter how fierce you are and how strong you are, you have fallen into my trap. 7 days later, 88-point Xinyang Tower, 7th floor, 90th round. In the maze, the flying bear phantom roared at the sky. Its body was covered in injuries, blood was flowing out of its mouth, several of its sharp teeth were broken, its right eye was completely blind. Its large eyeball was hanging out of its socket like a grape. It was in a sorry state. And it only had one enemy. He was floating in the air with 6 arms on his back compared to the flying bear phantom's mountain-like body. He was extremely tiny. But the flying bear phantom looked like it was facing a great enemy. It was even trying to put up a strong front. Both sides had fought for more than 15 minutes. It deeply felt the strength of this tiny existence in front of it. Flying bear phantom goo. As expected, of an immortal goo, the flying bear phantom that is formed has quite a bit of intelligence. It is almost crafty. When I face strong enemies in the future, I can let it attack freely. It will save me a lot of mental energy. Fang Yuan looked at the flying bear phantom below him, evaluating in his mind. 7 days ago, He Lulan gathered many experts and passed the final round of the 5th floor, obtaining flying bear phantom immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony, asking for it on the spot. The other goo masters were jealous and tried to stop him, but Fang Yuan expressed that he was willing to pay the other half of the price. His attitude was firm. Eventually, He Lulan gave this goo to Fang Yuan. With this goo, Fang Yuan found He Lulan that night and asked for a loan, forming an agreement behind her back. After returning, he used her immortal blessed land to communicate with jewel-yellow skies, exchanging for the corresponding goo worms and food, and on the 6th day, he recovered flying bear phantom goo to a healthy state. On the 7th day, Fang Yuan secretly entered the 7th floor of 88-point Xinyang Tower to personally test flying bear phantom goo, as well as the perfected killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan ordered flying bear phantom goo to attack him without holding back, while he himself used the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to fight. Flying bear phantom goo was an immortal goo. It had half the battle strength of flying bear. But it was not Fang Yuan's match in 6-arm Heavenly Zombie state. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. He thought about it for a long time. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move, is truly amazing. It uses borrow strength goo as the core. It can borrow the power of heaven, earth, water, fire, and all sorts of natural forces to strengthen itself, allowing the strength to flow endlessly. Even more amazing is that it can temporarily turn me into a zombie body. This way, my body will be in a half-dead state, my recovery speed will rise greatly, and I will be able to get rid of pain as if I have limitless strength and am omnipotent. If it was a living body, continuously exerting strength would result in a lack of strength. But now that Fang Yuan had turned into a heavenly zombie, he cleverly avoided this drawback. This strength, this feeling, made Fang Yuan intoxicated. At the same time, it made him even more vigilant. I can only maintain this state for a short while, but during intense battles, I often immerse myself completely, forgetting the passage of time. Such a killer move gives me a good feeling and makes me easily intoxicated. I must not forget the killer move's time limit. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a powerful killer move, but it had a time limit. If the time limit was exceeded, using it for a long time could cause the Goo Master to completely turn into a heavenly zombie. The severity was even higher than the 10 extreme calamities. Even if he used yin-yang rotation Goo, he would not be able to recover. Fang Yuan wanted to resolve this flaw, but Mo Yao's standards were too harsh. it was hard to find a suitable person to test the goo in a short time. Actually, you have not fully displayed the power of this flying bear phantom goo. At this time, Mo Yao's Will in Fang Yuan's mind suddenly spoke. Oh, what do you mean? Mo Yao seemed to have some understanding of Phantom Path. Phantom Path focuses on the coexistence of phantom and reality. From rank 1 to rank 5, phantom is the main focus, turning into phantom to avoid attacks. Thus, Phantom Path goo masters often lack offense and have plenty of defense. But after rank 6, Phantom Path goo immortals have both offense and defense, turning phantom and reality into reality. When defending, they turn into phantom, causing all attacks to fail. When attacking, they turn phantom into reality, making it hard to defend against. And Flying Bear Phantom goo is a Phantom Path immortal goo, killing desolate beast flying bears, taking their skin, blood, bones, and soul to refine. A single Flying Bear Phantom goo would only have half the battle strength of a true flying bear. But if it is equipped with other goo worms, like the previous Battle Space goo, Grand Chaotic Dance goo, 5 Elements Bearskin goo, and so on, its battle strength would rise greatly. Mo Yao's words made Fang Yuan nod repeatedly. He recalled the scene when he challenged the round. It was because of the goo worms on the Flying Bear Phantom's body that its battle strength rose sharply to the point where everyone was helpless against it. But after the battle space goo was taken by He Lulan. The other goo worms were also divided among the others. When Fang Yuan fought with the Flying Bear Phantom alone, the Flying Bear Phantom no longer had any goo worms on it. This allowed Fang Yuan to gain the upper hand in the battle. He could not help but have some understanding. From another perspective, using Flying Bear Phantom goo with other goo worms, isn't it just using many goo together? Isn't this a killer move? Killer moves were the goo master's ingenuity, using many goo worms and using them together to form the best effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Mo Yao nodded. You comprehended it well. That is indeed the case. However, only Phantom Path goo can truly be used with Flying Bear Phantom goo. Not to mention others, just one goo can allow Flying Bear Phantom goo to turn from solid to phantom, dodging all attacks. Make phantom goo. Fang Yuan's heart could not help but tremble. He could imagine how troublesome the Flying Bear Phantom, with the help of the Qi goo, would be. This would allow Flying Bear Phantom goo's usage to undergo a qualitative change. Mo Yao smiled lightly, saying, Lad, as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you about the 3 Phantom Path inheritances. One of them might even be a Phantom Path goo immortal inheritance. We'll see. Fang Yuan calmed down, his tone indifferent. His wariness towards Mo Yao's will had never disappeared. Chapter 593. Time passed quickly. Another month had passed in the blink of an eye. Northern plains. Fierce winds howled and snow fluttered. The world was a vast expanse of whiteness. Pure white snow covered 10,000 li of grassland. Bone-chilling winds engulfed the world. Sometimes it formed tornadoes. Sometimes it lifted the deep snow on the ground. The 10-year blizzard disaster wreaked havoc on the whole of northern plains. Living beings lamented. All living beings withered. In a limited area, the surviving humans and animals struggled at death's door. Not only did they have to overcome the cold, they also had to fight against snow monsters and others. Under such a harsh environment, the snowmen were like fish in water, moving about frequently and becoming very active. The icy blizzard was like a warm spring breeze to the snowmen. They hunted in the blizzard. Large numbers of wild snowpath, ice path, and water path goo worms were living on their bodies. During normal times, the snowman tribes that were hunted, suppressed, and sold by goo masters had developed greatly, their forces expanding rapidly. Amidst the howling blizzard, 2 black shadows flashed. The shadows stood on the cliff, overflowing with immortal aura. They were He tribe's 2 goo immortals, Bai and Chung. They looked down at the valley below them from high above. The blizzard was still violent, but it could not sway the two's clothes in the slightest. The falling snow could not obstruct the two's probing gazes. In the valley, ice houses had already been built. There were tens of thousands of them. A group of valiant snowman warriors had just returned from hunting. They had returned from a rewarding journey and were entering the valley. Rank 6 Woodpath Gu Immortal Bai frowned. Humph! These snowmen are taking the chance to develop. In these 3 days, this is the 7th time we have seen a tribe of such scale. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Although snowmen have the word human, they are variant humans. After the blizzard ends, Northern Plains humans will actively develop and will definitely have many battles with these snowmen. The more snowmen there are, to humans, the more enemies they have, the stronger they are. Chung patted Bai's shoulder, smiling. Brother should be happy. Looking at it from another angle, these snowmen are our wealth. If we capture these snowmen, we can not only exchange them for immortal yuan stones from other Gu immortals, we can also teach Shui Songzi a lesson. The corners of Bai's mouth curled up into a smile. Elder brother is thoughtful. If not for Shui Songzi, I would have gotten wooden chicken Gu long ago. He had actually interfered in the battle for the imperial court. Over the past few days, we have been hunting snowmen and selling them to jewel yellow skies. I really want to see Shui Songzi's expression right now. After saying this, the smile at the corner of Bai's mouth immediately disappeared, his eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. Elder brother, Lulan has already been in imperial court for so long. According to the calculation of the time, 88-point Jinyang Tower should have already formed more than 20 floors. Why haven't I seen the wooden chicken Gu? Chung laughed. Calm down, calm down. The 88-point Jinyang Tower had a total of 88 floors. How many floors were there? Lulan, that child, although he was short-tempered, he was cautious when it came to important matters. Ever since he entered imperial court, he has never lost contact with us, right? Moreover, Lulan already has a one-edge owner token. As long as the wooden chicken Gu is taken, before it forms a floor, Lulan will sense it. We will be able to receive the information. Tribe was a superforce. Although they did not have talent, they could match Fairy Mo Yao's level. But using Gu worms to send messages inside and outside, they still had their own ways. Bai side, imperial court, blessed land, and the outside world of Northern Plains have different time flow. 1 day in the outside world is more than 20 days in imperial court blessed land. I am slightly worried that Lulan will not be able to notify us in time. If that happens, the help we can provide will be lesser. Chung consoled with a smile. Brother, you are confused because of your concern. Don't worry. With Lulan's current strength, getting through 3 to 4 floors is not a problem. Before that, let's take care of this Yeti tribe in front of us. All right. The anxiety in Bai's heart dissipated as he nodded. The two's figures shot down like lightning, directly charging towards the snowman tribe in the valley. Chung opened his mouth and laughed lightly. Immediately, his majestic laughter shook the heaven and earth, resounding through the clouds. The whole valley buzzed from the vibration, and the majestic snowfall also became sluggish. Bam, 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 bam. The sound waves swept through, and countless ice houses were shattered into ice and snow. In an instant, the snowman tribe suffered disastrous losses. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A strong enemy has appeared. Brave warriors, it is time to defend our homeland. Defend our homeland. Remember, we cannot fall. Behind us are our wives, children, and parents. The snowmen shouted loudly. After a short period of panic, they prepared to resist. Humph! a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating themselves. Hey-Bai floated in the air, looking at the snowmen swarming over with a cold gaze, like he was looking at a group of ants. He lightly waved his sleeves. Buzz, 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 a black mass of goo worms flew out. First hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. Eventually, hundreds of thousands of goo covered the sky above the valley, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. The snowmen looked at the sky, their faces filled with shock and fear. Their fighting spirit that had just surged up was completely frozen by the might of the goo immortals. At this moment, they truly felt the bone-chilling coldness of the snowstorm. Goo immortals had immortal essence, and one bead of immortal essence could be seen as limitless primeval essence. This meant that any goo immortal could manipulate a vast number of mortal goo without having to worry about a lack of primeval essence. Although the snowman tribe was strong, facing the battle strength of a goo immortal, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, waiting to be slaughtered. At the next moment, Hey-Bai lightly pointed, and the goo group pounced down. Mournful screams could be heard endlessly in the valley. Over 10 days later, Imperial Court blessed land. Hey Lulan slowly put down the letter goo in her hand, laughing coldly. The letter goo came from Hey Tribe's goo immortal. The content was cliché, but it still urged Hey Lulan to speed up the search for wooden chicken goo. Imperial Court blessed land originally did not allow internal and external communication, but after so many years, even Giant Sun Immortals arrangements could not withstand the erosion of the River of Time, and there were loopholes in it. Although they did not have Fairy Mo Yao's talent, Hey Tribe, Lu Tribe, and other super forces also had their own methods of internal and external communication. Once a goo master advances to an immortal, their entire life will be elevated, and they will possess immortal essence. Mortals are simply not an immortal's match to deal with a goo immortal, and it has to be a goo immortal. Strength path immortal goo, Hey Lulan softly muttered, slowly getting up and leaving her seat, walking towards the window. He looked up. The peak of the sacred palace was filled with dazzling colors. The newest floor of 88-point Xinyang Tower was about to form at this moment. 38th floor. Hey Lulan sighed inwardly. He had seen this situation many times, and was no longer as excited as the first time. But his reverence towards Ancestor Giant Sun was accumulated every time true Yang Tower was formed, and now he was completely in awe of his ancestors' heaven-defying methods. Only by relying on 88-point Xinyang Tower and borrowing Ancestor Giant Sun's strength can I take revenge. Hey Lulan took out his owner token. Although so much time had passed, his owner token was still a one-edge owner token. Hey Lulan was well-versed in history and was well aware of his own strength. This time's lineup was not bad compared to the previous victors of the Imperial Court contest, but it was not too good either. At most, he could only pass 3 or 4 times. Hey Lulan wanted to obtain his own Strength Path Immortal Goo, and also had the clan mission of plundering wooden chicken immortal goo. This meant that the quota for 2 passes had already been reserved long ago. Thus, these days, he had restrained himself and focused on recuperating. At the same time, he still opened up 88-point Xinyang Tower, allowing goo masters to increase their strength as much as possible. By doing this, he naturally gained the gratitude and reverence of the goo masters outside of Hey Tribe. Of course, Hey Tribe had many dissatisfaction and puzzlement, but because of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, Hey Tribe members could only feel angry, but did not dare to say anything. Come. Hey Lulan lightly called. His trusted aide Hey Shu immediately appeared in front of him, quietly kneeling on the ground and lowering his head. Lord Tribe Leader, please instruct me. How is the situation recently? Hey Lulan caressed the owner token in his hand, looking far away. His gaze was still on 88-point Xinyang Tower. The situation seems stable recently, but there are turbulent undercurrents. Chong tribe's Gu masters have been assassinated, and many Gu masters have mysteriously disappeared when they went out. Chong tribe leader Chong Ji, you personally went out. They searched everywhere, trying to capture the culprit, but found nothing. Instead, the situation of Chong tribe's Gu masters being harmed has become more serious. He Shu reported, "Oh, who is so daring?" He Shu showed an ashamed expression. This subordinate is still investigating. He Lulan slightly nodded, saying with a tone of schadenfreude, "Don't be anxious. We should not be anxious about this. Chang Shan Yin's way of doing things is too sinister and ruthless. He has lost the harmony of the people, and now he is tasting the bitter fruit. Several months ago, when he swept through the Earth Chief Beast Group, he sent Chong tribe's Gu masters to capture many Gu masters, but he actually killed them all. This caused a lot of anger among the people, but because of Wolf King's fierce reputation, although they wanted revenge, they did not dare to move. Right now, He Lulan remembered it clearly, because among these unlucky Gu masters that Fang Yuan used as test subjects, there was someone who was related to He Lulan. Wolf King actually did not give her face and killed this person. This made He Lulan secretly bear a grudge. Tribe leader is wise. This subordinate also thinks so. He Shu flattered and added, "Chong tribe leader might be Chong Jiyu, but this person is Wolf King's son and was appointed as tribe leader by Wolf King with one sentence. He is too young and cannot convince the people. The whole of Chong tribe's affairs are actually in the hands of Chong Jiyu's foster father, the former Chong tribe leader Chong Biao." But not long ago, the news of Lord Chong Biao and Lord Pan Ping dying in the 90th round of the 7th floor spread. Chong tribe was in turmoil, and Chong Ji, you could not maintain the situation in Chong tribe. The Avengers saw this opportunity, and maybe because of the True Yang building's reward, their strength rose greatly, so they went around to assassinate Chong tribe's Gu masters. Yes. He Lulan nodded. He Shu's analysis was also his opinion on this matter. Quickly investigate this person, to be able to disregard Wolf King's fierce reputation, and focus on revenge. This is bravery. These days, to assassinate Chong tribe's Gu masters without being discovered, this is a scheme. This person is brave and astute. He should be recruited into our He tribe. Only our He tribe can protect her life. He Lulan instructed, "Yes, Lord. Are there any movements on Chong Shanyin's side? Ever since Chong Biao's corpse was found and returned to Chong tribe, Wolf King might have obtained some clues from Chong Biao's corpse. On that day, he entered True Yang building and has yet to come out. This subordinate sent people to investigate. Wolf King should have gone to the 90th round of the 7th floor's labyrinth. Ever since he entered, the howls of wolf groups could be heard from the labyrinth." He Shu reported. He Lulan frowned. Chong Biao, Pan Ping, and Water Demon, how Ji Lu's death were all situations he did not want to see. But now that they were dead, He Lulan could only accept this reality. He could completely predict that once Wolf King comes out of the building and learns of Chong tribe's misfortune, he would fly into a rage and search for the culprit. At that time, the whole sacred palace would probably be turned upside down. He Lulan could not wait for Wolf King to incite even more anger among the people, but he was worried that Wolf King would implicate the innocent and kill people everywhere, greatly weakening the strength he could mobilize when challenging the rounds. This was something He Lulan had to prevent. But how could he stop it? He Lulan did not speak, falling into deep thought. He Shu quietly knelt on the ground, patiently waiting for He Lulan's next order. He Lulan's thoughts did not last long. A surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face. His gaze instantly sharpened, staring at True Yang building at the peak of the sacred palace. There, the 39th floor was slowly condensing, although it had yet to take form. Through the one-edge owner token, He Lulan could know the Gu worms in this floor. Wooden chicken Gu. wooden chicken goo has finally appeared. Hey Lolan's heart shook, but soon he calmed down. His gaze was like cold lightning as he turned to look at Hey Shu. Chapter 594. Not long after, Ma Yingjie heard the summons and hurried over to pay his respects. As He tribe's greatest opponent, Ma tribe had suffered a crushing defeat in the decisive battle. Ma tribe's experts were almost all slaughtered. Young tribe leader Ma Yingjie was luckily saved and bravely took on the heavy responsibility of tribe leader. His original plan was to hole up in Warm Pond Valley and recuperate as much as possible. But He Lulan forced him to come and forcefully annexed Ma tribe. Next, Ma tribe could only follow He tribe to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Ma Yingjie had thought that He Lulan wanted to strip Ma tribe of its name and swallow the whole tribe. For this, he had put in many efforts and even accepted outsiders and gave them the surname Ma. But in the end, none of the things he had predicted happened. Not only that, after Ma tribe came to Imperial Court Blessed Land, they did not receive any harsh criticism from He Lulan. Instead, they were treated equally. He Lulan selflessly opened up 88-point Xinyang Tower. Ma tribe had gained a lot of benefits. Right now, Ma tribe was recovering well, and the tribe's forces were growing stronger day by day. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Ma Yingjie had been feeling uneasy because of this. Receiving He Lulan's sudden summons, the uneasiness in his heart increased by several times and reached its peak. Looking at Ma Yingjie, He Lulan smiled. Ma, tribe leader, how has Ma tribe been these days? Ma Yingjie was extremely vigilant and immediately replied, "We are fine. This is all thanks to tribe leaders' magnanimity and disregard of past enmity. Ma tribe has been struggling at death's door and has now recovered some vitality. If I remember correctly, this time Ma tribe was sponsored by Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path, Gu Immortal Shuesongzi, right?" He Lulan said amiably. Ma Yingjie was tongue-tied and broke out in cold sweat, unable to speak. Ma tribe, as a Huangjin bloodline, privately communicated with a demonic path, Gu Immortal. This was no doubt breaking the rules set by Ancestor Giant Sunday. Could it be that He Lulan is here to settle the score? Damn it, now he is the meat on the chopping block, and I want to destroy the Ma family. All I need is one word from He Lulan. Ma Yingjie was very nervous. Revitalizing the Ma family was his lifelong wish. The Ma family was his lifeline. Ha ha ha. He Lulan laughed, her laughter echoing throughout the study. Don't be nervous, Ma family head. As long as you cooperate obediently, glory, splendor, and wealth will come rolling in. Please speak, patriarch. Ma Yingjie gritted his teeth. A wise man submits to circumstances. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to bow down. What? However, what He Lulan said next shocked Ma Yingjie. He was as stunned as a statue. Great Snow Mountain Blessed Land. The towering snow-capped peak stood tall among them. The sky was blue. Radiance flowed around. The fifth branch peak. Within Ice Lake Palace, a negotiation was nearing its end. Shuesongzi had an anxious expression as he looked at Demon Lord Long Dan in front of him, saying impatiently, "Demon Lord, don't forget who lent you the immortal Yuan stone in an emergency. To repay your debt, it was me. Now that I encountered some trouble, I asked you for help, but you are making all sorts of excuses. Isn't this too disappointing? Is the great demon, Lord Long Dan, such a petty person?" Demon Lord Long Dan smiled as he sipped his tea, saying in a gentle tone, "Lord Songzi, please be careful with your words. Benjun will always remember our previous friendship in my heart. I have not forgotten it at all. But this time, Lord Songzi, your trouble is not small. If I help you, I will offend He Tribe's Gu Immortals. My business in Jewel Yellow Skies has just started to improve It cannot withstand such a blow. Shue Song Zi sold snowmen for a living. He was quite wealthy. But in the last few months, his business in Jewel Yellow Skies was fiercely attacked by He tribe. He tribe's Gu immortals hunted snowmen wantonly and sold them at low prices, greatly destroying the rules and benefits of the snowman slave trade. This was a different kind of confrontation. It involved many things. In order to protect his source of income, Shue Songzi had to accept the challenge, barely maintaining a deadlock with He tribe's Gu immortals. Although he was wealthy, he was only one person after all. Compared to the superforce He tribe, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, he paled in comparison. Thus, he could not hold on any longer and started to ask for help from the surrounding Gu immortals. Demon Lord Longdan's calm demeanor made Shue Songzi anxious. Demon Lord, don't beat around the bush. Tell me directly, what do you want for you to help? Demon Lord Longdan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he stared at Shue Songzi. Lord Songzi, I know you have 100-year lifespan, Gu. As long as you give it to me, I will do my best to help you. Shue Songzi heard this and stood up from his seat, pointing at Demon Lord Longdan. You actually have the cheek to say this? Demon Lord Longdan raised his eyebrows, his voice turning gloomy. Why would I feel embarrassed? Who would help for no reason? Shue Songzi, I advise you not to be rash. If you point at me again, I will get angry. Humph! Shue Songzi knew he was not Demon Lord Longdan's match. He snorted coldly and withdrew his finger, flicking his sleeves and leaving. Demon Lord Longdan did not urge him to stay. He looked at his departing figure with a gloomy expression and snorted coldly. He had long since disliked Shue Songzi, relying on the fact that he had some spare cash. He was usually very arrogant. Back then, he had borrowed immortal yuan stone from Shue Songzi, but Shue Songzi actually dared to give him a high-interest loan. Shue Songzi took advantage of the situation and made a huge profit. Demon Lord Longdan suffered a loss. He had always kept this in mind. Shue Songzi returned to his 7th peak with an ashen expression. Without outsiders, he sat cross-legged on the cushion, his tense expression finally relaxed as he sighed. If I had known this, I would not have interfered in the imperial court contest. He deeply regretted it. Winner takes all. Previously, he had invested a huge amount in the imperial court contest, but had gained nothing. Now he was facing the attacks of He tribe's Gu immortals. He could not even protect his source of wealth. In the end, the righteous path is united, while the demonic path is divided. Snowy mountain-blessed land has so many demonic path Gu immortals, but I cannot obtain any of their help. In contrast, He tribe's Gu immortals can obtain the help of many forces. They can work together to pressure me. Sigh, after this battle, I have used up all my years of accumulation. My losses are disastrous. The waters of the imperial court contest are too deep. It is not something I can step into. Previously, many demonic path Gu immortals had interfered in the imperial court contest, but how many of them had a good ending? Sigh. My greed was aroused by wooden chicken Gu. I thought that since I had already offended He tribe's Gu immortals, I might as well interfere. But I did not know how many demonic path Gu immortals were watching me make a fool of myself. Sigh. It is time to reflect. Shue Songzi sighed repeatedly. Just as he was about to reflect on this painful experience and learn from it, a letter Gu pierced through the air and appeared in front of him. Isn't this the letter Gu I gave to my tribe for communication? Shue Songzi felt it was strange and held it in his hand. His mind inspected it, and he immediately showed an astonished expression. What does this mean? He Lulan actually wants to cooperate with me? Shue Songzi sneered in disdain. Using wooden chicken Gu as bait to deceive me, this might be another scheme of He tribe. Wait a moment. This is actually, does He Lulan really want to cooperate with me? Interesting. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Half a month later, Mother, Mother. Hey Lulon suddenly sat up on the bed. He breathed heavily, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. A long while later, his pupils gradually regained their focus. It was another nightmare. This nightmare had been tormenting him since a long time ago. Each nightmare was like a pile of firewood. It made the fire of hatred in his heart burn even more fiercely. After calming his breathing, Hey Lulon got up from the bed. His body was swollen like a bear, and his triangular eyes started to shine with an intimidating light. But on his face, there was a deep sense of exhaustion. But when he opened the window, this exhaustion was completely concealed, and people could feel it. Only the aura of a ruthless overlord lingering around his body. He looked up at 88 Point Shinyang Tower and pondered about the matter of cooperating with Shui Songzi. In the letter, he did not hesitate to take a risk, telling Shui Songzi the biggest secret in his heart, and even gave out the crucial goo worms, using his body as a hostage to exchange for Shui Songzi's trust. Right now, the 39th floor had been condensed for a long time, and his cooperation with Shui Songzi was progressing well. Thanks to this demonic path Gu Immortal's help, Hey Lulon had a smooth journey in the 39th floor. It could be said that he was advancing triumphantly. His actions were equivalent to betraying Hey Tribe. Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals would definitely not let him off. In fact, Hey Lulon did not even know how long he could hide this matter. But he was clear that as long as he was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was safe. Imperial Court Blessed Land forbade Gu Immortals from entering or leaving. At this point, he could no longer turn back. He could only move forward until his death. But the most crucial thing in Hey Lulon's plan, the strength path immortal Gu that could change the entire situation, had yet to appear. He could only continue to wait. 88 Point Jinyang Tower, 7th floor, 90th round. Chong Ji-yu pays respects to Lord Supreme Elder. Chong tribe leader knelt on the ground with an ashamed expression. Do you know why I summoned you? Fong Yuan stood in front of him, speaking plainly. This subordinate is ashamed. I have failed to live up to Lord Supreme Elder's trust. This subordinate is extremely useless, allowing the murderer to roam freely. Lord Supreme Elder, please punish me. Chong Ji-yu continued to kowtow, his forehead knocking against the ground, producing muffled sounds. Not long after, blood could be seen on his forehead. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. You have some self-awareness. You know your own incompetence. Stop kowtowing. Get up and answer me. This subordinate doesn't dare. Get up. Fong Yuan emphasized again. His tone was calm, but it was filled with an unquestionable and irrefutable decision. Chong Ji-yu stood up, his head lowered. Blood was slowly flowing down his face. He was in a sorry state. Sigh. Fong Yuan sighed lightly. He stretched out his hand and comforted the wound on Chong Ji-yu's forehead. White light shone under the power of a healing goo worm. Chong Ji-yu's wound rapidly healed, not leaving any scars. Chong Ji-yu's body shuddered. 2 streams of hot tears flowed out of his eyes. Ever since the father and son met, this was the first time Chang Shan-in had made such an intimate action towards his son Chong Ji-yu. Chapter 5, 95. Fong Yuan wiped Chong Ji-yu's tears, his tone gentle like the spring breeze. What are you crying for? You are my wolf king's son. You can only bleed and not shed tears. The word son made Chong Ji-yu's heart shudder, as if he had received an electric shock. Great joy engulfed Chong Ji-yu's heart like a tsunami. Father finally admitted that I am his son. He called me personally. The grievances he had accumulated in his heart, the pressure he had to bear, the accumulated anger, shame, and grief towards his foster father's death. At this moment, he was greatly relieved. He could not help but shed tears of joy, but Fang Yuan's words were still ringing in his ears. He endured bitterly, his face was distorted, and his lips were bleeding from biting, but his tears still flowed out unceasingly. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out "Father," but he did not dare. He could only repeatedly apologize while sobbing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Fang Yuan lightly patted his shoulder, saying warmly, "Do you know what your greatest shortcoming is?" Changji, you was slightly dazed. Fang Yuan continued with an affirmative tone, "Your greatest shortcoming is that you are not strong enough." Not strong enough? Chang Ji-yu stopped sobbing, his teary eyes staring at the imposing figure in front of him. "This is yellow gold relic goo. It is enough for you to climb to rank 4 peak stage. There is also purple crystal relic goo. It can let you advance by leaps and bounds in rank 5. Fang Yuan took out 2 relic goo and stuffed them into Chang Ji-yu's hands. Chang Ji-yu received it in a daze. Then a surge of gratitude filled his heart. This is a father's love. How many poets have praised a father's love as heavy as a mountain, as deep as the sea? Today, I finally feel it. Father." Chang Ji-yu sobbed emotionally, looking at Fang Yuan. He kneeled down. "A young eagle's wings will not become as hard as steel without going through the tempering of wind and frost. A young horse will not be able to gallop like the wind without experiencing a fall. I have already heard the report on Chang tribe's matters, but I will not care. Become strong. Accept this tempering, take over the tribe, and use this to establish your prestige. This is what you need to do. I'll be watching you from behind the scenes." Fang Yuan said, "Lord Father, this child is ashamed." Being so attentive to by his biological father made Chang Ji-yu excited. This made him feel a sense of fear. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "I know your concerns." Was he worried that his aptitude was insufficient and it would be difficult for him to break through to rank 5? "Don't worry. Not only will I raise your aptitude, I will also teach you a set of strength path killer move. It will be extremely powerful. This is my special skill, even during the final battle of the royal court. I only used 30% of my power." Chang Ji-yu couldn't help gaping, pleasantly surprised. His father actually had a method to raise his aptitude, and was even going to teach him a strength path killer move. This set of strength path killer moves was what father had used in the decisive battle against Ma tribe, and that was only 30% of its power. "Father, you are my biological father after all. Although adoptive father Chang Biao treated me very well compared to my biological father, it was nothing. This was the deepest bond in the bloodline. Lord Father, he is going to nurture me. He is going to vigorously groom me." After the shock, Chang Ji-yu's heart surged with even greater joy. "Next, I will raise your aptitude. Relax your mind and calm your mind. Sleep, sleep, have a good sleep first." Fang Yuan's voice was warm and gentle while secretly activating a hypnosis goo. Chang Ji-yu's mood had fluctuated greatly. He was already exhausted. Under the effect of the goo worm, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with confidence. Under the effect of the goo, he soon fell asleep. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking out blood skull goo. This goo had a crystal-like texture. It was the size of a baby's skull and could be held in one palm. Right now, it was full of fresh blood. It was scarlet, flickering with demonic blood light. This blood, it was obtained by Fang Yuan secretly killing Chang tribesmen these days. The sleeping Chang Ji-yu's lips curled up. A smile of happiness appeared on his face. He would never have thought that the main culprit who had been assassinating Chang tribesmen these days was the biological father he adored and worshipped the most. Even outsiders like He Lulan were kept in the dark, not suspecting Fang Yuan. "Go." Fang Yuan willed. Blood skull goo slowly flew out of his palm, circling around Chang Ji-yu. Next, Blood Skull Goose stopped above Chang Ji-yu's head, opening its mouth and spitting out a thick stench of blood. The blood directly entered Chang Ji-yu's head, skin, hair, following his meridians, finally gathering in his aperture. Chang Ji-yu's aptitude started to rise slowly but steadily. By the time Chang Ji-yu woke up, Fang Yuan had already disappeared. The previous encounter was like a dream, causing Chang Ji-yu to be suspicious. But the pile of goo worms and sufficient food on the ground was the best proof, proving that everything had really happened. Heavens, my aptitude really rose. It is now 96%. After inspecting his aperture, Chang Ji-yu shouted in joy. Stay here and cultivate properly these few days. Use all the relic goo that father left behind. This way, your cultivation will reach rank 5 upper stage. The other goo worms on the ground were temporarily lent to you by me. There is an east window, goo inside, that records the details of the killer move. Just practice according to it. An echo entered Chang Ji-yu's ears. Chang Ji-yu was extremely excited. Ah, this is Father's voice. Lord Father, your son will definitely not disappoint you. Your son will definitely become a rank 5 goo master and master the killer move. Chang Ji-yu's heart surged with unbounded heroism and fighting spirit. He sat cross-legged on the spot, taking out a yellow gold relic goo and placing it in his aperture. Fang Yuan had been observing in secret. This is the person you chose to test the goo on? He is really not bad. In his mind, Mo Yao's will sneered, but in the East Window goo, you specially pointed out the flaws of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The goo worms you lent him were also not tampered with. Aren't you afraid he will remember the flaws and use them carefully, not turning into a heavenly zombie? Hee, Mo Yao, you don't need to worry. I still have this bit of ability to grasp people's hearts. You haven't used the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but when you turn into a heavenly zombie, that feeling of endless power is so intoxicating. Even I am mesmerized by it. Chang Ji-yu is a young man. His temperament is lacking in self-control. When he practices the killer move, he naturally needs to find wolf groups to practice with. This is my territory. When the time comes, I just need to guide him, and he won't become a heavenly zombie. Fang Yuan's tone was confident. Humph, you humans are just so crafty and sinister. Just like this blood skull goo that you used. Us Inkmen would never refine this kind of evil goo worm to harm our own clansmen. Mo Yao ridiculed. Fang Yuan was not angry, instead smiling. Aren't you Spirit Affinity House's fairy, the representative of the righteous path? Why didn't you stop me? That would require me to have the ability to stop it. Moreover, why should I stop your human race's internal strife? Humph, I can't wait for all of you humans to die. Only then will there be space for us variant humans to survive. Mo Yao rolled his eyes. Her identity was very peculiar. She was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House and had an extraordinary relationship with Bo Qing, but she was also an Inkman and not a pure human. She looked at the humans killing each other like how the humans looked at the snowmen, or the feeling of beast groups fighting each other. But do I really not have the ability to stop it? Fang Yuan suppressed this doubt in his heart. 3 days later, Chang Ji-yu used relic goo and successfully raised his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage. Next, he started to practice the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King without stopping. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, he was intoxicated by the killer move's vast power, gradually forgetting the killer move's flaws. Under Fang Yuan's intentional manipulation, an intense battle of attrition was created. In the intense battle, Chang Ji-yu charged left and right, fighting to his heart's content and forgetting the time. By the time the battle ended, he discovered to his horror that he had already turned into a heavenly zombie. 2 days later, Fang Yuan appeared in front of him again. "Father, save me!" Chang Jiyu, who had turned into a monster, knelt on the ground. He anxiously asked for help. "My son, how did you become like this?" Fang Yuan was greatly shocked and asked angrily, "I had clearly warned you not to overuse this killer move. You, how could you forget this most crucial thing?" "Father, I am ashamed. I was muddle-headed and forgot the time. By the time I discovered it, it was already too late for regrets." "Father," Chang Jiyu was extremely ashamed, kneeling on the ground and looking at Fang Yuan with teary eyes. Right now, he was neither human nor ghost. His only hope was on Fang Yuan. "Sai, this is difficult. In this state, even if I use yin-yang rotation goo, I won't be able to save you. This killer move's power is peerless, but it is also because of this that the repercussions are extremely severe. Even I, your father, have no way." Fang Yuan spread his arms. His expression was one of grief, anger, and conflict. "Ah, even, father, you have no way?" Chang Jiyu knelt on his knees and walked towards Fang Yuan's feet. His expression was one of disappointment and fear. Fang Yuan sighed repeatedly. "This killer move has a great origin. I took a great risk and barged into a Gu immortal inheritance, risking my life to obtain this immortal killer move." "This is an immortal killer move. No wonder it is so powerful." Chang Jiyu was stupefied. Although Fang Yuan had a tall and imposing image in his mind, compared to a Gu immortal, he was undoubtedly inferior. Chang Jiyu had always been Chang tribe's young tribe leader. Although he was not familiar with Gu immortals, he was by no means a stranger. "I was wrong. I made a huge mistake. How could I be so eager for quick success?" Chang Jiyu cried loudly. His voice was as sharp and unpleasant as an owl's. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, crying, "Father, your son has failed to live up to your ardent expectations. Your son was wrong. Your son has let you down. No, it is precisely like this. I needed you to become like this." Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he helped Chang Jiyu up. "My son, how many times have I told you, don't cry? You can't cry. Although you were wrong, I, your father, am also at fault. These days, I have only been exploring this labyrinth round and did not take care of you at all times. Your father believes that there is always a way out. We will research together and find a way to turn you back into a human. There will definitely be a way. Believe in your father. Believe in yourself." Fang Yuan's words were sincere, his eyes slightly teary. "Father!" Chang Jiyu cried continuously. He was thoroughly moved. He had turned into a monster. He did not even dare to look at his own face. But his father Chang Shan-in did not feel disgusted. It was clearly his son's fault, but he still took the blame. Now that his son had become like this, he still did not give up. "This is the deepest bond between father and son. This is my father, my biological father." Chang Jiyu was extremely moved. A flame of hope was ignited in his heart of despair. He had the confidence to continue living. "Child, you should stay here for now. Let me think about how I can change you back to your original state. As for Chang tribe, father will take care of it. Don't worry, rest well here, with us father and son working together. Why would we be afraid of a mere killer move-dead object?" Fang Yuan's words made Chang Jiyu feel like he had found his backbone. Chapter 596. Ah! The mournful screams almost pierced through the eardrums. Chang Jiyu's body trembled in pain. His muscles bulged as the 6 monstrous arms on his back danced chaotically, stirring up the wind like thunder. But Fang Yuan only needed one hand to firmly press him in the air. At this moment, his gaze was like lightning as he controlled his goo worms while shouting, "My son, endure! This is the time." Chang Ji was in so much pain that he almost lost his reason. This was inhuman pain. Even though he had transformed into a heavenly zombie and had almost no sense of pain, he could still feel every inch of his skin and muscles being mercilessly and cruelly torn apart. But Fang Yuan's words were like a clear spring pouring into Chang Jiyu's heart. Chang Jiyu endured with all his might, and finally, just as he was about to faint, the intense pain dissipated like the tide. Success, success. Chang Jiyu breathed roughly. His head was splitting, he barely opened his eyes and saw that the skin on his arms had already turned back into fresh flesh and blood. Even the 6 monstrous arms that grew out of his back showed signs of shrinking. Nothing was more attractive to Chang Jiyu than returning to his human form. At this moment, he almost cried tears of joy. Not good. Suddenly, Fang Yuan spoke with a gloomy tone. Chang Jiyu's newly recovered arms almost instantly turned back into a heavenly zombie state, turning into a withered tree. The 6 arms on his back also grew back, extremely stubborn. No. Why did they turn back? Father! Chang Jiyu screamed in panic, subconsciously asking for help from Fang Yuan. But when he saw the feigned exhaustion on Fang Yuan's face, Chang Jiyu could not cry out. Father is tired. That's right. Father has been helping me these days, thinking of close to 100 methods without sleeping or resting. Who knows how many goo worms have been wasted? At least the rank 5 goo I saw. There were 70 to 80. What reason do I have to blame Father? This is all because of my carelessness, a huge mistake. Father, your son has let you down. Chang Jiyu felt heartache and shame, but also felt the blissful feeling of a child being taken care of by a wolf king, like grass being sheltered by a tree. Damn it, this heavenly corpse is really tenacious. Even this method doesn't work. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He asked in his mind, Mo Yao, what other methods do you have? Tell me quickly. Fang Yuan had come up with more than a dozen methods, but they had all been rejected before. Mo Yao was the one who came up with the idea for the experiment. This was also one of Fang Yuan's plans. On one hand, it was to constantly test Chang Jiyu. He was trying to find a way to return to his human state. On the other hand, it was also an opportunity to stimulate Mo Yao's will to think continuously and consume her power. Mo Yao pondered for a moment before saying, There's another way, but it's more dangerous. The person testing the goo will suffer 3 times the pain of the previous test. It's extremely likely that he'll die from the pain. He is a heavenly corpse. He could be considered dead. Why would he die from pain? Fang Yuan was puzzled. He can only be considered half a dead man. His body is dead, but his soul is still left in his body. Unless his soul is sucked into the door of life and death, only then can he be considered truly dead. Mo Yao explained, the door of life and death was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. It was very famous and was recorded in the Legends of Runzu. The current era was different from the immemorial antiquity era. The door of life and death had disappeared long ago and had changed owners several times. Their control over departed spirits was greatly reduced. That was why monsters like zombies existed. If this was during Runzu's era, there would be no zombies in the world. Mo Yao's method was extremely risky. It could cause the person's soul to shatter and disintegrate from the pain. Once Chang Jiyu's soul shattered, he would die completely. Mo Yao urged again, Lad, there are gains and losses in everything. The killer move's power is unparalleled, but the flaws are hard to make up for. These days, you have experimented so many times and spent your family's wealth. You even borrowed money from He tribe and others. You are already aware of the difficulty. This is my final method. I cannot guarantee it will be effective. Moreover, this method is extremely dangerous. There is a slim chance of survival. Whether to use this method or not, it is up to you. This son of yours has already completely transformed into a heavenly corpse. His battle strength is outstanding. He is a very good fighting force. He also listens to your words. Sacrificing him like this is really too much of a pity. I advise you to keep him by your side and dispatch him." Fang Yuan did not speak. "Father, please rest more. This son is not in a hurry." On the other side, Chang Jiyu also said. Fang Yuan looked over. Although Chang Jiyu had transformed into a heavenly corpse and had an ugly appearance, his eyes were still clear, filled with admiration and worship towards him. Fang Yuan smiled. "Child, father has already thought of a good method. This method is extremely dangerous. Your life will be in danger, but the possibility of success is very high. Father is currently hesitating. Sigh." In his mind, Mo Yao sighed faintly. Although Fang Yuan said so, Chang Jiyu, who hated himself and was determined to recover, only had one choice when he heard it. Sure enough, when Chang Jiyu heard this, he hesitated for a moment before his eyes blossomed with a strange light. "Lord Father, please use this method. This son's current appearance is simply worse than death." Fang Yuan gazed into Chang Jiyu's eyes. "But you are my only child." "Father!" Chang Jiyu cried, prostrating on the ground. He hugged Fang Yuan's calf. "This son also cannot bear to part with you. But this son really does not dare to continue living with this kind of face. Even if there is only a trace of hope, this son will still strive to struggle." Fang Yuan was silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. "Never mind. People always have to live according to their own wishes. Father also cannot bear to let you continue to suffer like this. Rest for a few days. Let Father prepare a bit. After a few days, we will make our final attempt. After a few days." "Ah!" Chang Jiyu's voice was already hoarse. "Persevere a bit more." Fang Yuan's gaze was warm, his heart as calm as ice as he encouraged. But the next moment, Chang Jiyu's screams suddenly stopped. This was the 307th time he fainted from the pain. Truly useless. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he snorted in dissatisfaction, stopping the goo worm's activation. This experiment had to be carried out when Chang Jiyu was conscious, otherwise it would be useless. Chang Jiyu fainting meant that his soul had already shattered, reaching the brink of collapse once again. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop, using a soul path goo worm to slightly nourish his soul. "I said before, this method does not have much hope. Let's leave Chang Jiyu alive." In his mind, Mo Yao advised in a compassionate tone. Fang Yuan snorted. His eyes narrowed as a sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes. "Try again. Try one last time." Chang Jiyu slowly woke up, his vision turning from blurry to clear. He saw Fang Yuan standing at the side. In his eyes, his father was haggard and exhausted. This made his heart wrench. Tears flowed down his eyes in shame as he choked with sobs. "Father, let's try again. Don't be discouraged. Don't lose heart." Fang Yuan consoled with a smile. "Father, if I still faint from the pain this time, don't try again. Father, this is all my fault. You really should have a good rest." Chang Jiyu said. "All right, after trying this time, it is time to have a good rest." Fang Yuan sighed. The deep meaning in his tone was not something Chang Jiyu could sense. First, 3 rank 5 goo worms were activated together. Next, other goo worms were added. Some of these goo worms stopped on Chang Jiyu's face. Some burrowed into his skin. Some mixed into his blood vessels and flowed into his heart. Ah! The intense pain came again. Chang Jiyu gritted his teeth and growled. Soon, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar, his expression distorted. Fang Yuan's hands moved methodically, adding goo worms one after another. The more goo worms there were, the more intense Chang Jiyu's pain. He struggled with all his strength, his eyes rolled back, losing his rationality from the pain. He was in a state of madness. Stop! His soul won't be able to hold on for much longer, Mo Yao advised in his mind. But Fang Yuan seemed not to have heard it, continuing to add goo worms. Enough! This number has already surpassed all previous attempts. Chang Ji, you really can't hold on any longer. Mo Yao could not bear to watch. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. No reply. You are too reckless. If this goes on, he will die completely. In his mind, Mo Yao's will protested. How can I not take some risks? Fang Yuan sneered, increasing the number of goo worms to the maximum. His eyes shone with excitement. Add in 3 more goo worms, and I will be able to see the effect. This is the 3rd one. Good, this is the 2nd one. Wonderful, there is only 1 left. Success or failure depends on this. Ugh. Fang Yuan's expression turned sluggish. The surrounding goo worms suddenly scattered like fireworks. Chang Ji, you no longer struggled, motionlessly floating in the air. He was dead. The pain was enough to make one's soul fly away, but his expression was very serene. The surroundings returned to silence. You are the one who caused his death. In his mind, Mo Yao's voice was ice cold. I am the one who caused his death. Fang Yuan's brows slightly raised, lightly laughing. He died a worthy death. At least I know how stubborn the flaw of this killer move is. Mo Yao did not speak again, as if she was ashamed of Fang Yuan's cold-blooded and despicable actions. She concealed her figure, disappearing from Fang Yuan's mind. The smile on Fang Yuan's face slowly disappeared. He increasingly realized that Mo Yao's will in his mind was an extremely huge threat. Did she know the method to deal with the flaw of 6-arm, heavenly zombie king killer move? Did she know the correct method, but purposely did not want to say it? Or did she not want to think, in case she weakened herself? Especially when the killer move's flaw was so severe, at the crucial moment, Mo Yao's will would suddenly attack his mind, causing Fang Yuan's thoughts to become chaotic. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop the killer move, it was impossible. What goo did Mo Yao's will use? These days, I have been collecting wisdom path information from all over, and also purchased many wisdom path goo worms that can condense wills. But I've never found any worm that can produce such a mysterious, unfathomable will like hers. Sigh, I don't have much time left. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower has almost 60 floors. Hei Lulan is attacking the 39th floor with all her strength. It seems that her target is most likely wooden chicken goo.